Good morning. It's 9 a.m. This is Saturday, November 1st, 2025, and this is the initial budget presentation. Can everyone please stand for the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Everybody can please remain standing. Dan had a moment of silence.
Just want to have a moment of silence for a resident that we lost Wednesday, Ron Bishard. Ron's been a long resident of Londonderry, had a business in town, State Farm Insurance, very involved in the community, especially with the Rotary.
Thank you. All right, starting us off this morning, Mr. Mulholland.
All right, so just a few things before I go into the slides. You've seen some staffing requests that are in the documents. The importance of that is to make those public so that you folks understand what they are. That does not mean that's what those are the items I'm actually going to request that go forward. I think it's critically important that the Budget Committee, the Town Council, and more importantly, our residents understand what the needs are of the departments, and not just the budget that I'm proposing. So you're going to see a bunch of those. That does not necessarily mean that I'm moving those forward to a warrant article. Ultimately, that's the decision of the Town Council. So before some people get overexcited about the number of staffing positions that are requesting that have been requested by the departments, that does not necessarily mean the number we're actually going to go forward to the ballot with. But again, it's important that I allow you the opportunity to understand what the needs are of the department, so that you can make the appropriate public policy decisions that you need to make. And again, ultimately, the voters get to make the public policy decisions they feel are necessary for the community that they live in. When it comes to staffing, we don't have a long-term staffing plan, right? We have a capital improvements plan, but we don't have a long-term staffing plan that we need to have in place so that we know what that looks like. That has to be built out, and I plan on doing that. And I'm going to talk about some of that during the budget process, because I do have a conceptual long-term staffing plan. But that long-term staffing plan really should be with a more detailed discussion with the Town Council, the Budget Committee, and the general public as well. So that, as we talk about then what I call the new state of affairs as we go into the FY20 2028 budget, this budget reform that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes here, that's going to be part of that process. And the other thing too is you'll see those requests, they are not as heavily data-driven as I would like them to be. That's not a criticism of my staff. They have very limited tools right now to be able to make the case with data, and we're going to be improving our data capability. We've already taken steps to do that. If you folks are aware of that, and there'll be more steps that'll be taken so that when we do come to make requests for staffing, that you've got better information in which to make decisions that you have to do. So the next item, budget process reform. As you can see, Kirsten did a really good job, in my view, of updating our web page on the budget that provides better information for folks, because at the end of the day, we do have a direct democracy here where our citizens make the ultimate decisions. So in order for them to be effective at doing that, they have to be educated about what it is they're being asked to approve. So she's done a really good job, in my view, of upping our game in that regard, and there'll be more changes to that as time goes on. We also need to focus on strategic budgeting. What we do here basically is what's called incremental budgeting. It's a process that is not, most communities have gotten away from that. When I say most communities outside of New Hampshire. New Hampshire is a little bit further behind than other states. I just attended a conference down in ICMA conference. We have an annual conference there, and I was in a room of about 100 people. There were 5,000 people at this conference. And it was about priority-based budgeting or strategic budgeting. And they asked for a raise of hands of who's using strategic budgeting. And I was one of probably about 10 people out of 100 who could not raise their hand because we're not quite there yet. That doesn't mean we don't have a strategy, but it's not clearly detailed in the strategic plan, which the council has already directed me to do. The council has made it very clear, and the Budget Committee seems to be supporting that concept that we need to move to a strategic budget where we make those decisions and they're well thought out and they have goals and objectives and they have key performance indicators to see if we're actually meeting those objectives. So the council has been very clear, even before I got here, that that's what the direction they wanted to go in. So that's exactly, I'm doing that which they've asked me to do. And I talked earlier, we need a more data-driven approach. How do we know for the the return on investment of the dollars that we're spending. How do we know that when we spent this money and actually achieved the objective or the goal we were trying to accomplish? We don't go back and measure that. We need to do that. That's what businesses do. And obviously we're not a business, but some of the concepts from the business sector make sense in the public sector to be able to make sure those dollars are spent wisely. Because there are things that, in my view, that we can do to stretch those dollars more and get more value out of the dollars we're already spending, in my view. We also need to do multi-year projections. The software programs we have right now don't have that capability, but we need to be projecting out in the future. If we're going to add a position, we should be able to project what that looks like 5 years from now, the cost impact of that. We don't really have good tools to be able to do that right now. And again, longer-term strategies need to be put into place. That's not to say that this council and previous council didn't have long-term strategies. There's plenty of evidence to indicate that they clearly did have that. But it's not spelled out in a way that people have a chance to look at it, comment on it, and provide feedback on it. And that's that transparency piece, that engagement piece is going to be a key step moving forward. Again, this is something the town council has asked me to do, and that's what I'm going to work diligently with my staff to accomplish. And we also need to be looking at what I refer to as a budget cycle, not necessarily a budget process. When one budget, actually before one budget's even completed, we should be working on the other budget. I'm already working on the FY 2028 budget, and we haven't even, well, today's the first day to review the FY 2027 proposed budget. We need to get in that mindset that we are in a budget cycle all of the time. The process needs to be longer, and the reason why it needs to be longer is you need more time to be able to make decisions, to digest the millions of dollars that are in the budget on an annual basis. And again, at the bottom line is our voters need to be able to understand what we're asking for from them. And that public engagement piece needs to start earlier. Councilor Paul talked about, and other councilors also have asked for that, Councilor Bouchard in particular, that can we start the budget process earlier and allow the public engagement piece? And there are ways we can do that, and I'm proposing that we do just that. And that's part of the strategic plan, is a key component of that. We also need to have multimodal budget projects, budget products. We don't have that right now. We don't have any video that articulates a certain thing, why we need to do a certain thing. Our residents don't have time to sit in the back of this room for 8 hours, or they don't have time to come here on the many nights we're going to be here doing this. But if they do want to find out about a particular thing, we should have a means by which they can digest that information quickly. Video sometimes is a good way to do that. I'm going to be introducing that in the next budget process, why we're doing certain things to help articulate that and make it easier for our voters who have to make the ultimate decision on the budget about certain things. We're going to be crafting a new, I call it budget reform, a budget process that we go through. That's going to require collaboration from the council, the budget committee, the general public, as well as staff putting that together. I plan on starting that reform process in January, how we're going to talk about that. That has to be a collective decision on how we're going to move forward on the budget, what it's going to look like. So I will draft out what I think that new state should look like, and I need you to tell me what it's actually going to be at the end of the day, because you're the consumers of that. You, and again, the general public at the end of the day. The other part is, as you can see, the Budget Committee role has already changed. Even before we started talking about this, I already made some of those changes working with the Budget Committee. There's more of those coming up in January. There's the new administrative code I proposed, and that actually outlines some of the duties of the Budget Committee, which was never detailed anywhere in any of our documents before. So there'll be a continual process of change with the Budget Committee, and they're going to be more involved in things like the quarterly budget reports. They're going to be reviewing those, and if they wish to make comment to the council, hopefully they'll have it in advance so they can go to the council meeting and say, look, we have concerns about this, or we are where we should be, but there's an oversight role that they should have, that they do in most other communities, although it's not spelled out presently in our documents. And then software changes. By FY 2028, we expect to be replacing New World with a new ERP program, which is critically important. The one we presently have, we don't meet the DRA administrative codes that we should be using, and it does not have the tools we need for modern budgeting and modern budget projections that you need to be able to do your work. And again, the other part of that too is hopefully we can have a setup where we can provide to you the electronic model that you can go and do your own projections with and use as a tool for those of you who wish to do that. And then last but not least, the budget process is spread out a little more this year. There have been some reforms in accordance with the needs of the council and the budget committee. We're spreading it out a little bit further. We're going to focus on specific budgets on specific scheduled meetings. Like today, we have the overview that I'm going to provide to you. You also have the police, fire, and DPW. We're going to really focus on those, not the other budgets. Those are scheduled for other nights. So I'd ask you if you could hold your questions on those. But if the materials that have been provided to you are not, in your view, adequate, you need more things, please reach out to us, and we will make sure that we provide those beforehand. Warrant articles, those are scheduled for the 10th. You already have some of the requests for staffing. Some of those are going to be warrant articles. I really didn't intend to be talking about those in any detail today. I wanted you to have them because in the context of the budgets of those departments, it's important to do so. I really wanted to focus more, spending more time on those nights on the 10th, getting in the detail and the meat of those. We'll actually have a presentation on those specific requests. Yeah, so that pretty much covers that. So let's go into the presentation itself. So this information comes from the state of New Hampshire in terms of our population and growth. As you can see, the town's population has grown 7% from 2010 to 2020. That's based on both of the censuses provided by the federal government. And the current population estimate is 27,101 people. I don't know how they get the 101, but anyway, they could have rounded that off to something. But nonetheless, we're the ninth most populous municipality in New Hampshire. We are larger than more than half of the cities in our state. We are a fast-growing community, and we're one of the largest. And we have a complex government, a lot of activity that goes on, and that growth is continuing. As you can see, the construction that's going on throughout our community. The reason why I put this slide up is that continues to put pressure on the operations, the demand for services and the things that we do. Our roadway network in particular, and all the other service demands that we have. And again, that's not going to go away. All right. This shows that population growth projection. Right now, we're at 27,101. And if you look at that trend line, that trend line is just to give you an idea what that looks like. We're above the trend line right now, so that trend line would change in the future. You know, we've added about 3,000 people since the last census. That's the size of a small town that's been added to this community. So we do have population growth, and when you add 3,000 more people, that demand for services is going to go up. This is to show you how your tax dollars are spent. You can see the county portion over to the left at 4%. The school, which is the statewide education property tax, at 8.2%. I expect that's going to go up quite a bit in the legislature based on the litigation that has gone on. And we're going to see how that changes. That should not cause us to be afraid. And the reason why I say that is because whatever we raise there lowers the far right side on the school portion. Because all that money that's raised in the statewide education property tax right now stays in Londonderry. It doesn't go to the state. It's a statewide education property tax, but it really isn't. It's a way to offset the local portion of the property tax. I know that there's talk about taking that money and sending it to Concord and then hope we get some of it back. That scares me a little bit. I don't know about you. Yeah. So hopefully that doesn't happen and our legislators don't avail themselves of that. The municipal portion, which is what we're here for today, is 23.4% or $3.77. And again, the school is the largest portion, which is not a big surprise. Public education is expensive because there's a lot of staff involved. They've got a lot of buildings, so that shouldn't be a surprise to people, what that number looks like there. But if we look and we sort of, it's not really benchmarking, but if we look at ourselves and compare ourselves to others, you can see on the left-hand column, we have the lowest municipal tax rate around. And some of them are much higher. If you look at our neighbors in Manchester, they're more than twice, the municipal portion of the tax rate is more than twice that of ours. And again, you can see what Salem looks like and what Derry. So we're quite a bit below them in terms of the municipal portion. And again, we're only here for the municipal portion. That's the only thing that we have control over as the town council and staff. Budget committee has a different story, of course. Not going to spend a whole lot of time on that. I think you can understand that. And if you look at the total one, that column in the middle, only Nashua has a smaller tax rate. If you look at all of the portions, the education in the county, theirs is just below ours. I don't know how that turns out in their next tax rate setting, but they get a lot of statewide education. They get a lot of state education funding, which we don't get as much. All right, this is to try to give you some idea of what the tax rate looks like, and it really isn't a good tool, but I wanted to put it up here anyway. If you look at the CPI increase, that's the rate by which theoretically the economy grows. As you can see, the economy has grown much larger and much faster than town government has grown. The right-hand column, we don't have a tax rate yet for 2025. Hopefully, next week we'll have that. So that's a major piece of information that I really can't provide you projections on. Normally I would have that. I'd have that tax rate and I can show you what the new spending is going to do, proposed spending is going to do in terms of impacting that. So we're missing a key piece of information that I will provide to you as soon as I get it, and that will help you in your analysis of where we're going to be going. And then you have a couple of revals, which really throws that off. Just because there's a reval doesn't mean that there's less spending or less increase in what would normally be the tax burden that is owed. It shifts the base. And I won't get into great detail about how that works. I think most of you probably know how that works. But anyway, you have that sheet just to be able to see what that looks like for now. Budget history. And if you can see through our history back to 2013, until you get to the budget we're in right now, you've either been at default or below default. So that tells me that other than the year, it looks like 2019, when it looks like you probably had a default budget because the numbers are exactly the same, that you've cut the budget down to default. So if you look at that growth, the growth you've had basically is what I would call artificial growth, because you're trying to make sure you meet an artificial number, which is a default number. It's not based on a strategy, not based on particular objectives. And if it is, I don't see it. I've yet to see it in any of your documents. So it's just to show you that history. And then as you can see also for the last couple of years, you're increasing by about $5 million per year. And when I say $5 million, that includes your sewer fund and your other funds as well. That's the trend that you seem to be on for right now in terms of your cost and the impacts of inflation and those sorts of things. This is the tax rate factor. Again, this is going to be old news for you, but other people who are watching this, there are several things that impact how we calculate the tax rate. One, of course, is appropriations, that which the voters pass at town meeting. Revenues other than property taxes. And we have, in this community, we have motor vehicle registration, which is about $11 million, which other communities don't have because of the rental car fleets we have at the airport. In the state, there's state funding as well, rooms and meals tax, those sorts of things. Those are the other revenues that make up the revenue sources that we need to pay for municipal services, other than property taxes. The use of fund balance to reduce the tax rate, which you have done in the past, a practice that you should obviously strongly consider getting away from, artificially setting the tax rate, but I'll talk more about that later as well. Your assessed valuation, which grew this year by about $70 million. That's really good news. So that's your new buildings that have been added to the inventory to spread the cost of services across a larger base. That's really good news for a community of this size. Where I came from was about $11 million a year, $70 million. That spreads that cost over. So there is value in new development. I know some people don't want to admit that or don't want to agree to that, but that is definitely true. And when we spread that cost over a larger base, it's a good strategy, I would suggest to you. Overlay offsets tax abatements. We have to, every year when we set the tax rate, we set a certain amount of what's called overlay. We raise additional taxes to pay for abatements during the year. Your amounts were pretty small. So that has caused some problems for you in terms of abatements. You don't have enough money to do that, and you have to draw on the unassigned fund balance. And then war service tax credits, those are your veterans exemptions, veterans tax credits and those sorts of things. So those are the factors that go into setting the tax rate on an annual basis, which we'll be doing this next week, hopefully, so we can get that set. All right, strategic budgeting. Again, the council has already directed this is the direction they want to go in, and the council and the budget committee seems to be amenable and agreeable that is an appropriate course of action for us to take. And this is what most of the communities in the country have been doing for several years now. Again, New Hampshire tends to be a little bit further behind on that, more of an incremental budget approach, which, back in the 1970s, they had a thing called zero-based budgeting. It was Jimmy Carter, actually, he was the governor of Georgia, and his staff developed zero-based budgeting. And then there was performance-based budgeting, and then program-based budgeting, and then strategic budgeting, and outcomes-based budgeting. And then priority-based budgeting is the latest watchword. At the end of the day, what they all really mean is focusing on what we're trying to accomplish and then building a budget to do those things, and avoiding incrementalism. We've got $10 million this year. We're going to grow no more than another million or 2 million or whatever. That's incremental budgeting. It's not based on objectives. It's not based on outcomes. It's not based on that we actually do anything with the dollars we just spent. So this is a totally different approach. It'll be a totally different approach for us and how we're going to move this forward. And then business plans, especially the larger departments, should have business plans about what their goals and objectives are based on the guidance that comes down from the town council as to where we want to go. Performance measurement, I just talked about that. We should be looking at whether or not the dollars we're spending actually are doing what we want them to do. If they don't, why are we spending that money? What value, what's the return on investment that we're getting by spending these dollars? We don't use those tools here right now. We need to do that. Analysis and evaluation. If I spend X amount of dollars to do something, I should be looking back to see if those dollars actually did those things. And if they didn't, why not? Mm-hmm. Again, that's a thing that it'll be changing as we go into what I refer to as the new state, the new budget state that we're moving to. Please interrupt me at any time if you have questions. I forgot to say that at the beginning, because otherwise I just keep going on. All right. The budget objectives, at least as I see them, is achieve the town's strategic objectives, which we're in the process of developing. We know what some of those are. We know we got water issues we want to deal with, right? We want to maintain our roads, right? Public safety. So it's not like we don't have strategies. We don't have objectives. We clearly do. Fund critical capital improvement projects and maintain quality service levels to meet the public's expectations. People expect that the trash is going to get picked up, that the roads are going to get plowed, and there's not going to be a big pothole in the middle of them. And when they need an ambulance, when they call the fire department, it's going to be there. It's going to be there quickly to make sure they save one of their loved ones. And the police department's going to be out there to keep our roads safe and keep that crime down to the lowest level possible and do the jobs that they do on a daily basis. And the rest of us are here to support that, to make sure that happens, the other departments of the town. We have library services, we have recreation services. You know the full realm, and we're going to be talking about this as we go through the budget. Challenges, the way I see them, and again, in the future, this will be part of a process that we do with the public and you. So when I do this, when I put this slide up next year, it's going to be based on input that you provide to me. So right now, all I'm doing is I'm looking at what's out there that I can pick up for information, but we didn't have this discussion. We should be doing that when I make this presentation. Affordable housing, clearly a challenge, right? Inflation is affecting all of us in every realm. There was a study out the other day that said the average family of four is now $17,000 a year underwater because of housing costs, medical costs, healthcare costs, food, and all the other basics out there. Traffic congestion and safety, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a bit. Growth in population, safe drinking water, and protection of natural resources. I've only been here 4 months. By looking at the materials, the information that's out there, these seem to be the challenges that are facing the community. You may have other ideas on that. That's why we're doing a strategic plan, and that will flesh all of that out. This is the master plan survey data. We did a study on this recently, a survey we sent out, and these are some of the results that we have seen here. I think a lot of you have already seen this in terms of traffic congestion. 88% of the people who participated in the survey identified and assessed they think we should be identifying and assessing problem intersections. Looking at the growing congestion and traffic volume at 86%. You can read the rest of it. Mm-hmm. So these seem to be some of the concerns that our residents, those who participated in the survey, these were the concerns that they had. Next was natural resource concerns, even higher numbers, to ensure we have safe drinking water and that we're protecting our aquifers and protecting our wetlands, streams, lakes, and other surface areas. Again, you can see the numbers there. Again, I'm going based on the data on the survey, and this is what it shows. Long-term financial plan. Utilize the unassigned fund balance to offset the cost of capital projects. Transitioning to pay-as-you-go, which you have pretty much already done. And utilize cash to pay for projects and equipment instead of having to borrow money at the interest rates where they are at a very high number. And then fund those capital reserve funds to be able to, again, lean forward and look forward for items we know we have to do and not have to borrow money. Some of those we're going to have to do that, but a lot of them we don't have to do. And we can save a lot of cash. And we had the school district administrative office building. This on the other side of this wall we're proposing, and we're going to be using our cash reserves to be able to do that and not have to borrow money at 3 or 4% over 20 years to do that. And we're going to when we talk about that warrant article, you're going to see over how long a period of time, how much money that actually saves us by using the cash we have in the bank. I would suggest a smart way to do business. Then we're going to maintain the policy to no longer use UFB to artificially hedge the tax rate. That's really important. Most communities are not in a spot to be able to do that, and you have lined yourself up to do that, and that's a very smart move. It's a best practice by the Government Finance Officers Association recommendation. It's smart budgeting. That way you don't have these problems that other communities, like to the west, that start with a C. They don't have reserves, they don't have money, and they're looking at significant tax rate increases because they have not planned for the rainy day. And, you've been around long enough. For the last 70 years, economy goes up, and then there's a rainy day, and economy goes down. Some communities are prepared, and others are not. You have made steps. The people, the present council, the present budget committee, the present voters have taken steps over the years to make sure that you're not in that spot. You've done the smart things to build up your cash reserves, get to the point where you're not using unassigned fund balance to offset your tax rate. And you're in that spot now. Again, congratulations to everybody who worked on that in the past. Obviously, those councils are different people than we're sitting here today, but they took those steps long ago to do that. When I worked in the town of Allenstown, it took 22 years to get to that point, and that was done by people long before I got to reap the benefits of that long-term strategy. And again, that's where you are. Update the debt management policy and strategy. You don't have much debt here. We probably want to keep it that way, but it's good to look proactively to make sure you've got a good policy that makes sure we stay within those rails. I worked in another community where they were on the other side of that. Very high amounts of debt, impacted their budget significantly, and if they had implemented the strategy earlier and looked at that on a yearly basis, they wouldn't be where they are. So I had the battle scars for that. I want to make sure that you never get them. So updating that policy would be a wise idea. And when I say that, that's obviously a council policy at the end of the day, but we have the advantage, we have a budget committee. It would be good to have them look at that and provide advice on that because it does have a direct relationship to the budget. So I plan on using the budget committee for much more than what it had been used for in the past here, and more traditionally what it's used for in other communities. So I see that as an asset, not as a detractor.
Mr. Town Manager, I just want to commend Justin on keeping us off of our debt services by moving us to our lease payment system with our vehicles. That has actually been a huge credit to keeping us away from our debt.
Yeah, that's a good, that would, see, it makes sense where there's certain places to use that, and you folks have done that. You've done it smart. I mean, I didn't come here for no reason. I looked at them like these people, they've made good decisions. So when I talk about strategic budgeting, you do sort of have a strategy. It's just not well spelled out because you've been doing these things all along. You've been doing a lot of the best practices. You have a TIF district. You are the example in the entire state of New Hampshire about how to do a TIF and do it right. Everybody else used it, including where I was before. I looked at Londonderry to say, these people did it right, and they closed it down early like you should be doing. It was created for a purpose, and then it was shut down. So you folks have set the example in many things across this entire state. So we want to continue that success, obviously, for the benefit of our residents. Not because we want to be number one. I could care less about that. But if the people on Main Street out here want to make sure, we don't have a Main Street, but out on our main roads out here where they live in their neighborhoods, yeah, Mammoth Road, they want to make sure that they're getting the best value for the dollar. That's what really matters to us. And if we end up being the example for everybody else, so be it. All right, operating budget history. Again, we talked about this a little bit earlier, and you can see the changes appear to be around $5 million per year. And again, that's not just the general fund in terms of the tax rate is set on. It's also your sewer fund, your other enterprise funds. There's always this question, and I hear this, that people can't pay their taxes, so on and so forth. There are certainly people that struggle with that. But the data shows a different story. If you take a look at this, the tax levy, for instance, in 2024, the second column from the left, the tax levy was $101 million. That's school, county, and municipal. Of that, the amount left over is less than half of 1%, $473,000 that's still owed. If you look to the one to the far right, that's 2025. The first half tax levy was $51 million. Of that, we get about less than 2% is still owed. That's one of the highest tax collection rates in the state. So you've done exceptionally well here. Now, that doesn't mean people aren't struggling to pay those taxes. Clearly, some are. But you're not in a situation, there are other communities that they are not collecting a good portion of their taxes. And those are signs that you've got real issues, economic issues in your community. So the data shows that that's not the case here. What I wanted to do, because we've had revals and it's hard to understand what the actual impact is on revals and tax rates, is I wanted to use a real example. This is a real house in the town of Londonderry. I'm not going to give the address, but the average home was between $600,000 and $650,000. We clearly have homes that are $1 million, and we have some that are less than that. But the average is between $600,000 and $650,000. So we took this one house at a certain address in our town, valued at $634,700. And I looked at what did that house actually, the property, and what did they actually pay in taxes from the period of 21 to 24. I would have put 25 if I had it, but I don't have it yet. So if you look at that, and then the far right is the total tax bill with the school and the county. Over this period of time from 2021 to 2024, this property owner paid an additional $131 over that period of time. I would suggest to you that's not a whole lot when it comes to property taxes, especially if you look at the other communities around you. So that's the best way I could try to make this that an average human being could understand what the actual impact has been over the last several years. Again, when I have 25, I will update this so you can see what that actually looks like. So this particular house, single-family home, right, has gone through revals and 2 years of worth of revals, tax rate increases or subtractions, whatever they may be. But that's the actual impact for that particular property owner right there. So either I'm doing a good job of explaining this, or you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, it's good.
Okay.
It's good.
I do have a question on the people not
Excellent.
being able to pay their property taxes. I know we pay them twice a year.
Yes.
In the event that property taxes, because I noticed that it did the 473 to about 950. That's a double. That basically doubled. Is there a way that people could prepay taxes? We could break it down into quarterly as opposed to biannually. Like, I'm just thinking about different ways that it might make it easier for people. You pay half, then you can pay a little bit more. Is that something that we're looking into, or?
Well, the present law allows people to prepay.
Oh, great.
If you wanted to pay on a quarterly basis, you can do that.
Okay.
So our systems actually are set up to be able to do that.
Okay.
There are 2 communities, Claremont, Concord, that do quarterly tax billing.
Okay.
I would not recommend that we force people to do that.
Yeah.
But if you wish to do that, you can. But my suggestion would be that if you've got the ability to do that, don't pay us in advance. Put it in the bank. Interest rates are,
Yeah.
you get some value on it, because if you give it to us, I mean, you're not getting any additional value. Pay us only when you need to pay us.
Okay.
But you can do that, and some people do that. They prepay taxes.
Okay.
Mr. Town Manager, just to add on your slide here, so that's 5.79% between 2021 to 2024, for an average increase of 1.44% between 2021 to 2024. That sounds pretty darn low of an increase.
It's less than the economy. So when you think about it, our costs, just like everybody else, have gone up in terms of running the town government, and we are growing at a lower rate the economy is.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the folks, again, these are the people who are sitting in these chairs, the chairs that you're sitting in now, the decisions that you have made in the past, as well as the voters, of course, at the end of the day. There are people that say that taxes are out of control, and they are. In New Hampshire, we rely so much, and you all know this, on property taxes, one source of revenue. So the fluctuations to that, you're going to see them more readily than you are because it's not spread out over a larger base. And I'm not suggesting that we do income taxes or any of those things. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just telling you the reality of it is, because there's one primary source of revenue, when you do make changes, you're going to see those more readily than you would otherwise. And we could argue all day long about whether that's an equitable way of doing it. That's not for us to decide anyway. We don't get to choose. That's a legislative decision. Our job here is to make sure that we do it as cheaply as we can and provide the best quality of services that we can.
I mean, at that rate, you'd be making more money in your high-yield savings account.
Exactly, yes, yeah. If I had the luxury of taking the $55 million and putting it in investments, and I wouldn't do a high-yield savings account, but I would do something more. But we obviously would be making a lot more money, but we're not here to make money. We're here to provide services.
No, I'm just trying to put it out for the general public.
Yes.
I mean, your tax bill, if it went up by 1.4%, your high-yield savings account would more than cover the increase.
All right, budget summary. So the FY 2027 budget is $48,364,762, which is a 6.9% increase, representing $3.1 million increase It's higher than it's a 3.1% million dollar increase, higher than the FY 2026 budget of 45,211,389. Default budget is 47,490,987, which is 5% higher than the FY26 budget. And the FY27 budget projected tax rate increase is, I don't know, because I don't know what the 25 budget is, so I can't really tell you what that looks like. As soon as I have that, and you will have that as we go on and you get to the point where you're making decisions, hopefully by the end of next week, but that remains to be seen. We don't set the tax rate. The Department of Revenue Administration does that. So, all right, the cost drivers. So if we look at that $3.1 million, what is that increase? What does it represent? Wages is $1.4 million. As you know, last year, in March, the voters approved a number of collective bargaining units, and those represent those increases. That's $1.4 million. Benefits, health insurance. Now, that only went up by 3% for health and 4% for dental, which is really good. Well, it's not really good. 0% would be better, or a reduction. But it's not 15%, it's not 18% or 20, or in some communities, 30% increase that they're faced with this year. We, if not the lowest, we've got to be one of the lowest communities in the state in terms of the increase, and that's based upon our claims. But next year, it could be 15 or 20%. So that's going to continue to fluctuate and have wild fluctuations. So that 3 and 4% for dental represents $567,697, roughly. Retirement system payments increased because the base wages have increased to $283,939. The rate has not increased. It's on a higher base. Solid waste disposal, trash collection pickup, there's an increase of $432,000. It was going to be a lot more. Our folks at DPW did a really good job of renegotiating that on their own. So before I even got here, they were working with Justin. They were negotiating a better rate. We're looking at a 20% increase. So those folks on their own volition went and did that, smart, went and did that, and they got it down to, I think, 8 or 9% is what we're looking at, which is a lot, but it's less than 20%. Mm-hmm. So credit to those folks for doing that. I had no involvement whatsoever in that. So Justin, Bob Carey, and John Trotter were the key leaders that took the initiative to reduce that. And then there's a $280,584 increase in software and other management services. Of that $280, I'm anticipating a $180,000 grant for the fixed asset management program. And the council just approved rate increases for building fees, which will bring in a lot more than that $285.84. So those are net positives, not net negatives. And we have got to transition away from paper into a far more efficient system. The time it takes, the things that get lost in the shuffle, our citizens deserve better in terms of the level of services we're going to provide to them, and we've got to modernize. And this is a way to do it. And the council has already authorized ways to do it without having to raise property taxes through grants and building permit fees. Those people who use that service, the building permit, will pay for the cost of the software that goes along with that. So again, they've been proactive and mindful of the fact that we don't want to put unnecessary impacts on property taxpayers by having other ways to pay for the cost of that. So credit to the council for taking action on that.
Mr. Town Manager, I just want to commend the police and fire for working on safety and keeping their claims low over the past year or so, because as you said, more claims drives up the health insurance rates. So I really want to commend the police and fire by keeping our men and women safe.
Yeah, and it's the rest, of course, it's the whole staff and their families, right? It's that the claims are based on a larger group of folks. But if you look back there, those fellows in blue are in pretty good shape back there. That's helpful for us because healthy people means less claims.
Can you, did
Yep.
I just miss this? The wages?
Yep.
It's going up almost $1.5 million.
Yep.
Did you explain why?
Most of it's contracts.
Contracts.
Yep.
Okay.
That you approve. And those contracts, as you know, those COLAs are actually less than what the real COLA is. Mm-hmm. What was it, 3.4, Justin, that we had this year? And the salary increase for the COLA was what for the employees?
Either 3 or 2.5.
Yeah. So they're actually the economy is growing. Their costs, just like everybody else who lives in our community, are going up faster than what we're actually paying them, their increase in pay. But again, our residents are feeling the same thing as well. So.
Thank you.
Yep. How your dollars are spent. This just gives you a chart and shows you the breakdown on what that looks like in terms of where the dollars go. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time unless there's questions of me on that. All right, projected revenues. This just gives you an idea of what our revenue sources are other than property taxes. So taxes, again, other than property taxes at 7.5, departmental revenue at 15.4, interfund transfers, miscellaneous at 3.7, intergovernmental at 17, that's grants and things of that nature. And then licenses and permits are the other big piece of that at 55%. And then, of course, property taxes is what make up whatever these funding revenues that come in do that. It's different in every state and different from one community to the next. If you look across to our state, and if you try to benchmark us compared to others, the pieces of the pie are going to be a little bit different. That's what it is.
The licensing and permitting, is that based off of the different developments that have come before us and what we're looking at projection-wise, or is that?
No, that's what we're projecting.
Okay.
And we're projecting conservatively.
Okay.
And that's Justin's done that for years, which is that's the hallmark of a good finance director is in making sure that you don't overproject your numbers. Sometimes that happens. If you look at the state budget, they sort of overprojected some of their numbers, and then the revenue's not coming in. And then what are you going to do?
Right.
Yep.
You're either going to raise property taxes. So you've crafted a picture that looks nice, right? And then, we're going to be able to do all this, and we don't have to raise any taxes, and then all of a sudden your revenues don't come in. And for us, that means higher property taxes. He's been very smart about that. Again, the hallmark of a good finance director, and making sure that we don't overproject those, that we come in higher, and that way we don't end up with a hole that we have to dig out of. You don't have the ability here because you're a town. When I was in a city, I could do budget rescissions. So I could make budget cuts during the year, and the tax rate is set on that. And I did that when I was a city manager. Towns cannot do that. So once that appropriation is made, if our revenues don't come in, we have to increase taxes. You don't have a choice. Our charter doesn't allow that. At least it doesn't right now. I'm suggesting that that's one of those charter changes that come in, that the council be able to make budget rescissions in the middle of the year. So if you have a shortfall in revenue, you could actually make cuts, and that tax rate is set in a different way. Another thing that's going to be important in the future. Hopefully we're never in that spot because he's doing his job like he's supposed to, but things can happen sometimes that we don't forecast. I used to say that I had a city manager's crystal ball, and sometimes it's rather cloudy and has a big crack in it, right? So it's not perfect. But it's another one of those fail-safe measures that I had to use it during COVID. We put it into effect right away, literally within hours once COVID started, and it paid dividends at the end of the day. The council should have that tool. So strangely enough, the council can't cut its budget if it needs to because revenues come short. The town just doesn't allow that. Our charter can be changed to allow that to occur.
So I guess just go back to my question again. So for the licensing and permitting, do we look at the developments that are coming at us and take that into effect for the licensing and permitting?
To the extent that we have that information. Because you got to be really careful about that. You don't know what's going to get approved and what form it's going to be approved.
Okay.
And you don't know what the dollar amount's going to be at the end of the day on that.
Okay.
So that's why you got to be really careful about that. And not only that, there's some cloudy pitches out there in our economy right now. What's going to happen in the next year, even though people may plan to do something. I've seen projects that people have come in with an application, 14 years later, they're still not done yet.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's what I'm worried about.
That's,
That's why
for the
if he
explanation.
overprojects,
Yeah,
we're in trouble.
of course.
Yeah, so he's been very smart about that.
No, I just wanted to make sure so that people at home can fully understand that too.
Yeah, but we're very conservative about those. We look at a baseline over a trend over multiple years and go to the bottom of that baseline, not the top of it. But when we set the tax rate, though, when you have new properties that actually come on and your building permit fees come in, a lot of folks don't understand that. We're going to pass a budget here, some budget, in March. The tax rate's set in the fall. One of the things we do have the ability is change our revenue projections. We're going to be a little bit closer. We're going to have more realistic numbers, and that does have a direct impact on taxes. And usually that's going to be we got more revenue coming in, so what we're going to tell you what we think the projected increase is in the tax rate for the budget and all these warrant articles, right? That's on the conservative side. Revenues come in higher, that's actually going to be less.
Yep.
I always want to be, when we tell you it's going to go up by 2 cents or 3 cents, I always want to be, and the reality is it's actually going to be 1 cent, right? Or 2 cents instead of 3 or 4. So that's important that we do it that way. That way we don't get ourselves in a hole. We don't overpromise. Some people have done that. The consequences are disastrous because then you lose all of your credibility with those people out there that, and again, you know this.
My last question on revenue. Say, for example, a commercial or industrial property sells after a revaluation happens. And if it sells for more than what the town has it valued at, when do we then see that new valuation that it was sold at?
March. I mean, not March, April. April 1st every year.
We would see that in April?
So what happens is when a piece of property sells, we get the deed. They send a copy to us, and we find out what the value of that sale was, the sale price on that. So we reevaluate those on an annual basis as to what those look like.
Okay, so we don't wait for that next valuation.
Right, but it's
coming
not
through.
based on what the actual sale is. So if you have a
It
factory
does play
that's...
into a factor, though. It does play a factor, though.
It affects the base.
Yeah.
When I say the base, what the market looks like.
Mm-hmm.
What is the market rate for a 25,000 square foot commercial building, right? And they're not all the same.
Right.
But anyway, on average, let's say we had 10 factories, they're 25,000 square feet. We value it at $1 million. And all of a sudden, we've got 3 sales out of those. And it shows they're 1.5 million and 2.5 million. That's how we look at that on an annual basis. What's the value of that?
Okay.
To be clear, though, that value doesn't change till the valuation comes up again. So that'll go in the real estate change tax, but it doesn't change the valuation immediately.
Right. So we do revals every 2 years. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right. And we do cyclicals.
Yep. And so it's
And those are
on that
20%
next cycle.
is we do 20%, we try to do 20% every year. That's how we catch up on those.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I have a question about the
Yeah.
revenues as well. So these are revenues that we're projecting from basically July of 2026 through end of June 2027. So we're trying to project revenues 9 to 22 months out.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for a very long period of time. So that's why I say the city manager's crystal ball is cloudy. It has
Right.
a crack in it. Because trying to figure out what's going to happen that far away from now is
Yeah.
really a challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, you're basically sort of guessing based on what you've known historically.
Right.
Because I don't
Yeah.
know what's going to happen in the future. If I figure that out, I'm sorry, but I will be leaving.
Become a weatherman.
They don't even have to get it right. You know what I mean? All right. So that is the end of my presentation. And next we will go to police. So normally what happens is when you drink a few of these, you have to use the ladies' room. So I would suggest, in men's room, that you go take a couple of minutes to do that while these fellas are coming up here and we look at the next budget. If that makes sense to you.
Does anybody have any questions for the town manager before we let him go?
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
All right. All right. We'll take
Quick little break and then
take
we'll,
5 minutes.
We'll get them set up. Yep.
Dan, no questions. Welcome everybody back. We're going to start off. Chief, Mr. Bernard.
Good morning, members of the
Morning,
Town
sir.
Council and Budget Committee. Thank you for having us here on this fine Saturday morning. It's good to see you all back here again. This morning, as we historically do as our police department budget presentations, we try to get participation from our command staff. And as you'll be seeing here momentarily, we're going to introduce the command staff members, how long they've been working for your police department, and what their role and function is. That will give us some insight to you folks as to what we do and how we, get these budgets prepared. So without further ado, the overview today, we're going to talk about, as you can see listed there, department divisions, the airport budget, some patrol statistics, officer recruitment and retention, the budget changes from the last several years, and proposed department budget for FY27. The reason why some of these things may look familiar to you, because this is what we've been looking at and striving for the last several years. So I want to give you guys an update and a look back. Some of you have been here with us now. This is my 4th time presenting, so I want you guys to see where we've made progress. So without further ado on this part, to my right is Deputy Chief Jason Breen. Jason is the Deputy Chief of Police. He is starting his 26th year employed by the Londonderry Police Department, and he oversees all 4 division commanders. He assists with budgets, he assists with hiring, recruitment, discipline, you name it. Jason is my wingman, and behind him is his wingman. So without further ado, Deputy Chief.
Good morning. Sorry about that. 26 years, hearing it from him, that time flies. They once told me that you blink and it will go by, and we weren't kidding. So happy to join you this morning. As the chief was saying, part of my responsibility is overseeing the 4 divisions. Joining us this morning is going to be Captain O'Donohue from the airport. Captain O'Donohue has been with us, has been in law enforcement for 16 years, and he's going to help go over some of the slides for the Manchester-Boston Regional Airport. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. I'll just tilt that towards you a little bit.
Good morning to the council committee. I luck out here. I think out of everybody that comes up and speaks, I get to talk about what it's going to cost someone else as opposed to costing us.
That's good.
So this is a cost projection or a contractual cost projection for the airport for FY27. We're projecting a contractual cost of $3.3 million. 87% of that is going to go direct pay with another 8% to overtime. So an easy way to look at it, about 95 cents of the dollar is going to go to pay and benefits. As you guys know, we do provide contractual police services to them. The airport is owned by the city of Manchester, and it's operated through an enterprise fund. And we contract right now with 1 captain, 4.5 sergeant, and 12 officers for pay and benefits, and that's what makes up that number. Any questions?
For those members who may be new to this with us, can you explain to some members of the Council and Budget Committee what our tasks are up there at the airport? What do we do? Some of the high importance police function as well.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So essentially, as you guys know, the terminal is in Londonderry. We would be obligated to police it anyway. We've entered an agreement with the city that we're going to provide 24/7 police presence in the terminal and around the airfield. So with that, we staff it just like we do in town. So our officers will make a bid. They'll either bid for town or they'll bid for airport, and we rotate them quarterly. So currently, like for example, today we're staffing a sergeant with 2 officers up there, and they're assigned to the airport. Just as we would assign an officer to a sector in town, we've assigned now a sergeant to supervise officers working there at the airport. So they're going to provide generalized police services as they arise there. In addition to that, there's a bit of a security mission. There's a bit of an anti-terror role, as you'd suspect, being at an airport. And then there are certain obligations we have via the airport security program. So we take additional reporting requirements that maybe the FAA requires or TSA requires, and our staff will go ahead and take care of those things as well. In addition, as you'd imagine, and I think as you guys have heard in the past, we have a very public-facing role when it comes to the election cycle, VIP movements, whether it's, cabinet officials flying in and out, or whether it's all the way up to a presidential visit. We staff that as the agency of jurisdiction up there. So it's a little bit unique. We have this relationship with them now for, say, 20 years. We're coming up in our last year, so this is a contractual year for us, and we're pretty optimistic that we'll be there. Again, we're the primary agency of jurisdiction, so I expect this relationship to continue.
As the airport liaison, I've had conversations with the airport director, and he's been very happy with the services that you guys have been providing, and is looking forward to continuing that going forward.
Yeah, so with Director Malenfront, he's been there 37 years. I mean, all of us know him. He's done every job at that airport, and he's a great guy. And again, he's in terms of collaborators, we couldn't be more excited to be working with him and his deputy Lou Alguazabal. So,
And it's wonderful to see the services that the airport is doing, is expanding with the routes, and it's wonderful to see you guys at those groundbreaking routes.
yeah. So in terms of the business operations, they've cornered the market on airlines. They have a number of airlines, as you see there. Now their focus is increasing passenger counts with those new destinations. They're still not at the pre-COVID numbers, but they are trending upward, and they're pretty stable. So they're happy, and they're cautiously optimistic, I would say, in terms of business operations.
As the airport expands the amount of airlines that come in, increased growth, does your department have a plan for increasing numbers of officers and things like that as that grows?
Yes, so we do. So
Okay.
contractually, we have 12 officers in addition to 4.5 sergeants contractually. Currently, we're staffing at 9.
Okay.
So our staffing is reflective of essentially their passenger counts
Okay,
at the
great.
moment. And that's something we work with the airport. So at times, our staffing has kind of been consistent with their budget reality.
Yep.
So as of right now, we're staffing consistent with their budget reality.
Okay.
And we are poised to increase as passenger counts increase.
Okay, great.
So I have a question.
Please.
Just for clarification for me. Who pays for the cars that are up there, and who pays for the uniforms and the guns and your outfit
Sure.
that you need to do your job at the airport? Is it the airport that pays, or do we pay as the town?
So both. So it's depending. So all the vehicles up there at the airport, they're airport-owned vehicles, and they're
Okay.
maintained by the airport.
Okay.
And then for some reason, if we have to get involved with repairing those, we bill the airport. But they have the infrastructure in terms of the office in the fleet. That's all done by them. That's all owned by them.
Okay.
In fact, oftentimes what we do is we work it out and we'll coordinate with London Ford. As we're turning in vehicles, the airport's actually buying some of those vehicles. And that way they stay equipped. So, a vehicle that could be owned by the town on Friday is now owned by the airport on Monday. And our officers are in there using those vehicles. So it is split. So generally speaking, office type things up there, vehicle type things up there, all done by the airport. In terms of the uniform, that's a cost typically borne by town because we're wearing those uniforms in town. The cost can be shared with the airport. There have been times where an officer during their airport duties, if they break something, tear something, do something like that, we'll then bill the airport as we fix that and repair that.
And so what about the weapons, like your taser,
Most
your
of the-
body
yeah.
cams?
So most of that is borne by
Your body
town.
cams and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Is that them or us?
Most of that is borne by town, yeah.
Thank you.
So, last year when I sat on the other side of this, this is one of the things that I questioned about the airport, okay? And why are we, on the town side, paying for your uniforms and stuff like that? Because when the airport when we first went into this deal, you weren't here, and some people weren't here, but I recall, because I was involved working up there, and as a taxpayer, they said, we're going to take on this responsibility. It is not going to cost the taxpayers any money. The airport will be paying for everything. When I review the contract of this airport agreement, it clearly states in there that the airport is responsible for uniforms, weapons, and everything. I didn't have that information last time. I do have it now, and I'm looking right at it. So, somewhere the ball has been dropped, and I'd like to know, how are we going to fix this? Because it never was the town of taxpayers paying for uniforms, paying for guns, paying for tasers, and stuff like that. It was always the airport. I understand there's airport people working on the town side sometimes, and vice versa, okay? But I look at it as a counselor, and I'm sitting up here and I'm saying, all right, if you have, 12 officers, you said?
Well, contractually, there's 12, yes.
Okay, so if you have 12 officers working up there, there should be, those 12 officers should have their gear, and so the airport should be paying for 12 sets of gear, weapons, and everything. So, I don't know, this is something you guys have to figure out, but I'm looking at it, and it clearly states in here, and I will read it, that Director shall provide such equipment and resources as required by the police department. Airport Division to perform the services under this agreement. This is subject to agreement between the parties. This equipment or their resources may include, but is not limited to, firearms, ammunition, uniforms, training equipment. Any such equipment or resources shall be considered the property of the Department of Aviation. All equipment purchased by the town of Londonderry for use by the police department, airport division, for which the town of Londonderry will seek reimbursement. So somebody's got to look for reimbursement from the airport, from the director. Must be pre-approved by the director or his designee.
So we routinely bill the airport for different things we purchase on a monthly basis. Now, to the extent that we're not, say, for example, with health insurance costs, we create a percentage. So X percentage of the contract represents a percentage of officers. We then bill the airport that percentage for, say, pay and benefits.
Correct.
Right, for health insurance, X amount of family plans, single plans, whatever you have. So we do that. With equipment, we typically purchase equipment for the airport. We then bill them for that. Now, we have not done that with cameras or anything like that because, again, we have a preference at the moment for that to be owned by the town, if that makes sense. Some of these equipment pieces, the camera, the taser, that's something we want control over, not to be owned by the airport. Okay. So some of those decisions, I think, now, whether or not we agree with those decisions, I think in the past that's why it's been made, because it's like I don't want the airport to have a stake in ownership there. It's, we want that to be department equipment, town of Londonderry equipment, if that makes sense.
And I can understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense to me when it specifically says in there, and I know we brought this up last year when we were talking about cameras, all right? They're expensive. And I asked, why are they not paying for the cameras? I was told, all right, by the chief and by finance that that is all part of the fee that we collect, and they pay for that. That's not what the agreement says. So I think it needs to be looked at.
All right, I'll take over from here, gents. I have notes about what was said last year. I don't know if that was said by me verbatim or not, but I'll go back and double check. First off, the partnership is the key word here with the airport. It's a partnership with the airport. You can't forget that. It's a partnership. There's give and take in partnerships. Now, contract language is important. If we're going to talk break this stuff down, Councilor Bouchard, as you have outlined, I have all the costs of all these things. Am I going to bill the airport for a box of ammunition? No. I'm not going to bill them $40 for a box of ammo. I'm not going to bill them for a camera. The partnership works this way. We provide a service, and they also pay us for a service. We also get an administrative fee. We don't like to discuss this stuff, but I'll share some. So we get an admin fee every single year that the airport pays the town of Londonderry. That is far greater than billing them for a camera, a single taser, or 12 tasers, ammo, a handcuff, a shirt, a tie clip. If we start nickel and diming over all these small things, that's going to put a strain on the partnership. We've managed it this well for 20 years. That's what sets us apart from the prior law enforcement service that was there. I think the way we operate with the airport is proficient, it's strategic, it's done by design, and it's completely appropriate, in my opinion. On average, somewhere between 65 to 100,000 we received
The
back.
last 3 years, it's been 80,000 on average.
And
So-
this number here projects 90,000 on the full complement of officers.
So we do get something from them above and beyond what they pay us for.
May I ask a clarifying question, just building on what Councilor Bouchard asked?
Please.
With regard to the firearms, equipment, et cetera, are those used by officers only when they're on their airport shifts, or they're used year-round?
It's a good question, and the intent is that we don't, so Councilor Bouchard's, when we originally went under that contract, we were hiring 25 new police officers, so it was understandable that they would pay and outfit those officers. Now, we hire a Londonderry police officer that's capable of working both locations, but essentially is a Londonderry police officer.
Equipment that lives up there, for example, if I buy a rifle for the armory up there, that we bill the airport, and that stays there. But for example, my personal firearm here that I'm wearing now, that's purchased by the town, owned by the town. So if I get reassigned to services, I'm not leaving that there. It comes with me and it stays with me.
Got it.
So
Thank you.
to the contract language where it says may, there are times where we make the decision that, no, we want control over this equipment for the life of the equipment and not to leave that at the end.
Just to wrap this up, so at the end of the day, it's a net gain for us. We're not subsidizing the airport, right? Because we're using these officers for things off duty when they're assigned to the airport for other tasks, working overtime shifts, whatever it might be, or different assignments, and they rotate in and out of that.
Yes, sir.
So at the end of the day, it's a net positive, not a revenue negative for us, right?
Correct.
I think that's really what we're looking for an answer.
I think the important thing to emphasize in this airport partnership is that it doesn't necessarily have to be us. So it's not like they're forced to use us as an agency, and it's a beneficial thing for this town. So it's not like we get to dictate all terms of this agreement to only our benefit. It's got to be a partnership and give and take, because they could decide not to re-sign an agreement with us, and that wouldn't be good for us, and it honestly wouldn't be good for them. But that changes the tone of how we think about this relationship.
To Captain O'Donoghue's point as well, we would still bear the burden
Yes.
of responding to certain calls, whether we have this relationship or we do not have this relationship. So if we can get a net gain by having this relationship, it would be foolish not to keep it.
How much of the airport is actually in our jurisdiction? I thought it was like 92%.
Yeah,
something like
it's a little bit
that.
over 90%.
Wow.
At least the entire terminal, the entirety of the terminal is in our town.
Yeah, the only thing missing is the front door. That's what's
Well,
missing.
I often joke to the airport, I'm like, because when we talk costs and stuff like that, and I make fun of them, like, well, you built your airport in Londonderry, so the city decided to build
Not
it.
our fault.
Londonderry Municipal Airport.
Yeah, exactly. So I joke with the city all the time, like, hey, you built your airport here in Londonderry.
The only thing I want to make clear on this is that I'm not against the airport, all right? I'm in favor of the airport. I worked at the airport. I'm very familiar with the airport. I just think that somewhere along the line, things have changed. The town taxpayers were not informed of it. And that's what I'm getting at.
Like what? What were the public not informed?
I think when we were originally under this contract, all right, the taxpayers were told, no tax dollars are going to be used to put our officers up there, pay our officers up there, insurance or whatever. Everything was going to be paid by the airport. That's not the case. I don't see it as the case. I know that the health care, the insurance, all that is done. My concern is with their equipment.
So, again, I know we're going to circle back to this. When we took over the airport, we were all patrolmen when that happened. And we weren't involved in the negotiations, the bargaining chips, all that contractual language. We served a police function as patrol officers up there. What I believe you may be referring to, just assuming, is that when we took over the airport, it was going to be a massive undertaking of 20 cops, essentially, uniforms, guns, equipment. They front-loaded. They paid for all that stuff. So, in part to your question, I believe that was true. I don't think it was misleading. In the beginning, they paid for everything. And I think as years go on and the needs for them and us change, we work together in that partnership, as Councilor Faber mentioned. And I think this is why we've been there for 20 years, because we don't get into these things about a piece of equipment. This is a small ticket item. A gun is $600, laser, holster, things like that. Years ago, they were probably $200 or $300. Equipment change. Uniforms these days, I have the breakdown if anybody needs to know these things. These things are not cheap, but we get the benefit. You have the benefit. These cops are working for you. They're fully equipped for you to handle calls here. So I can look into that as negotiations come up. We will, obviously the command staff and the town manager, when we talk to the airport, we will look at some of this stuff. And we obviously will negotiate what we believe is the best deal for them and for us. And we have been reaping the benefits of this relationship more than them. So
I just want to clarify, Chief, that I'm not assuming this, all right? I sat there as a taxpayer The presentation was made that way. This contract has been renewed several times since then, so the language is still there.
Okay,
That's
thank
what
you
I'm
for bringing
pointing
it to our attention. I appreciate it.
So I just want to close this out just to reiterate once again that we don't subsidize the airport. There's a net gain for us, and that's the key thing. I think it's important to all our taxpayers. The message out there is that we're not subsidizing the Manchester Airport Authority. That it's a net gain for us in many respects. I want to be very clear about that piece so that folks understand that moving forward.
Mr. Town Manager, may I say something?
I believe so. You're a counselor.
Absolutely.
I work for you.
I never know the protocol. Whatever. I appreciate what's being said. My only thing is like we don't really. This is to benefit. Look at all the new people we have in town right now. They're unfamiliar with a lot of these things, and we don't get a normal update as to what goes on or what is or isn't there. So I think that the questions are legitimate and saying, and it's not saying, oh, you should get rid of it. It wasn't like that. It's more of clarity and understanding. And I understand that it's a partnership, and I understand we need to have that ambionic kind of relationship with them. But on the other hand, we also have to think about just making sure that everybody's educated and on the same page. So it's not like we're saying, oh, you got to, no, it's just to make sure everyone understands, so when they see things and when they vote on things, they truly understand what they're, just because you guys live there, right? You know it, you see it all the time. I don't live there. I'm not on the airport. I don't know what's going on up there. They're not recorded. I have no idea what goes on up there. So for us, or for me personally, this is great. I now understand better what is going on. So I just want you to understand that the line of questioning isn't like, no. The questioning was to have a better clarification of how it all works as one. And that's why I broached my question. And I think, to Dan's point, it's not to penalize anyone. It was done to make sure that we're doing things right and that we're all clear and we're all on the same page. We don't want to hurt that relationship up there by no means. And so that's kind of, I felt like a little tension and I had to say that, so there we go.
Council Paul, anytime you have any questions about the operational needs or contracts or things like that, by all means, reach out. We'll have a conversation and we'll give you the info. It's easy.
Here, it's recorded, people
Sure.
can watch it, it can be.
Any other
Absolutely.
questions about the
I
airport
just have
before we move on?
one last
Go ahead.
question, yes. If in the event that we uniforms, all that stuff, that we put them in the contract negotiations, is there a chance that they could say, cool, we'll pay for those uniforms, but those uniforms are only to be used when you're staffed at the airport, and now we have to buy a second uniform that we can use for town patrols, so there's not that, because it sounds kind of like pay to play, right? Like if we want that freedom to be able to use that uniform for the airport and general patrol, we're gonna need to,
So,
You know.
individual uniforms are typically purchased
Yeah.
by town.
Yeah, exactly.
For example, a high-vis raincoat, high-vis vests
Yep.
that I put in cars up there, those are purchased by the airport. They stay with the airport vehicle. It's no different than the rifle in the car up at the airport. That's purchased by the airport, it stays at the airport.
Yep.
Where I think we decide when we make decisions operationally is if I'm going to assign this particular equipment to this particular officer who's going to work in both,
Yep.
we tend to control it on the PD side because I want the PD to own it
Yes.
and govern it.
yeah.
So those are the decisions that are made, and they're case by case typically.
Yeah, so-
as it relates to equipment.
Yeah, so when we purchase it, now we get control over it rather than letting the airport take control over it. And
Yeah,
I think
we
that's a
retain
big
that when
difference.
the officer
Exactly.
leaves.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yep.
It's important to remember, let's just say that we're the Manchester Airport Authority, all of us. We're on the other side, we're negotiating this. It's like, why am I paying to subsidize
Yeah.
the town of Londonderry? I don't want to do that. If you're going to be wearing that uniform, using it for your own advantage in your community, then I shouldn't have to pay for the full cost of that. And then why am I paying this admin fee on top of that, which is offsetting that more than what the cost? So you have to look at it from both sides, because if I were working for them, I'd be making that argument like, I'm not going to pay for that. You guys, you the town of London, are getting advantage from that. I just need to be able to provide my services to the airport. I don't want to pay anything more. They are, but I don't want to pay anything more than that. So if you want to try to negotiate that, well, you're getting a lot of benefit out of this at the end of the day, and maybe we should be looking to somebody else to provide that service. I don't think we want to do that because that would have longer term impacts on us that we don't want to be.
Any other questions about the airport?
I have one more.
Go ahead, Dan.
On the dignitaries that we have coming up there, is that something the airport covers, or is that the town? covers
It's
that?
both. It's usually cost shared, so it really depends the nature of it. I also apply for and receive grants from the state, so a lot of it's grant supported. So really, there's three people paying for it. It's grant funded, it's airport funded, and then at times it's town funded,
Thank you.
depending on the scale, obviously.
Yep.
That's a big issue, though. You got elected officials, I don't care whether Republicans or Democrats, when different presidents come in here, local taxpayers usually get stuck with that bill. I've seen that experience firsthand in other places that I have worked. Not fair, it's just the right, and again, it's not whether you're a Republican, the present president, previous presidents, whether they be Democrat or Republican, same thing. Communities across the country tend to take it in the shorts in terms of police and fire protection costs. They're stuck with that. If they don't, even when they're running for office, the local communities end up paying for a lot of those security costs and those sorts of things. I would suggest not fair, it's just the reality of how it works.
Any other airport questions? All right, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So switching gears to Townside, we're going to be joined by your operations commander, Captain Alvin Betancourt. Three of the major areas that Alvin Betancourt, that's been with us for 19 years, is in charge of is our patrol, our detectives unit, and our school resource officers. Certainly one of the big things that we talk about is traffic and traffic congestion. So Captain Betancourt's your guy for that.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the slide we have up here. Starting off with calls for service, we go back a couple years when we were comparing the numbers. As of this morning, we're on pace for about 27, we're right now at 27,500, putting us on pace for about 100 calls a day by the end of the year, which comes out to about 33,000. So calls for service range from calls that come into the station or self-initiated calls, checking on a motor vehicle, a pedestrian walking the wrong way on the street, at night maybe, or motor vehicle stops.
Captain, is that
so
an
that's-
updated number? We're seeing 26,562.
Yeah, it's updated. I just checked this morning.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
27,000, about 27,500, just short.
Can we just talk about that's from July 1. So we're at the so if you look at these numbers, especially when we get down to vehicle stops, because traffic safety is really important, just remember that's only a small portion of the year. They're actually, if you look chronologically for this time of the year, they're actually way ahead of schedule. And these folks, in my view, have done a really good job of that. But he'll talk about that when he gets to that last item.
That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right.
Why is that?
Yeah.
You just said we're on track for 33,000 for the year.
For these,
Calendar year.
these were pulled as of January of this year, correct?
I believe that's the time frame that we
Yeah,
pulled.
so it's the calendar year.
Yeah, the calendar year.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're not fiscal.
Not
Okay.
fiscal.
Thank you.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yep.
So for incident reports, we're also on track for what we were last year, about 150 a month. By the end of the year, we should be around 1,800. Again, there's a lot that goes into those. Sometimes we get a couple days where we get a whole bunch, and a period where we don't get too many. So that also varies regularly as the year goes. But we're on pace for about what we were last year.
Can I just jump in on the incident reports? A lot of times, like when we're looking at an incident report and a call for service, sometimes people will call us to have an officer come to their house and talk about something that happened, maybe a mailbox smashing or found property. Sometimes these folks don't want to make a police report, they just wanted us to be aware. So there's a lot of those numbers that we don't capture when they just wanted to tell us, but we didn't have to take a report on it. So we don't inflate calls for service. We don't just make it look like that was a call for service. So there's a lot of that goes into calls for service, like a call number, that we just don't often take offense reports. Or sometimes when people call and they're thinking that a crime has occurred or a problem, and then we get there and we vet it and realize that there was none. So these are some of the things that people often ask us, but I just wanted to jump on that. Sorry.
This is also where the majority of your officer hours are spent between incident reports and arrest reports. So.
And specifically with offense reports, they've changed over time where officers spend more time for various reasons. You're looking at more detailed reports that are required now. They're data-driven, data-heavy. People want transparency, which is exactly what we all want. To be transparent, you have to have more information. So the old days of taking a call, writing a report, and submitting it, those are not the case. And we'll take a domestic violence call, for example. If there's an arrest involved, you have two officers respond to the call. an arrest is made. Now you have an officer stays with the victim, goes over a lap screen, which for every victim of domestic violence with a that is intimate partner related. You stay for that. That's at least a half hour. And then you're going back, you have another officer join the arresting officer in booking to assist, tied up for sometimes an hour or two. And then there's some follow-up afterwards. Sometimes the party that's arrested has to go back to the home to get some things, so you'll have a civil standby. There's a criminal bail protection order in place automatically in domestic violence arrests where they can't go back for 2 weeks unless there's a court order change. So there's a lot that goes into these calls that are a lot different now than they were even 20 years ago when I started. There's a lot of complexities that go into these calls that are a lot more time consuming today than they were when I started 19 years ago.
So can I get clarification on something here? The chief mentioned a mailbox call. So somebody calls in and says, I want to report my mailbox get damaged. That would go under calls for service?
And an incident report.
What's that?
It would be a call for service because it generates a call. An officer is responding to that residence.
Okay.
You have damage to a mailbox, that will generate an incident report as well because there's criminal mischief to a mailbox potentially.
Okay, so it could be counted twice, is what you're saying?
Not counted twice because an incident report is separate. That's a different way. An incident report should almost be looked like as an investigation report. It's another way of calling it. So a call for service is the phone rings or an officer initiates an activity. So that would be logged under that. Now it moves to an investigation that the officer is going to write a report. That's an incident report. So that's an OF, an investigation.
I think to answer your question, you can't have an incident report without having a call first.
Right, so you end up both.
You have to have a call to enter an incident report.
Gotcha. That's where I'm getting at.
Got it.
Thank you.
Accident reports, we are trending a little higher than previous 2 years. So we're looking at about 40 a month. So that puts us at about 440 by the end of, 480 by the end of the year. Mm-hmm. Again, that varies too. Weather gets involved once the end of the year comes. If we get a couple snowstorms like we did Halloween 10 years ago, where the town was falling apart, accidents everywhere. So that varies. And these are just reportable accidents, which we take, then are reported to the state. These don't count fender benders where state forms are given, which happen all the time as well. Arrests were trending right at about 650, which is the same as the last 2 years, so that hasn't changed much there. Overdoses also on par with where we've been the last couple of years. I'd like to see that trend down a little bit more, but that's just not happening as much as we'd like.
I will say, with being on the council in the 2017 to 2020 time period, those numbers were a lot worse at that time period, so I'm really glad to see those numbers drop as much as they have.
And the last part of that slide is motor vehicle stops. So these, it seems that it's trending down. We're actually on pace for about close to 10,000, but there's a lot that goes into this number. So a lot of this is proactive work. A lot of motor vehicle stops are proactive work where an officer doesn't have any calls to go to, sees an unsafe violation, and stops the vehicle. So when you have more calls for service, you obviously can't do as many car stops as you would if it's a quiet day. We've been at minimum staffing on every shift, day shift, afternoon shift, and midnight shift since the spring, which allows for less downtime. So when you have when you're at minimum staffing, you're looking at one officer covering the north, one officer covering the center of town, one officer covering the south end of town. If you have a call up north that requires 2 officers, that leaves just 1 officer and a sergeant, essentially, who might also be responding to that call, covering the town until those officers clear. So when those calls are happening, these stops are less likely to occur. Now, we've had times where we've gotten complaints from citizens, traffic safety committee concerns, and traffic studies where we know these are areas of concern, so we will assign officers to directed patrols to conduct motor vehicle stops and assess traffic in those situations. We've recently assigned a part-time officer, Officer Dye. You've probably all seen him out and about on the motorcycle the last 12 weeks, 10 weeks?
Yeah, 10 weeks.
So in 10 weeks, and he's been responding just to these complaints alone, sitting at Sunnycrest, where we've had complaints on High Range Road of, on people speeding right by the crosswalk. You've seen them out there. You've seen them on Mammoth Road by Max. You've seen them on 102. Anybody on their phone driving unsafely around them is probably going to get stopped. He's been in that role for 10 weeks, 300 stops just in that 10 weeks, and probably close to 100 summonses for unsafe driver behavior. We'd like to do more of that, and that's why he was brought on as even in a part-time role, just to assist with that. It helps us where we don't have that capability right now, minimum staffing. And a couple slides up from now, you're going to see where we're at with recruiting and trying to get our staff numbers back up. But in the meantime, this has been very, very helpful with regard to all our traffic concerns.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. The key fact, have you guys been stopped by him yet? The guy in the motorcycle, no. Okay, if you do, I cannot help you, trust me. He will not give you a break. So his enforcement efforts are noticed. Those of you who follow all these pages in the town, you follow the Facebook stuff. A couple weeks back, there was a resident on Chase Road who said, I don't know what's going on in town, but I see the motor cop on my road stopping everybody. So it does work when we can dedicate just to that. I'm not up here complaining about staffing. I'm not going to ask you for anything. I'm just telling you that this trial run that we're doing is working. It is working. So much like everything else, give us time. We'll figure it out, and you will be impressed with the results. If I could snap the fingers or use his cloudy crystal ball with a crack in it, I would. But I don't think he's going to share it with me anytime soon. But we will get, this traffic thing under control.
So, Chief, going back to last year when we wanted to have officers just on traffic, this is an effort in that direction.
Yes, and again, this is one of the things that other counselors have been talking about too, is, how do we fix it? And, if you're dedicating most of your patrol officers to reactive, responding to calls for service all the time, you don't have all that ability to do proactive. Proactive drives down your accidents, your crime, because they're out there seeing more car stops. Many, many years ago, when we all first started, for those of you who've lived here a long time, you wouldn't be able to go down 102 without seeing one car stop with 2 or 3 cruisers behind it. It was like that everywhere you went. Everyone from Hudson to Derry to Nashua knew you don't speed through Londonderry. You're going to get stopped. Well, as the calls for service increase and the town expands and traffic increases, our calls for service and demands, those things increase, taking time away from the patrol officers to be able to do that. So we are proud to say that when we took this part-time position and we revamped it, solely dedicated to going out there and hearing the concerns of the people, stopping the cars, giving us statistics, it's working. So we're proud of that. But, it's an ongoing effort, and I realize that every citizen who has made a complaint, who sees them go by their road, who hears people pull them aside, or the phone calls that you guys get from the residents that support you folks, it's the same thing. We're on it.
So, Captain, how long have we been at minimum staffing of 3?
On
patrol.
Let me clarify. So for midnights and day shift, 3 is the minimum required before we fill overtime. Afternoon shift, we go with 4 as the minimum. Since, I believe it was Officer Janess, no, it was before that. So it was right around the spring where we had a couple officers leave to go to other agencies in Massachusetts. And once that happened, we went from having 4 scheduled on day shift and midnight shift on every shift to 4 out of the 6 shifts in a rotation at minimum staffing. So we're going back to spring where we no longer had like we would call a cover officer.
I just seem that I'm just looking at it and going, we had 4 at one time, you said, for minimum staffing.
Just for afternoon shift.
Just for
staffing
afternoon
has
shift.
been the same since you worked for us, and this
That's what I'm getting at, okay? Yep. I just have a problem with that because our population in this community has grown. And we have not grown the people, the boots on the ground, the people that respond to the calls. And that's what I'm looking at. And I would like to see us try to work on doing better at getting more of our officers on the ground responding to the calls.
Yeah, and a few of those things are obviously employee-driven. We've had employees out for various reasons, to
Correct.
include injuries, to include, FMLA reasons for a critical incident that took place at the beginning of the year. So some of those things all affect the staffing that are unpredictable. So the minimums, again, so everybody's clear, the people that have just moved to town, that's mandatory. That's the minimum that we're gonna go. Most of the time, or a lot of the time, we are above that minimum, so.
And that is also one of the bigger complaints you hear from officers is the division commander, when I walk in, they'll make a comment to me about having only 3 again. And unfortunately, that's where we're at with the numbers now. And we've got, you'll see in a couple slides coming up, our recruitment efforts, and hopefully the amount of people we have joining us within the next 3 to 6 months will help. But in the meantime, this is what we have, and we'll do what we can. But we also don't want to be offering up overtime shifts and taking our budget and unbalancing it and also doing that. So we want to be fiscally responsible as well. So obviously there are events like last night where we'll hire an extra officer. We know it's Halloween. We know that there's an issue potentially. So we'll maybe hire an extra if we need it.
I just think that, having more boots on the ground, as I call them, is important, because I've been gone 19 years. And in 19 years, they're still at the same minimum staffing that when I left. And we have added a lot more complexes in the community, apartment complexes, more calls for service. I see it. I see where you guys are going for calls because of these developments. So I'm looking at it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up. We're going to talk about all that stuff towards the end too. Give you some insight.
I have a quick question. So this is 2 years plus, a year in progress. Nonetheless, with the one exception that's going up a little this year, what I'm seeing here is either a steady or downtrend, even as the population has grown. So, for example, calls for service are down 23 to 24, incident reports and so on. Out of curiosity, to what do you attribute that while our population is growing, these various statistics are flat to downish, which is good news?
There can be various factors that go into that. So officers handling incident calls, taking a little bit longer, having those calls for service, then you're not getting proactive. So your trend of motor vehicle might be down. So now those would go into your calls of service as well. So you would see, not an inflated number, but you'd see an increased number on those, because every time an officer is out there being proactive, he's creating a call for service. Mm-hmm. So that's where that number increases. So the call for service number isn't the ultimate number that we're looking at. We want to see our trends, our analytical trends, on how are we doing with reducing overdose deaths? How are we doing on our motor vehicle and changing driver behavior? How are we doing on, our arrest number? And are we closing our incident reports? Are we getting, if somebody is a victim of fraud, are we getting an arrest? Are we trying to get them some type of justice in regards to that? So I wouldn't use the calls for service as necessarily your basis, because again, that can be affected by proactive policing.
Okay. Yeah, I was mostly wondering why it looks like good news across the board to me for the most part.
Yeah.
So, great job.
So, do you want to go?
No.
Okay.
Good, Deb.
Okay. I just want to say, where I live, and in the last year, I have not heard more fire and police from where I live. So obviously you're doing a lot more, because I hear and I would have never known. How's this? I hear more now than I did then, and it seems like you're down, and so I guess you're working a heck of a lot harder. So thank you for doing that, because I think it's working, as to what Patrick was just saying. Yep. The numbers, and I mean, not that I want to hear the sirens all day, but I'm happy that it's making a cause and effect sort of thing. The one thing I would love to see, as one counselor up here, is more education programs for the younger kids. I'm not talking high school. I'm actually talking middle school to 6th grade, maybe 5th grade, for drug awareness, and that's something I think that the police should look into. I'm sure there are programs out there that we could adopt, and I think that would help that drug number a little bit if we can catch them before they even start. anyway, that was all. So good job to you guys, because you're doing better numbers.
Thank you.
That's the goal, Counselor. That's the goal. As Ted mentioned earlier about your prior session on the town council, we were looking at overdose numbers in that range from 2015 to 54, and then in 2018, roughly 56. And all these things, we talk about this, right? I mean, we want to drive those down. We want to drive accidents down. We want to increase motor vehicle stops, but also those things are going to increase arrests too. The more cars you stop, the more crimes you may come across. So it is an ebb and flow, and thank you for recognizing that. But, all right.
There's another question down here?
No.
No? Okay.
All right.
Good, sir.
We're going to keep on rolling.
Hey.
So next we're going to be joined by Captain Jason Tufel. He's been with the department 19 years. He's in charge of our professional standards division and our legal division. He also oversees our CALIA accreditation, of which we're doing extremely well in. And he also oversees our prosecution team. He's also going to touch base on some officer recruiting and our staff numbers. Good morning. Again, I'm Jason Tufel. So if we look at this slide in the presentation, we're looking on the left side is basically what our numbers are for each rank as we go through. And so that's just a graphic to show where our manpower is spread across the department, and each has their own designated roles and responsibilities as such. And on the right, we have just a short metric here about last year and this year regarding where our staffing began at the top and then where it kind of ended at the end of the year and why. So 2024, we started at 59. We had 1 resignation and then 4 certified hires, where we ended the year at 62. This year, at 62, we had 1 retirement. We had 1 resignation for a certified that failed field training, and then 2 that went to another state. But then we also gained 2 certified hires, so that put us at 60. And we are currently budgeted for 68. This slide shows the graphic of one of my main functions with our recruitment team is, first off, I'll say, it's no surprise that in New Hampshire and across the nation we face a significant shortage in qualified individuals to step forward and be police officers. Nonetheless, in our state, we have a very high positive reputation. We have, in 2024 through 25, the beginning of 25, we've focused our efforts on lateral or certified officers to apply here. And really it's been based on reputation. We have a stellar reputation amongst the state and the law enforcement, and our ambassadors for recruitment has been in large part our officers. They've brought people that they went to the academy with, word of mouth, hey, so-and-so, what's it like over there? And in all of the oral boards that I've sat in, nothing negative has been brought about the town of Londonderry and the Londonderry Police Department. So we are very fortunate that we can take from a highly competitive pool that's already small in New Hampshire and bring them over here because we do have a higher standard. And that standard also comes with the amount of training that officers receive here, on average between 40 and 60 hours, which is well above the 24-hour state mandate. What comes down to the equipment, the town, when they come through, it usually is a phone call or an email. And then we bring them in and we give them a tour and we walk around and we answer all of their questions. And, really it's just been, people have felt like they're part of a family. They feel the environment. They see the officers in the station where they go on ride-alongs. And then they make that decision that they want to apply here, and then we do everything we can to get them through the process. But what you'll see here on this is these funnels, as all the applicants, if we go from last year and this year, how they kind of dwindle down. And that's just based on, let me back up. The candidates that do come certified, they come from other agencies that may not receive the same type of training they do here. So we can't always just assume that because they're certified that they're going to meet the level that we expect here. So from 16 last year, certified or lateral transfers that are already officers, half of them passed the actual testing.
and background. Some through background decided to withdraw from the process, and they decided they would just like to stay where they're at. And then we had one fail field training with a total of 5. This past fall or September hiring process with 5 laterals, 5 conditionals were given to all of them, and that again includes an oral board panel of 3 separate officers, then to a command staff interview, and then the conditionals. And in the background, it usually takes 1 to 2 months, on average about 2 months. We have now, it's changed as of yesterday, 4 certifieds in our background, on top of our non-certified, which I think is a striking number here of 40 applicants. 15 didn't even show up to testing. When I got hired here in 2006, I was at the high school, and the line wrapped around the building. It was unbelievable. And now we have, people in just this day and age who will go on and they'll go through the process to apply here, but they don't show up for testing, and maybe it's just for various reasons. There's a lot of other agencies that are hiring at the same time, and they just decide to go elsewhere. But regardless, as it moves down through our process, we have from 40 down to 1 that's most likely going to be making it through to the academy in January.
I just want to say that I think it's sad only 40 people would apply for this kind of work. I mean, it's great, gratifying, satisfying. You help the community. When I started back in 1979, I mean, you had over a couple hundred people applying for one position that you had to compete with. The one thing I would ask the town manager, because I'm looking at this not only from on the police side, but all of them. We have resignations. Are we doing, and is there any way we can, as a council, can get feedback on exit interviews? Why is somebody leaving? And I'm not asking for the person's name. I'm just looking for some kind of information back and saying, well, they left because the pay wasn't the greatest or our benefits weren't the greatest. Because as one counselor, I'm looking at this and how do we keep people? Why did we lose these people? All right. When I was working here, we didn't lose people. People stayed till the end. And I know things have changed, but I would just like to know what can we do to retain it? Because we talk about benefits all the time. We talk about pay. Maybe that's not why they're leaving. Maybe because life has changed for them, and their spouse has gotten a job somewhere else. Okay, that's great. Now we have to fill that position, but it'd be interesting to know why.
Monday night, we'll be talking about the HR budget. That'll answer that question.
All right, thank you.
Ultimately, as well as you see as this funnels down, our objective is not simply to just fill positions. We want to build a sustainable and professional workforce that reflects, our hiring standards, and that's partly the reason why people are drawn to our department, and that we do attract highly qualified, experienced, seasoned officers to come here, bring their skill sets and their certifications that they obtain from other agencies, and then, my goal is to put them in those positions where they, do their time on the road initially, but then they get to use that skill set to benefit the town and the agency. And also with lateral certifieds, they come at a much cheaper cost, roughly about $100,000 cheaper, and a shorter time frame to get them on the road, which will be now our next slide.
Captain, real quick, our testing, is it any different from another community's testing? Because I see, 40 applied and only 14 actually passed the testing.
It's very standard testing, so it's you show up and it's a written test and then a physical fitness test right after, which that is a very standard testing process. Are you finding more people are not passing the physical fitness or the written? It's usually the written right off the bat.
Okay.
And that's a test that we receive from a company that mails those tests to us. So it's not something that we make. It's from a company that designs those tests, and they're not extremely difficult.
Would you say they're more around the legal end? Are they mathematical? Are they
It's the whole gambit. You just have to get a 70% or greater. It's for the most
general
part.
knowledge
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
It's spelling stuff. It's scenario examples. There's a memory portion included in there. If you ever want to take it for practice, we'll give it to you. If you pass 10, maybe we'll hire you.
Hey, there we go.
But again, these things do waiver. Some agencies don't have the ability to do the entire process to the extent that we do. Okay, I've said it before. We're not going to waive standards. We're not going to lower our standards.
No.
We're an A+ organization for a reason, by design. Other organizations are so desperate, they're in the D level, and they don't care how they get people because their select board or council, whomever, is harping on them to fill spots. So they just take people. And that's where the problem's
commenting upon how, I guess,
yeah,
if it's a supposed, an okay test to take, how sad it is that people are not.
Well, I think as Councilor Bouchard alluded a few moments ago, and we talked about, a lot of things have changed in police work in 30 years, 20 years. When people leave, some young men and women who get in this profession, they're like, oh gosh, now I gotta do 25 years? Where we had to do it, but we're in it, it was 20. Age 45, 20 years, 45, you're done, you walk away, you get a pension. It's not like that anymore. So when people look at that, they're young, they're starting families, the money's good, it's not great, but they look at that trajectory like, oh my gosh, I got to be doing this for 25 years to get something in the end, and the pension's not what it used to be. It's not as good. So that's why people are leaving. They're finding other opportunities to make a lot more money, and they don't have to wear a camera, they don't have to wear a vest, they don't have to have a gun, they don't have to work midnights, they don't have to miss their kids' lacrosse tournament or a dance recital. There's a combination of all these things that go into it. But, we as an organization, as a command staff, are proud, as we've always said up here, time and time again. People come here because it's a destination. I don't care what anybody tells you. It's true. We interview cops on a monthly basis. The horror stories that we hear where we interview them about their leadership or lack thereof, or their command staff, or the community not supporting them, or the pay, or all these things, when they leave, we always look at each other and go, wow. Doesn't surprise us anymore, but it still goes on. And we are that moth to the flame. Like, we really are. And we're going to talk about some of that coming up.
So this slide talks about what is our best case scenario and how long does it realistically take to hire somebody and then get them out solo on the road. And as I said before, with a lateral certified officer, it's cheaper, but it's also shorter. So we do typically a 2-week in-house academy, and these dates reflect our current hiring process. So in 2 weeks from now, the in-house academy will start for hopefully 4 certifieds. And then they'll get the field training. That's 12 weeks, give or take. Sometimes we have officers that come with extensive experience, FTOs themselves at their agencies, and they only take about 10 weeks. We can shorten that based on experience and how they are going through each phase with our FTOs. Following that, we're hopefully to get the laterals solo by February. And then we look at our non-certified, our officers have not gone to the academy yet. They won't start, or this individual won't start until December. 2-week in-house, followed by then 16 weeks at the police academy, field training, and now we're looking at July. We are anticipating another non-certified hiring process in January, and then that would be for the May Academy, and now we're looking at the end of the year for additionals. All in all, while we are at 60 right now sworn out of 68, we have 5 conditionals, or those that are most likely, they're at the tail end of their backgrounds, are going to pass. Now it brings us to 65. Our goal in January is to fill those 3 remaining spots with non-certifieds. Although we still get certifieds trickle in, in the last 2.5, 3 years, every time I've received an application from a certified, we get them through the process, and then as soon as they're done, it's like clockwork. Another one just randomly applies, and then another one applies, and then another one applies. So we, again, have been fortunate in that effort. But ultimately, we're committed to reaching our authorized strength. I think we can do it, and, we're going to require a little bit more time and diligence, but we're trying to attract the best of the best.
On your non-certifieds, are you still doing contracts that if we send them to the academy, they have to stay X amount of time so we can recoup that?
We've
No
never
contracts. Never had a contract.
You don't do that?
I think we've only lost, Zach, maybe
Let's
maybe 3 recently over the years.
3 that you put through the academy
Yeah,
that have gone
yeah.
somewhere else?
Right. 2 of
Or
them went
got
to
out of police
Massachusetts,
work,
but-
or?
Go again?
Did they go out of police work, or
No,
just
2
go
of them went to
somewhere?
Massachusetts, and then we actually had.
So two, like
the other
two went to
kid-
Massachusetts. One because he lived in Massachusetts. His family is in Massachusetts. It just made more sense, for his family. And then another one, young officer wanted to go work in a bigger city, and it was more pay based on his education, incentives, and whatnot. It's just because it's Massachusetts, it's bigger. It just worked out better for him. And then another one, like I said, did not pass our field training.
He did get picked up at another agency, so they reaped our benefit. But we again, much like our airport, we get the brunt of the certifieds coming here. So I don't want to say it washes out, but we've done historically pretty good when we have to get non-certifieds. Anybody have any questions on the timeframes for this stuff?
Any other
So-
questions? All right, go on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So now for the fun stuff. That was all informational. It took some time, and I apologize, but it's good to be thorough. And now we're going to get into how we are, where we're at. So we talked about, as the town manager opened up with, about being in default for so long. Why haven't we filled up for so long? Why don't we just fill up and get to that number? Because if we did, we would have been in trouble back in 2012. We would have been in trouble in 13, 14, and so on. So when we look at some of these numbers in front of you, when I took over 4 years ago, this is my 4th time presenting to you folks, I was down 10 cops, and it had about 5 or 6 budget lines that were not funded appropriately at all for years. No fault of anybody up here. That was the direction that we were given. That's the default that we stuck in, and that's what we had to follow. The concerns that I heard from sitting in these meetings, from town council meetings, the budget hearings, and so on, was why don't we hire up? So I met with the finance director and his staff upon my appointment, and we got a plan together. Our plan was, okay, how do we fix these lines and present them? How do we get to be able to get that 68 cop so we can be above minimum staffing? Because the citizens deserve that. And how do we get there? Well, we got to look at the budget, and we got to break down the lines that are not funded. So what I did here was just present to you folks some basic areas here. We talked about a certified cop costing about $100,000. The reality is, one individual officer, if we hire a 3-year certified cop, the cost is about $114,000. Insurance is about $47,000. We look at the training, the equipment, the retirement, the Medicare. All in all, it's about $207,000 for one police officer. One. Now, when we don't hire 4 or 5 police officers over the years, you start looking at these numbers and you know why we couldn't and why we shouldn't have. Because had we filled up, it would have been grossly inappropriate. It would have been neglectful, whatever term you want to use, that we didn't manage it right. So what we did was we looked at what we were budgeted for, the red circles and those lines we want to talk about. When we first took over this as a command staff, we were given $18,000 a year to manage 2 buildings, the police department, where many of you have been through, and the building out back. We were spending about $100. So we'll keep it really easy. That's one cop I couldn't hire. So now we're down to 67. Go down to the next one, management services. We were budgeted $55,000. We were spending $100 or more. There's 2 cops we couldn't hire. We jump all the way down to training and benefits. We're a large PD. We were given $40,000 to maintain a staff of about 90. Not enough to do that. That's another cop we couldn't hire. Then you go down to support, which is the vehicle maintenance line there. We were given $4,000 a year to maintain a fleet of about 28 vehicles. And when I first took over, I did the math, and oil changes already put us over by $1,000. And we didn't even start. So we had problems being fiscally responsible, being department heads. We worked with the current town manager at the time, the budget committee, town council, and the finance director. And we said, okay, how are we going to fix this? If we do it all at once, the residents are going to be shocked. Oh my gosh, the PD's going to go up $1 million. That's crazy. We knew we had to take a proactive, logical approach to get there with time. The easier way that we thought about it was that Justin and I said, well, if we break this down 3 to 5 year window, what can we accomplish? So we said, we'll take 1 or 2 of the high importance ones, the most important ones to fully function right away. We worked together. He and his staff gave me direction. We increased building. That was year 1 that I took over. We increased the fleet. That was huge. Those are 2 big lines that we were able to adjust, again, because of 10, 11, 12 years, they were not. So, with the support from the budget committee, the council, we were able to pass these things over the last several years. Last year, as you folks know, was the first year that we've been above default, which was amazing. It's really good. And when you think about that, that was 12 years in the making. There was cuts, 2.5% reduction several years back, and in the early, the 2010-11 timeframe was when the town was looking at, I believe it was like a 10% cut all across the board. So you think about that, we cut all those things, and they stayed flat. Everything else went up around us, but we couldn't adjust lines. So then what do? We break it down, we work with finance, we be reasonable, we be prudent, and we were able to fix these things to the point where we came in last year. And I believe this year, I believe that we are where we need to be. This did take time. Is it perfect? Not yet. I think it's really good for where we're going. So as you can see, as I talked about them, here's a breakdown of some of the lines in more detail, and you guys have all had this for about a week or longer. They are important to see because when people wonder why we couldn't hire cops, again, we say this every single year. We didn't have the ability to do that. But you folks have worked with us graciously, and you guys have given us the opportunity to fix this stuff. Again, no fault of ours, no fault of yours, no fault of the citizen. This is how it was. So, when we talk about where we're at now, this is the proposed budget that the finance director and I have worked and talked about. We're looking at 12.3 million, and it should be no surprise that 80% of this, 81% of this is all staff. I mean, we have a large police department. We, as the town manager alluded, the 9th largest in the state. You're not going to have small staff. You're going to have larger staff. Mm-hmm. And again, we've heard this years after years here. We're in the people business. We provide a service to the people, and that comes with a cost. It's not free. You look at the contracts, you get the overtime, and you have these, the things that we outline all the time. We have the ones that are non-discretionary spending. I'll share with you folks, for example, we talk about it year after year. We spend on average $5,400 to $6,000 for electric. Now, we have made improvements at the police department to try to minimize that. We've changed ceiling panels to be more, I don't want to say weatherproof, but more insulated. We've changed lighting to LED. We have timers on the room, so when people walk out, they shut off. We close doors during the winter and the summer months, so it keeps the AC down. So we take proactive measures to try to keep these things down year in and year out. A lot of these things that you're going to see that continue to go up are contractual services. As you guys all know, your home budgets aren't any different. Every time you turn around, PSNH is increasing, so are we. Your utility bill, your gas, your water, your Wi-Fi, your car insurance, same thing here. So every year we look at these things and we try to get the best projection from our department leaders in the police department, our IT professionals. What are these contracts going to look like coming up? And to say that we beat up our contractors is an understatement. We always joke with them the phrase sharpen your pencil. We always tell them that we have hard critics. People look at this stuff and we ask them to do better. It's a competitive market. And if you folks want the best services, sometimes these things do cost more than we like to see. But this is the cost breakdown. And I'm no math guy like Mr. Campo, but I'd be willing to bet you if we adjusted these lines 3 or 4 years ago, that would have been the budget back then. So I think we've done really well, right, doing more with less, standing pat than most. And I'm not saying most as in the town government. I'm saying most in general with other towns and communities, police departments, et cetera. So I think we're well on our way this year. What I'm asking for this year is nothing. I'm asking that you folks continue to do what you have done, and that is hear out the department heads, ask the questions that you find appropriate, realize that, as I've said the last 3 years, if I come to you with something, it's because I probably really need it. I've asked you folks in year 1 to fix my lines. In year 2, I've asked you folks to support the police department's second attorney. You did that too. In year 3, I've asked you folks to help us right-side some more lines, and you all did that. Last year, I've asked for body-worn cameras and tasers, and you sir, you were spot on with your research and stuff. And this is what we're talking about. This is how we move forward with the knowledge that we're bringing forward to you. If we're coming to you in this setting, it's because we need to do it. And right now, I'm asking you to support us moving forward with this. I really believe that I've spoke to several people already up here, and I don't need anything. I think we're good. I think, there's some lines that we overspent 3, 4, 6, 8 grand, things like that. That is minimal. It's not a need right now. We're going to manage it. We're going to watch it. We're going to look for some other trends coming up. And obviously, the recruitment is important to constantly talk about, because when we talk about the cost breakdown of these things, there's certain things we just can't cut. I'm not cutting police officers. I'm not going to cut services. I'm not going to tell you I'm pulling SROs out of the school. I'm not going to tell you I'm running only 2 patrol officers in town. I hate talking about how many cops we have in town, because there's a lot of criminals that pay attention to these things, and I hate advertising. If you want to commit a crime on Thursday night, there's only 2 patrolmen and a sergeant out there. We just don't want to do those things. Yeah. So what we want to do is be financially responsible, hear your concerns, you hear ours, and this is a result of that. And while it didn't take 5 years, Justin, we got it done in 3. So I thank you too, because I know at times we ask a lot of you, and it's important to have your feedback. Over the years, we've adjusted some things back and forth, and this is why I believe this is probably one of the most accurate budgets we presented in 4 years. I'm just looking for your support to move forward. So thank you for the last 3 years. I appreciate it.
Any questions for the chief?
I guess.
Right. You want to start?
So
Pat?
just for the increases from the 26 to 27, what percentage of the increase is just due to contractual obligations?
All of it.
All of it. Perfect.
I was going to say, it might sound like a smart answer. I was going to say all of it, but
That's phenomenal.
yeah. So I think we're really good. I know you and I have talked a couple of weeks back, Joe, and we constantly, as the town manager said, he's already looking at the next budget. We started this months ago. We didn't just wait until September 1st to start trying to figure it out. We just don't operate that way. It's not in our DNA. As I told you, we've been brainwashed at a young age to get this stuff right.
Yeah.
And I look at it, and I'm proud of it. And obviously, $12.3 million is not it's not chump change. It's a lot of money.
Right.
But you look at what we have, what we provide, the costs that are increasing. I think we've done really good. And I'll say it again, as you know too, Sean. The default, that's great, but at times it hurts us. And now we play catch up. We got there. So I think we're just gonna keep the ship sailing and cross our fingers. And next year, if I come back here and I say I need something, I probably do, or it could be a reduction somewhere. So we're gonna roll with it.
And that's really good to hear, because like you said, past several years between you and the finance department, getting these lines right size. I'm glad that you're at that point, and it's just a testament to the hard work that you and your team, Justin, have put into getting it to a point where the increases are just to contractual obligations. That's a phenomenal place to be.
Contractual and federal mandate, which same idea.
Right.
Right. And some of those things that we talked about before, right? When about 4 years back, we came here and we said to you folks that the mandated training hours were going to increase across the board, mandated by the state for cops to have above and beyond 24 hours of additional training. Back in the day, it was defensive tactics and shooting qualifications, and that was pretty much it. Now it's not like that. There's so much more that's mandated of us to do, and we don't want to be the agency that does the bare minimum. We set the standards, what we do. And when we talk about some of these training costs, and I mentioned a couple of counselors in the past, one training class to send an officer to for a week, just to sign up and register, is about $795 for our course these days. So when you think about the cost breakdown, that officer is going to learn something. You have to fill the street because they're away. You got to pay for the class. These things do take time and money. But, you know, as you folks have seen that spreadsheet and Justin has talked about it, I think we got it really good.
Chief, can you just talk about when Dan and I were police officers, who provided the training and how much did you have to pay from PSTC for those training courses?
That was a long time ago back.
You said 1979. I was
Were you born then?
born in 74, but yeah, you were already a flat foot doing the job.
Those were free, though. They were provided by Police Standards and Training Council, right?
And nothing is free anymore.
Right, so we have to pay now, we have to contract out the amount of training that Police Standards and Training Council used to offer in-service training, and there was no cost to that training. Now that the dynamic has changed based on the state budget, because now that was based on penalty assessment money. It had its own fund, and now it's out of the general fund. So now that's passed down to communities. They have to pay for the training now, which they didn't have to do back in those days when you were a young patrolman, because I remember those days.
Yes, I
didn't
was.
have a beard back then either.
I couldn't grow one, I don't think.
No, probably not. Right, you were that young, yeah. But now that dynamic has changed, and that's a huge amount of money when you think about that, what that cost is. That has been shifted now back to municipalities, which was once paid for by the state, and it was actually paid for by criminals when they paid their fines. There was a penalty assessment on that fine. So I remember the judge in Hooksett District Court used to say, the fine is X amount of dollars, and then there's this penalty assessment. You know where that goes? That goes to the police officers who arrested you in the first place, so you're helping to pay for that, just so you know.
Yep.
Make your check payable to the state of New Hampshire around the corner.
Judge LaPointe.
Judge LaPointe used to do that, yes.
Any other questions for the chief? Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, great job to all the chiefs and deputy chiefs and such. Thank you very much. I have one question because, you know, looking a little bit more at the management services line item this year at the various departments, in the police department's case, it went up to 242,310 on management services, and you highlighted that. So I'm just curious, could you just explain what is that for, and why did it go up so much?
Absolutely. Great question. And I must admit, I'm kind of embarrassed that I didn't talk about that because I brought our IT manager with us, and all this falls under his. So, Tom Boy, you mind to come up here if you don't mind, please, sir? I think Tom's been with the town for how long?
18 years.
18 years. He's been with the town of Londonderry. And Tom oversees all of our management stuff, as you're alluding to.
Awesome.
Management services, that falls under all of our contractual agreements with all of our software and all of those vendors. A lot of those are multi-year, so they don't have much of an increase. Some of them aren't multi-year, they're year-to-year or smaller contracts. Typically, traditional old type of software, you'd see a 3 to 5% increase each year. Now with cloud services, we'll see anywhere from 5 to 10%, and sometimes even beyond that. So that's where that number comes from, all of those contracts.
So if we could just dig into that just a little bit.
Yep.
If we look at, you know, prior to, I think, FY25, so if I look at the presentation we were provided, page 148, the management services line item there in IT was, you know, in 2023, 55K was budgeted, although 86 was actual. 2024 actual was 105, and then 2025 actual, we more than doubled that up to 242, right? So I'm just curious. I mean, I know things go up in price, but what drove that sharp increase?
I think we're looking at where those lines were really underfunded. Because I have 24, I have 171, 246. 25, I have 196, 600. And in 26, I have 242, and then 27 again, 242.
Oh, yeah, you're including the telephone services. Yeah, I was just looking at management services.
So we combined all those into management services for just the police department. The reason you also see a giant increase is they would have been charged to somewhere in the administrative division and support division. So when we finally were able to grasp the IT division within the police department, we moved them there so they had a solidified home rather than being spread out and coded to whoever got the invoice, their department.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, then let me make sure. This isn't necessarily an overall spending increase, it's a reallocation between budget line items?
It's a mixture of both.
Okay.
So I don't want to mislead you because there is the increase from the 5 to 10%, but if you look in 26 to 27, it's actually the same amount because of what we're requesting and everything else. But if you look from 23 to 24, you'll see an increase, and it's a reallocation as well as the contractual obligations.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you very
Actually,
much.
that was a good question, because that was something that was brought up, I believe, 2 budget cycles ago. I don't remember who in the budget committee was asking back
I
then.
believe it was Ryan.
It probably was. You know what? It's always you, sir. It's always you. So
I'm trying to single you out. I just remember giving you the paper afterwards.
yeah. So again, this was one of the recommendations that we heard. You know, why is this here? Why not over here? So that was something else that the finance director and his team took upon after those recommendations were made to start shifting things over. So I didn't have much say in it, believe me. He said, Kim, I'm sliding this over. I said, no problem. You're in charge. And that's what we did. So thanks for noticing that. I had it written down, but you beat me to it.
No, I just noticed it. But, I mean, you did highlight it, so,
Yeah.
I mean, you did get that.
Any other questions for the chief?
Yes.
Go ahead. I saw Deb first, though.
Okay.
Mine's not really a question. Well, it is, but I was just sitting here and the fire thing is next, and I know that they're doing that intern program.
Yep.
Are you guys gonna look at doing that?
So I know where you're.
I'm sorry.
No,
I just
please.
think it's a great
no,
thing.
don't
and
be
I
sorry.
just,
So we're two
I
different.
should have asked back
That's
when
okay.
you were in
We're
employment.
two different dogs, right?
No, I understand.
Yep. And we have an age requirement of 21. So obviously, by the time we had a high school, we have an Explorers program. We don't have like a senior modified Explorer program, but we
Is
we
there
do.
one?
You can help out.
Tell me.
we're-
That's all
we're-
somebody has to do is
Right.
ask.
We're
Go
not
ahead.
doing RAD though, because you and I aren't fighting ever again. So we're not doing the RAD program years
Oh,
ago
my
with
RAD
you and
program.
I. You know, yeah.
Well, I'm old now. So,
So we do have similar programs, but we can't recruit at 18 like that. You know, we have the Explorers program. We've hired someone through our Explorers program. In a couple of weeks, you're going to see me bring in a young man that's been a police explorer for many years. We're hiring him as a dispatcher. So, you know, for cops, you could be 21. I believe fire service is 18. Don't hold me to it, but I think you could be a fireman at 18. So,
Chief is saying yes.
I think so. Did someone say
yes?
yes?
Yes.
Yes. So,
I was just curious because I
yeah.
think it's a great program to.
yeah, and again, this is what happens, right? You got to be creative, you got to be competitive, and they're taking that approach because it's going to work for them. I don't necessarily think it would work for us, for police, because we can't hire an 18-year-old. Maybe for
No, I
dispatch we
understand.
could, but no, it's a great question. We do the Explorers program, obviously the SROs and the community events that we have and we host, and the tours that we give, the ride-along programs that we do. Those things all generate inquiries and the younger generation of cops looking to come over.
Well, then you have the other end of it, right? You have the alert, which are the older.
We have the
people
alert program.
That, I
Yep.
mean,
Yep.
do you guys do anything
We work
to
the-
expand more together with that? Like maybe you can. Some of them aren't so old that they
Right.
could still.
Hey, if
I don't know.
If
I'm
anybody's
just
interested in becoming a police officer in the town of Londonderry, all
What
they
is
gotta
the
do
age
is
requirement?
you got to be at least 21.
Well, how old?
You don't care.
It's a field test.
So
and they
listen,
have a
at the
problem
next
with.
at the next testing, I'm going to see you there. You're in. You're both in.
I think the physical fitness.
And we're gonna bust Dan out of retirement.
I don't know.
Hey.
I can still deadlift 100.
Dan, you had a question?
Yeah, I got a few of them. On officer staffing, I don't see our part-time officers listed there.
Yeah, there's 3.
There's 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about cruisers.
Cruisers.
Vehicles,
Yeah.
period, all across the board.
Yeah.
So, what do you do as far as getting prices for oil changes? And, you know, I know we have cruisers that are under warranty,
Yep.
and they'll go to the
Yep.
dealership. After that, are we looking at garages in town and getting prices, competitive bids for oil changes and all that?
Yes, we do that for tires as well. The basic general maintenance, we go to Londonderry Ford. Again, not loving to advertise or brag, but they take better care of us than anybody outside would. We do go to Nashua for tires, to a company in Nashua, because even Ford of Londonderry cannot compete with the price that we get from them. So we go through tires for there. Other things like windshield washer fluid, wipers, flares, we buy that stuff at the local, part stores and things like that. We buy them in bulk, etc. So we do shop that stuff around quite a bit. Many years ago, it was all done in town. But then again, as you had just alluded, we got to find ways to save money. And when we had the $4,000 budget, we had no choice. Like, we had to really, it sounds terrible, but we were picking and choosing tires off of cars that we were going to get rid of to take the ones that had the better tread to keep them on the cars that we were going to, this is what we had to do. So we'd still continue to do that. I guess you want to say best price. Okay. Do that. Yep.
Can we get a breakdown of all the vehicles we have in the PD? I get asked all the time.
How many?
Why do we have so many
Sure.
vehicles?
Sure.
Why are they, just sitting there?
Yeah. Well,
So if we can get a breakdown on vehicles, and
That's
I know
not a
that
problem.
they get rotated different ways, if we can get an explanation on that for the public and
Easy
for the
enough.
budget committee. Because I know you use them patrol for X amount of time, and then what happens to them, and then, they get used in detectives or, so.
Yep, we have a lot of cars, and there are times when they do sit out back when shifts are away.
I understand that.
Yeah, as you know, a lot of these cars, we can bring you back the whole thing. Well, as you folks know, a lot of the cars are run 24/7, different shifts. So some are on days, and they take a rest. Some are on afternoons, and they rest, or some are on mids. So our fleet maintenance guy manages the fleet by mileage, X amount of times per year. We take certain cars that are starting to increase in mileage, we pull those and we assign them to details, or we'll stick them with an SRO. And so we try to keep the mileage even, so when we go to turn them back in, we don't have 10 cars that are 100K, and it's more of a level playing field. We get a better return. But to your question, absolutely, we can come back with questions to the vehicles and all that.
And
Absolutely.
one other thing is, you have one, fire department has 3 of them. They have trucks with plows on them. I'd like to know, what are they being used for? Because if we're contracting plowing here and plowing at the fire station, I know how expensive plows are, and to have plows just sitting there.
Sure. Yeah, we have one, you're correct, and we use it to do the cleanup, and we do the PD or the range,
right?
Stuff like that.
Yeah, so I can get an explanation on that. Thank
Easy.
you.
Any other questions for the chief?
I'd just like to say, this is a great time of year to show, because we've got a top police department, but this is one of the factors that shows that not only do we have a top police department in other aspects, but we have a top police department in budgeting. Because you can buy success and go, hey, just throw a whole bunch of money at this and I'm going to get the same result. You've got dollar for dollar one of the best results in the whole state. And so I love seeing it. I love seeing us be able to highlight it. And this is just yet another area where our police department excels. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Agree
that.
100%.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, let's take a 15-minute break. Come back at 11:35.
And I believe she's putting lunch stuff out there, so it's a good time to do that, because I'm not really giving you a lunch break.
Yeah, and
what
so I
happens
figured out
here.
that restaurant.
Can't go wrong with processed food.
If I
No,
can do that
totally. I
before
mean,
it starts.
okay, so yeah, I take it back. I get why somebody doesn't want to spend Saturday at the budget workshop, but there's so much information that if you're someone who has a
It's one.
an
It's like
opinion,
I'm not.
that's-
I know you're a huge
sharing
baseball.
that.
I'm not
late.
a huge baseball guy, but
watching
it's been
this kind of
entertaining
thing,
like
you
every
know?
night. But entertaining.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're going to get going.
Good,
sir.
yeah, ready to go?
Okay.
All right, we'll get started back. We have fire presentation. Who gets to start first?
Welcome. So,
Welcome.
My name is Fred Heinrich. I am your acting fire chief. This is our second budget presentation. Fellow Blank is our deputy, and he is the numbers guy. By all means, he's the numbers guy. So, if I look at him and he goes, okay, that means help. But we are truly a team, and we are presenting it as a team. So, thank you. Last year we had a good budget year. We've accomplished a lot of things since last year, and we are truly moving in the right direction. And it's due to the support you guys gave us last year and the year before. So, just a little bit of what happened last year is we were able to go from a staffing of 12 to a staffing of 13. And we were able to start that in January of last year. And we've been able to maintain that staffing through last year and all of this year with no doubt at all. We were also able to increase our level of EMS service. We've added a number of advanced EMTs. We're still working on adding a number of advanced EMTs. That's that middle level that can provide a lot of good care. They can do IVs, they can do other procedures that don't require tying up a paramedic, but make a big difference. And we're also having 2 paramedics that are in paramedic school right now, and we'll definitely have 1, if not 2, next year as well. And those are in-house grown people that have stepped up and said, hey, I want to make this community better. And that's all part of what you guys have done to support us. So, unlike the police department, we're asking. We are also working with Justin, Phil and Justin and Sarah work tirelessly at trying to adjust different line items over the last few years. And we have a few that we did last year. We have a few that we're looking forward to this year. And those incremental changes are hopefully, well, they will get us to where the police department is this year. So.
One of the things we work to do is not only look at the lines that were underfunded, but also look at lines that maybe could have money moved to another line to satisfy a need that was not funded in that line, and then increase where it came from a little bit to satisfy another piece. So essentially, I use our hazmat line, and I used this last year for all of you guys, but I'll use it as an example. There's a hazmat fee, and then we have hazmat supplies that we keep on hand. And so for the longest time, the hazmat supplies came out of our safety line or our tools and equipment line. And we had the hazmat fee. And so what we did was we increased the hazmat fee line by $2,000, which then made the tools and equipment line healthier by $2,000 without adding to it, if that makes sense. Right? So we've been working with Justin and Sarah diligently to look at our lines and reallocate money within the budget that's already there without having to increase to satisfy areas that were lower, instead of just trying to increase the lines just to make them.
And what that also does is it's more transparent. So when you ask, where did you buy booms and pads? And last year we can say, well, we bought some from safety, we bought some from tools and equipment. Neither one of them really are what the reason we needed them were. Now they're going to be coming from hazmat. So they're directly tied to what the need is, and we're just trying to adjust as needed. All right, so let's start with the exciting budget presentation here. Just a reminder, this is a continuation of last year's, our mission statement, and we are truly, as you guys are aware, and gals, to preserve life, property, and safeguard through relentless commitment to emergency preparedness, prevention, response, and adaptation. And our guys and gals do a great job with all of that.
Chief, if you could just talk a little bit more about that. The issue of, they used to have civilian defense CD directors, what towns used to have many, many years ago, back when Dan was in law enforcement, right? So That's changed to emergency management director, and I think everybody sees this on the news. We just saw it recently in Jamaica here, in terms of the level of disasters and the magnitude of those disasters, and how that role and that responsibility has grown geometrically, and then where we're at in terms of being able to respond to that.
By all means. So emergency management is one of our legs of our table. We have emergency management, we have emergency response, we have community risk reduction, and then we have communications. And emergency management is something that is always in the background, and then unfortunately, when it's needed, it's really needed. We have been lucky that we've only had a number of really significant events, ice storms, flooding, and other events like that. Part of the foundation of how we do so well is that we have a couple of programs that we manage. Kelly manages our hazardous mitigation program. We just got that approved earlier this year. That's our foundation for getting reimbursed for stuff. We have an emergency operation plan, which we need to update this year, and that's kind of the current situation of where we are and how we are responding to emergencies and who does what. We also are involved in the response part of that. So if we had a major incident, the Emergency Operations Center is the fire department's training room. And when we bring people together, and that's really what it is we bring people together to immediately solve problems and immediately address concerns. So in the Emergency Operations Center, for example, Dave Wally would be there, and he'd be addressing road issues that either tie to us or that we discover. So if there's a road that's out of service because of a tree down or a washout, his crews would be boots on the ground. We would be supporting them, but it would also affect the rest of our operations. The biggest, and it's not the sexiest part, is documentation. So documenting all of those needs for service and getting money back. We did that with COVID quite well. We reimbursed a lot of our responses and equipment through Justin and Sarah with federal and state grants for reimbursement. So that documentation is really important so that we are out as little as possible. During the Mother's Day floods, we had a couple of significant washouts, and those repairs were also partly funded for that. Part of that emergency operations is a foundation for the employees to understand how to work together, because we work together all the time, but there's a framework for working together during an emergency. So we open the Emergency Operations Center, the state of New Hampshire opens theirs, our people communicate back and forth for wants and needs and requests for help. One of the initiatives that we have this year, I don't know if all of our employees know this yet, but we are upgrading their level of knowledge in incident command, and with the idea that when we have the next emergency, they will be able to better to work into it. We also have internal goals that we have as well. Did that help?
So just to put a finer point on that, we have not had major disasters where large parts of our population have been dramatically impacted. And we never want to talk about vulnerabilities, but I think in this case we should talk about that. How ready do we think we are in our assessment about our ability to respond? We really don't do town-wide exercises, right? You already indicated you've already taken steps to increase the level of training, but most of our staff are not trained at the levels they're supposed to be for national standards. So we're not really ready, I think you would agree, for a major disaster. And New Hampshire traditionally doesn't have that many of them. 1938 was the last major hurricane that had significant damage. But the frequency of these natural disasters that are occurring, and not to mention man-made disasters, those are cause for concern. And again, I know you're taking steps to enhance our ability, but what would you assess our ability right now to be able to respond to a major disaster that might occur in our community?
So, both police, fire, and DPW, and as well as finance is a big part of any disaster. We will respond and we will do a good job. But to your point, it will take more work and effort than it would be if we are better prepared.
So we're not where we should be.
We are not where we should be.
Okay, I think that's good enough.
Probably the last time that we had a somewhat of a disaster level would be the 2006 Mother's Day floods.
Yeah, the Mother's Day floods, the ice emergency, and
yeah, 08 ice emergencies.
to piggyback on one comment that was mentioned earlier, is that we lean heavily on the alert team. The alert team is part of our emergency management team, and you normally see them doing routine functions like traffic or search and rescue, but they really will be a huge lean on them as well, and they're doing a good job training. But it just it's part of the entire system. All right. So our vision: we want to be better. We want to be the forward-thinking, progressive emergency service, and I think compassion is one of our biggest strengths. Our people really care about people, and I think it shows every day. I get phone calls, I get emails just saying, "You guys did a great job." We had an open house last week, and we had people that just brought their stories to us on why they were there and why they came to the event and how we helped them. So I think that's really what our guys and gals are good at. All right. And in the end, we want to be better. We want to raise the level of service to you guys, and we want to be the best. Are we the best? No, but we're pretty darn good. I think we fight above our weight level. But we're going to ask for things, and there's going to be things that you say no, and there's going to be things that you say yes. But the goal is every year that we're getting better, and that's truly what we're here for. All right, so this is just, I know you guys have all seen these PowerPoints. Just, we're getting busier. Last year was a little bit or this year, we're doing more medicals. Typically, the orange is fire, the blue is medical. We are unique in that we're typically less than the standard 75% emergency medical and 25% fire that most departments do, but we're getting closer to that. Because we do a lot of other things, we have a pretty good transportation corridor that has needs. We have industrial. We have a lot of other things that are drawing our services. But we are projected to increase again this year, and we're going to be really close to 5,000, probably 49 and change. But we're continuing to increase the request for services that are made by us. And as you can see, a 28% increase over the last 5 years. This slide didn't come out as well as I was hoping. What this is trying to show you is that last year we had 2,500 times that we had multiple calls going on at the same time. And then we had about 2,000 calls that we had 3 calls going on at the same time, and about 500 calls that we had going on at the same time. We had 5 calls and 4 calls. So just to try to emphasize how busy we are, about 52% of our calls are simultaneous, meaning if you have an emergency, there's going to be another emergency 50% of the time somewhere else. Sometimes there are big emergencies followed by big emergencies. Sometimes they're, most commonly, a medical at one end of town and a medical at the other end of town. The important part about that is that starts taking away from other stuff. We're designed to handle one medical call and a fire call at the same time. Once we do a second medical call, you start to lose your community fire stations. So the first medical call, that's our dedicated ambulance. They respond to the call. The fire trucks support them. The second medical call is you lose your fire station. So the firefighters at that station leave the fire engine, cross-staff an ambulance, and respond to that medical call. So as a result, I have a picture of this later on. So we have less people in town responding, and we have an increase in response to that area because of that. We will dedicate up to 3 ambulances for emergencies. So at one point in your day, there could only be 3 firefighters that are available. We call in mutual aid, but that's if they're available, and there's a delay in time because they're not designed to be within 4 or 8 minutes of all emergencies like we strive to be. So there's a delay in service, and there's also a number of mutual aid calls that we have. That slide's going to be different next year. This is working towards one of our problems. We have a young department. I've told you this a number of times. Amazingly, I've been acting fire chief for a year. I have hired 5 firefighters. There's been no increase in staffing. There's been 5 people that have left for one reason or another, and I've hired 5 of them. We have 2 of them starting on the 10th of this month to replace, and that will make us full again. But we also have 2 people that are looking to leave and go to Nashua. Last year we had one that went to Manchester. He made a $4 an hour pay raise by leaving us with 2 years and going there with 1 year. If the 2 that leave and go to Nashua, they're going to be making almost $7 an hour raise by leaving us. So our firefighter pay is not great. Hudson pays more, Nashua pays more, Manchester pays more. A lot of our comparables paying more.
Can I ask a quick question?
Oh,
while
by all
we're
means.
looking at this? The numbers at the bottom, are those years of experience?
So those are years of experience.
Yeah, this is not age, Sean. It's time. Time. I just want to make that known. This is not like age, members' physical age, but time on the department, right? So your orange is your median, and your blue is your average.
Okay. And then what is the average of? Is that New Hampshire?
Our
Is that-
department.
Our department average.
Oh, okay.
So for instance, the paramedic is a little skewed because we do have one paramedic who has been with us for almost 30 years. So he is, again...
And one at 17, so...
And one at 17 and not bringing their age in, but they're on the older side of things, right? So it's going to bring that up.
Okay.
Versus, a number of ours are...
So median and average for our department.
For our department. So for example, the paramedic, we have a 17-year paramedic and a 26-year paramedic. They skew the number of the average. Most of our paramedics have about 2 years of experience to 3 years of experience as a paramedic. So because they're so new, the training really is important for us. The same thing with battalion chiefs. I have my senior battalion chief has got a little more than 4 years. I've got 2 with 2 years and 1 with 1 year. So a lot of growing is going to be needed for those positions because they don't have that knowledge base. We don't have that institutional knowledge. For example, it's less obvious with the deputy and myself because there's only one of us each. So they're each. But our dispatchers, we have 4 dispatchers. We're looking to, hopefully next week we'll make an offer for the 5th dispatcher. But most of them have 2 years of experience. I mean, it's a young department. And because of that, that's one of our asks. Our ask is going to be for a training officer. Our guys and gals are doing good with the routine Firefighter 1 training because they've been doing it. We currently have 1 probationary firefighter. Like I said, next week we're going to have 2 more. So each shift is just doing probationary training all the time. And we're not getting a chance to do that higher level of training. And a training officer will be able to give us that ability to standardize the training. It'll be able to kick up the level of training, and it will free up the guys to do more advanced training.
So, Chief, I just want to highlight one point. So, in the case, we just heard the police department talk. They're able to hire trained, qualified people that have already been to the academy, already in the job. They're able, because of their salaries, to be able to attract those people from other departments. So those towns invested, did all the training for those police officers.
Mm-hmm.
The dynamic is different in the fire department. You're hiring younger people, and you have to do the training, which costs money. What does it cost to train a paramedic?
So the cost of a paramedic is about $20,000 just for tuition, and then another $5,000, give or take, for the coverage for them to go. So a $25,000 investment. We've been really good. We've only lost 1 paramedic over all of the years, and he left to go to Concord, and I think he had 5 years on.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a $5,000 investment each year with him, but most of these employees stay with us.
So those other towns are we're investing in these people.
Yep.
We're training them, and they're reaping the benefits of this other town. They don't have to spend that money.
100%.
So just drive this home as a practical matter. Tell me why, and this is going to be probably obvious to some people, why is it important that we have experienced people on the fire ground and handle medical calls? Can you give us some concrete reasons why that's important to drive that point home?
So It's safety. It's really about safety and efficiency. So the more experience that we have as a lieutenant or a firefighter, the more they can work independently, the more they can understand a building. They can do a good situational awareness or size up. They can make decisions that are for the best interests of the person that we're trying to help, whether it be a medical or a fire or a car accident. And that institutional knowledge can't be substituted really easy with scenarios. I mean, it adds to it. It adds to that Rolodex of, hey, I've seen this, I can use this. But experience is really the driving factor. And as we lose that experience, calls take longer, people get hurt, maybe damage is a little bit more than we want. So that experience, by having our people stay with us, is truly, it's immeasurable.
So looking at this data, would it be hard to get that firefighter line of experience up? Because I think this is years in the position. So let's say a firefighter's on the force 7 years, they probably are likely to get promoted into one of these other positions, so then that experience goes back down. So I'm just curious, how would we?
Well, and part of that, Sean, is turnover, right? And I say that more in retirement than even people leaving us. You know, we have had members leave, but 99% of the time they're leaving to go to bigger departments. So I use that as my barometer. Like, I can't compete with a bigger department, and there are men and women who want to work for cities. The cities can pay more, all of those things. We're not seeing members leave to go to departments of our size. They're not leaving to go to Salem or Derry or Merrimack, or they're not leaving to go to smaller departments. So we use that as a barometer, right? Because at the end of the day, I can't compete with the cities, and I can't change some members' minds on wanting to be a city firefighter, right? We work on that in our hiring process. We try to tell people, listen, if you're coming to Londonderry and all you want to do is fight fire, this is not the place for you, because that's not what we do here, right? We do everything, all hazards, as our mission and vision statements said. So with the retirements that we saw in a large scale from, say, 2018 through now, yes, we were having members that were firefighters for the minimum period of time and then testing for lieutenant moving up. But since we've been able to truly fill the majority of our spots, we're hoping to come into a more settled, more kind of repetitive motion at the fire department, where we're not having 5, 6, 7 probationary members and 5, 6, 7 openings, right? We have the 2 that we're filling that are starting next week, and they're both lateral transfers. Both advanced EMTs, both coming from departments that are smaller than us, but one of them has 4 years of experience. The other one has a year of experience. So they're coming to us with experience, which is huge, right? And I think we'll start to see the age to promotion, age in the department, or experience time in the department to promotion grow, if that makes sense. It's going to start to grow a little bit, right?
That's precisely what I was asking.
And I think at the end of the day, it's part and parcel to just the amount of, I mean, at times we've had, 2020, 2021, we had 6, 7, 8 probationary members at a time. We're finally coming down to having 1 or 2 or 3 at various points. We're having somebody come off probation next month, so he's off as another one comes on, and so it's not like our probationary member pool is large, right? And that's part of the training piece of this, right? They have to do this probationary training. They have to get the basics down. So none of them have had the opportunities to then advance that knowledge within from their day-to-day operations at work, because they're constantly trying to train new people, which is what they need to do, right? We have to have the foundation. So by bringing our probationary member pool down and filling our roster, we can now take that step to grow that knowledge, do more advanced classes, more firefighter 3 we call them, but rescue classes or hazmat classes or advanced firefighting tactics, those types of things. And that's where, as we'll talk about it, the training officer comes into play, because you can truly put a good plan together to meet those standards. But
you guys had talked about the age of your paramedics. Are you a little worried about the age of them and the potential wear and tear on their bodies, as well as potential retirement to replace them?
So we have got a 17, a 14, and a 26-year paramedic, and then really after that we have young people. And they, the 26-year one he loves what he's doing. He doesn't want to be anything but a paramedic firefighter. And I don't want to say that as a slight. He is a really good paramedic, and he does what he loves to do.
And he's extremely physically fit, Ted. So from that standpoint, it benefits us greatly because he's a mountain climber. So he's climbed like the tallest. He's climbed Mount Everest. Wow. So he's extremely physically fit. So from the wear and tear side of it, thankfully, our 26-year member is actually one. He's okay.
You hear 26 years, you're
correct, but no,
you
he's.
think that they're probably the
I
most
put him up
fit
against
person.
anybody in a physical fitness test. He's amazing.
Okay. Because I see all the time going out for lift assists or anything else, and I know in the past we've gotten people injured trying to help lift people who they either fell down or something else, and it's a bit of wear and tear on your own bodies, unfortunately.
And we put a strong emphasis on team, like don't be the tough person that wants to do it alone, right? Mm-hmm. You need to do things as a team, right? A few years ago, through collaboration with the council and finance and the town manager, we got all the lifts in the ambulances, so they're not lifting stretchers into ambulances anymore. There's a machine doing it. Our stair chairs are more advanced to help people up and down stairs, which helps with a lot of that. So we really put an emphasis on that because a back injury is far more expensive than the equipment is, and so we truly push them to use each other, work as a team, right? Especially when you have to lift and do those things. If you need more people and they're available, call them. They can come help. And if we need to send them someplace else more emergent, then they can go.
I got two quick questions, please. Number one, you were talking about staff retention, people going to other towns or cities. Can you talk a little bit about how much of the fire department lives in Londonderry versus outside, and why or why not?
I can, because Dan and I had this conversation the other day. So at open house, Dan actually brought that up, and we did the numbers, and there are 20 members of the Londonderry Fire Department. So out of our 63 person roster, 20 members are Londonderry high school graduates, and I would say 15 to 16 of those live in Londonderry. Now, we have members like Chief Hallowell, who's not from Londonderry originally, but he moved to town with his family. He lives in town. And we have, and I didn't do that off the top of my head, Patrick, so I don't know, but we have a number of members who grew up in other communities that have moved to town. Now, unfortunately, with housing costs and all of that, our younger membership, our memberships, let's say 25 and younger, it's tough, right? It's tough for them and either if they're single or not to come into town. So some of them live in Manchester, or they live in Litchfield, or some of them do live in Londonderry with their parents still, which is, I support that 100% because they're saving money. So, but we do have a lot of membership that is close to home, right? That's Auburn, that's Litchfield, that's Manchester, that's Derry, that's Londonderry, this area, right? That they're not going an hour away or 45 minutes away.
Perfect, thank you. And just one other quick question. If we could, I apologize, but go back one or two slides to the combined incidents. That one.
Yep.
I noticed that for the 2020 forward years, in each one of those years, EMS is below or up to 2,000. This year, it looks like we're going to bump up by 50% from even last year to almost 3,000 EMS incidents. What's driving that big bump?
So what's driving that bump is our population. We have a rather large 55-plus community. We've had the build-out of a number of communities that are finally completely built out, and that's adding to it. We have the communities just naturally age. So a lot of that is calls. We had 160 calls last year to Baldwin's. We're going to have more than that this year. So, and those residents moved in 2 years ago.
The Baldwin was fully operational. They first opened the November 2023, and they opened most of them by middle of 2024.
Yep.
So
they're starting to, even though they've only been there for 2 years, they're starting to age, and they're going to continue to age. And it's going to be a cycle. But when you have the beginning, same thing with our Cross Farm. Most of those people moved in the last 4 years. So they're going to begin to age and have more responses as well.
Gotcha. And the other piece, Patrick, is we have 22 members live in town. See, that's what I got him here for. You know, the earpiece is like a football game, but
we have them for other reasons too.
Yeah, but from the EMS call volume increase, the other piece of this is that we have a fair amount of doctors' offices, newer medical facilities,
such as 50 Woodmont.
Correct. urgent cares, and those places call us often. Dialysis centers, we go to those facilities also, right? The urgent care is a great thing, but people don't understand it still. And so people go there when they really should be going to a hospital. And so we're the ones that are called to take them to the hospital, right? And so that adds to it also. The concentration of people in spaces, so I want to say Wood Partners, but I don't know what the name of the apartments are that are opening up in the Woodmont area
It is Wood
that aren't
Partners.
senior.
Well, it's-
but
It's also, but it was
it's just
still
a
by Wood.
concentration of people, and with concentration of people comes increases in those types of calls, and then add our 55 and older communities to that, and then the medical facilities and all those types of things add to it, and then factor the road incidents we have, emergencies. So our motor vehicle accidents are classified under EMS when we do our fire reporting, right? And we have, along with our own population, we have a pretty large through traffic population, right? People trying to get to 93 from Hudson, Nashua, Derry, Auburn, out that way, come through Londonderry, and then they get on the highway. So we do a fair amount of car accidents, and because of that adds to it also.
Okay, thank you.
Deb, go ahead.
I heard, Fred, you say earlier, 5 to 8 minutes for a call. What is the optimum time to really save a life at a call? I thought it was much less than that, so I was standing a little like gasping, but go ahead.
So we shoot for 4 to 8 minutes. 4 minutes being the initial company for either fire or for medical. So we can do CPR, we can defibrillate somebody, we can do advanced level of care. Same thing on the fire side. Because fire grows so quickly, 4 minutes for initial company, 8 minutes for the entire complement. There are parts of town that we don't make that at all. For example, anything on Auburn Road or Old Derry Road, we are far exceeding the 8-minute response time on that.
Due to
There's geographically the fire stations are not anywhere close to it. It's just travel time. Okay. And at the time, there wasn't a big need over there. So when they decided to put fire stations where they did, they put them where their current need was, not where the future need is.
Like Central Station should really be in the area of St. Jude's Church, not where it is, because it's not centrally located, right? And again, that just is that's no one's fault. These decisions were made a long time ago, but that's the reality of their location.
No, but this
right?
is something like planning board should be looking at when they get something coming in on our
absolutely.
road, the time that it's going to take for us to get.
And the other piece to this that I think is important, and the slide that didn't come out the way the chief wanted it to, is simultaneous calls, right? 4 minutes is the standard if everybody's sitting at the fire station trying to respond from there to the call. But if you have multiple calls going on, right? That engine that normally is at Station 2 on 102 could be at Elijah Hill down at the south end of town, and now they need to make it to Constitution Drive off of Gilcrest, and that's going to increase that 4 minutes because their response time isn't from the fire station anymore. It's from the southernmost point of Londonderry. And so the simultaneous call increases that response time, and so now if it's 2 or 3, so they're responding, but they're just not necessarily responding from the pinpoint that we use as our statistical jumping point, if you will.
And then just one more question.
Sure.
So when you were saying that, people left for salary differences, when you say they left, did you do, like what Dan said, a little exit interview?
Oh, we talk quite often with our employees.
Okay, good. That's good.
Yep.
But I just was wondering, was it also benefits? Were they leaving not only because of salary, but because the other town gave better benefits, or was that even calculated? I mean, I'm just trying to get a better picture as to, what we can do to just, fix that little glitch.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things that we have been doing to make things better on the intake side, I'll start with that, is now we have changed the way that we pay people. So normally in the past, if you came into us as a firefighter, regardless of your experience, we would pay you as firefighter 1. We are now paying people at their equivalent. So Phil mentioned that we're bringing somebody in with 4 years of experience. We're now plugging those people into where they would be if they got hired 4 years ago with us. Okay. So that's helping to get people that normally wouldn't look at us because they'll be like, oh, I got to go to step one, I got to take a $2 an hour cut. So we're getting more people because of that initiative. With Kevin in particular, he went to Manchester for the reason that Phil was talking about is Kevin was a city kid. He grew up in Manchester.
Oh, okay.
He lived in Manchester. He came to us. We gave him a chance. He did a great job. And at one point in his life, it made sense to change to his hometown fire department.
No, I get
And
that.
that, and we
I
lost-
just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
we're
no.
doing everything.
And one of them too, Deb, is that our membership in age is younger, right? So they can go to Nashua, let's say, and they're going to make it's almost $17,000 more starting in Nashua. And they're not taking the benefits because they're still on their parents' benefits. Mm-hmm. So they're not looking at health insurance, right? And that's just an age piece of it. They will at some point in their life have to look at health insurance, but right now they're not. They're looking at the dollar and they're going, I can go to Nashua. I want to be a fireman. I don't necessarily want to work in the back of an ambulance all the time or do those types of things. So I can go to Nashua, and we always say do less work. Nashua does more work than us, but the scope of the work is not as broad, right?
It's different.
Making more money and still being on their parents' health insurance, right? And they're just looking at that, that dollar. And the other piece of it is, and we do our best to look at generational changes. Yep. And the generational change is that dollar drives some things and it doesn't drive other things, right?
Correct.
Time off, things of those nature also drive things.
The
Culture. So that's part and parcel to it, and that's where I came back to. We're not losing people to of like size.
Okay.
We're losing people to bigger places because their personal drive for whatever they're looking to in their personal life.
So that kind of
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to. It's more so because they had a different passion.
Right.
Okay.
Dan has a question.
Not a question as much, maybe a little history. So, when I first started working in Londonderry, I remember there was South Station, South Fire Station, one person working there.
Yep.
North Station, one person working there. If there was an accident, that one individual would be dispatched to the accident to help out. The ambulance came out of Derry.
Correct.
Okay? I think from talking with Phil the other day, how far we've come in this community. Not only that, but you look at, you had the police department here earlier. They hire a police officer, and at some point he gets on the street and he handles calls. These guys, when they hire somebody, even though they're working for the fire department, they're not looking for somebody to just hire to go and work, fight a fire. They're also looking for that person that wants to do EMS. Mm-hmm. I'm probably the oldest here, but I want the EMS people. All right? To be well-trained and knowledgeable so when they come. And I know that was a big fear when Londonderry started their own ambulance.
Mm-hmm.
All right? We didn't
was
have
there.
the experience. We've got some great people working in our department. And just the fact when I was talking with Phil that 20 individuals grew up in this community and decided to stay here and work in this community.
That's
I think
amazing.
it's amazing. It's marvelous.
So if you look at us, Phil and I both are Lancer. I went through.
Lancer kids?
I started in first grade, graduated. Some people were curious about that. but and I had to leave because I couldn't afford Londonderry. And then as I made more money, was able to afford Londonderry again. But we are both Lancers.
Just to show Dan's age, when I was in 6th grade, he was my DARE officer. And there is a picture to prove it. I gave it to Dan. I found it when my parents gave me all my stuff.
What a great influence you were.
But one of the other things I would encourage anybody on the budget committee, town council, if we have an incident in this community, and I did this, I went to it, and Bruce was there, and the equipment and what he was tracking and all this information was amazing. I never knew this. I mean, I've lived in this town. I've worked with these guys close. I never knew how well they tracked all their equipment, what time it got there, who did what, and everything. It's marvelous. It's amazing.
At the end of the day, and I'm going to steal this one from the TM, we're in the people business, and the people business is not just made up of the citizens, it's also made up of the men and women that work for the Londonderry Fire Department, right? And so our equipment is to track their safety and the safety of the citizens, but at the end of the day, our business is people, right? People pay our salaries, people call us because they need help, it's people, right? And so we have to use the tools we have to make sure all of the people are taken care of.
I just want to thank you, and I want to thank our town manager also, because we had the MRI report come in, and our PPE equipment, which I have been vocal about for years, that we should be replacing that, is getting replaced. And we're going to have safe equipment, safe gear for our men and women on the fire department.
So what Dan's talking about is that PFAS was wonderful at its time. It did great things by keeping water out of stuff. It unfortunately is built into almost every set of gear we own. And there's been an initiative throughout the country, and we were finally able to, with the town manager's help, and Justin, by all means, help, identify a way of, within our budget, replacing every set of gear that our men and women have that is PFAS-free. That is going to cost, well, it's costing $450,000. We will be getting the gear by the end of the year.
And I think we need to give people the appreciation and due. I know you were, but I was just saying Bruce did what the police chief talked about, sharpening the pencil. He did that with the gear company to get that price like below incredible for each set of gear, because we're purchasing it for everybody.
Yep. So we're purchasing 2 sets, well over 100 sets of gear. It's so cheap that actually the vendor isn't selling it to us. The manufacturer is. The vendor is passing through at probably a little bit of a loss, to tell you the truth. So that was one of the initiatives that we've done. And that's within our current budget. We just reallocated some of our future spending.
And it checked off a huge box that we've been working at for years, which is getting gear, which we used to purchase out of capital reserve, as an operating cost, right? Because it should be, because it's what you need to do your job, right? And for a long time, when gear was less and we had less men and women, we were able to do that replacement plan. But we've gotten to the point where the cost and the amount of gear we need, it wasn't feasible, nor was it responsible to do it the way we were doing. So this now builds into the operating cost, which is a huge checkbox for us in our financial plans to try to right-size things moving forward, right? And we should never have to worry about the cost of PPE, not so much the cost and the increase, but how we're going to replace it and the replacement plan so that everybody is safe and taken care of.
Any other questions?
Sorry, just clarification.
Oh, by mines.
So this initial purchase of replacement gear is around $450,000.
Yep.
And how often does it need to be replaced?
So it needs to be replaced every 10 years. Some of it gets replaced earlier because of wear and tear. Every one of our employees has 2 sets of gear to reduce contamination. So they go to a fire, they take off their gear, they bag it, they bring it back, they put it through an extractor, which is it's a fancy wash machine, and then it air dries so that it doesn't go through a dryer and get damaged like that. And while they're in the second set of gear, while that's happening. So this is the first phase of everybody resetting to a standard set. As we get new employees, they'll begin to offset again, but yeah, it's a 10-year set of gear.
Do you want to come explain the replacement cycle that you've created with this? Bruce is our PPE manager also, which is why he was heavily involved in this.
Yeah, so first of all, Battalion Chief Bruce Hollowell, thanks to Justin, the town manager, and also the Fire Department administration for their support in this initiative of truly making our first responders safer, right? PFAS is a known carcinogen, and when you take your firefighters and you put them into what we consider to be a hazmat salad, right, which is any building fire, because everything in your house now is some type of man-made material, right? Petroleum-based or methyl bad stuff, right? And when you apply fire to that, it starts to off-gas, and those off-gases or those gases, those particles stick to our fire gear. We obviously protect their respiratory tract with the SCBAs that we wear. but when they're immersed in that environment, that gear is picking up those particles and those carcinogens. So we try to do a number of things in order to reduce the probability of our personnel contracting on-the-job cancer. So every firefighter in the town of Londonderry has what we call a particulate hood. So if people at home and y'all don't know, firefighters wear pants, right? Bunker pants, suspenders to make sure that our pants don't fall down, coats, and then we have a hood that goes on over your neck and your head, and then your mask goes on top of that, and then your hood goes over the mask. So you're pretty much completely encapsulated. The hoods that we use are what we call particulate hoods, which means that particulates can't penetrate, right? And if you look at your points of entry where carcinogens can get into your body, your face, head, and neck are the highest probability of where the carcinogens will enter. So about 2 years ago, we switched everybody over to a particulate hood, which is PFAS-free. And then the PFAS gear is the same specification of the gear that we're using today, with the exception of we've added in a new material, which is the vapor barrier, which helps to keep the water that's going on the outside from the water that's going on the inside. So your sweat doesn't mix with the water that we're applying to the fire. And so that new material that is PFAS-free, that's what all the buzzword is about, right? So the stuff on the outside that doesn't have PFAS in it, and we're staying with the product that we've been using that we've had really, really good success with. And then on the inside, which is called the liner, right? And that we're upgrading that as part of this initiative to a better material. And then the sandwich meat in the middle, which is the vapor barrier, is what we're improving with this program. So now all of that is a really long-winded way of saying our gear, while we expect it to get 10 years, NFPA, or the National Fire Protection Association, which is it's not really an authority, it's a recommendation agency, but it's best practices, and it's what you follow. They say that fire gear cannot be used past 10 years. That's best case scenario, right? I take that fire gear, I leave it in a plastic bag, and I put it in the fire station, and I don't touch it for 10 years. At the end of that 10 years, if it's never been used, it's no longer good. You can't use it because it's broken down over that time period. So, what breaks it down faster? Putting it on, taking it off, washing it, taking it on calls, getting in and out of fire trucks, putting it in and out of ambulances. That breaks it down faster. So in reality, a department such as Londonderry, that we're going to probably exceed 5,000 emergency calls, it's unrealistic for us to expect that we're going to get our gear to the 10-year mark. It's just not it's not practical, it's not probable, and it's not what we've seen. So while we're purchasing a substantial amount of gear, we need to be projecting and looking into the future and saying, we know it's not going to make 10 years, so what do we do after that? And so working with the finance director, the town manager, and our administration, we said, well, if we spread the cost of the gear out over a 5-year period, at the end of that 5 years, we start replacing the gear again of 4 battalions. Each battalion after 5 years gets replaced their gear again. That means at the 9-year mark, everybody's gear has been completely replaced again. So that's 2 sets of gear times 2 in a 10-year period. So we're actually compressing the time to 5 years. So actually half of what the NFPA recommendation is. And we have a little bit of margin of error in there if we are not, say we have to defer for a year because some other priority comes up. Or say an entire group of 13 people respond to a hazardous materials incident that destroys all of their gear that they were wearing. Well, that would get replaced within that time frame. So it's kind of a rolling stock of gear. But what's been really a struggle is when we came out of COVID, we were looking at anywhere from a 52 to a 58-week turnaround from the time that we ordered gear till the time that we got it. That's really difficult when you looked at what the chiefs put up for that we've hired. How many is it, Chief? 20-something or 30-something since 2021?
Let's see here. Since 21, we've hired half of our department.
that was an immense struggle for me as the PPE director to put people in gear because we hire them. They hit the street, as Councilor Bouchard said, they hit the street within 2 to 3 weeks of us hiring them. I got to put them in something. So we're borrowing a second set of gear from another firefighter that's of the of similar stature. We're renting gear from a company. We're getting gear that just goes around the country and goes from firefighter to firefighter, which is it's not the best option. So this is really a tremendously exciting endeavor for us because I'm very confident to say that we're the first in New Hampshire. There's some discussion that we might be the first in the country to replace every set of structural firefighting gear for every employee at the same time that's PFAS free. So a testament to our administration.
So just to follow up, yeah, what I'm hearing is this is going to be a recurring line item expense, operation expense in the budget.
Yep.
So
I'm just trying to understand where we're going to see that.
So you're seeing that out of our lease line.
Your lease line, okay.
Yep.
And just for informational sake, you've had to find $450,000 in this calendar year's budget.
91.
What's that?
91, because we're spreading it out over 5 years.
$450,000 you're spending this year.
No.
91,000 this year. 450 is the all-in package if we were to buy it all up front, but because we're financing it, it's 91 over the time.
Yeah. So that's why it's coming out of our lease line. I hate the word lease, but this is.
It's financing,
We're
but it's lease.
We're buying it and we're paying for it over 5 years. We call it a lease, but we will own the gear at the end of it.
Yep.
And then that will continue through that lease line. We've just reallocated some purchases that we were going to make that we just reprioritized them. And as a result, this was our number one priority.
And also one of the other things that we did is we had pulled a purchase order at the end of last year, at the end of last year's fiscal budget.
No, it was more towards the middle of the year, but yeah.
Because we had to buy sets of gear anyways, right? So we had already pulled a purchase order through the finance department for gear. And we had intended on executing on that purchase order as part of this year's purchasing for firefighters that are coming up for gear replacement this year. So we were actually able to, because we're buying it from the same manufacturer, we were able to use that money as well to help us to fund the program.
Yeah, so what happened is we make larger purchases, we do use a purchase order. And we were intended to replace a number of set of gear last year through the purchase order. Some of those employees left, so we were able to reallocate the gear that we had, and the purchase order actually extended because it was part of last year's budget. But yeah, we intended to spend it last year.
Joseph, you had a question?
Yeah, just so I know where I'm seeing it within the budget. I guess maybe for Justin, is that in the line for capital leases property?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
So this was contemplated last year, not this upcoming budget.
So what they're trying to say with the purchase order is they had gear that was expiring come June 30th, rolling out. In order to replace those with the lead time that was going on, we established a purchase order to be able to buy them and make sure that we were able to replace them. However, then Bruce was able to get to the price where it's impressive how low we're paying for each set, where we started exploring, is there a way we can replace all of them?
Yep.
Because that's one of the issues with replacing portion with PFOA free is, well, how come you replaced his and not mine? Is he more important than me? So this gets rid of that, and it also allows us at this point to take the funds in year 6 to replace a battalion.
Yeah.
So we're not dealing with having to do a 450 all at once. It spreads it out and gives us a plan going forward to allow this to be the operational expense it is rather than the capital reserve expense it historically is.
Yeah, no, I understand all that now. But the way we were talking, it sounded like a new initiative, and I'm looking for a line item out of the budget that has increased. But in fact, it was last year we increased it.
No. So I was able to do it. Essentially, I got tired of lead times hurting the town.
So
if I'm going to be honest, that's really what it is. So I was able to look at the capital lease line and that, the fire engines we have on order, the ambulance we have on order, they're in that capital lease line. We were supposed to receive one of the ambulances back in March. We're now expecting to receive it in December. So those items where they're getting pushed back and we have this lead time, we're able to utilize those funds for this purpose while having it free up when they actually come due.
So basically what we did with the purchase orders, we ordered gear, and we knew that when we wouldn't receive that gear because of that lead time until after the fiscal year. So the purchase order was for a purchase.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
looking at the budget.
Yep.
The budget remained the same. We were able to do this without increasing the budget.
Okay, I guess that's what I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around.
So
If we've increased the purchase orders.
No, so last year we were planning on replacing 4 of them for $29,000.
We canceled that order to do this process instead. So we had gear on order, and because the gear would not come in the same fiscal year because of that lead time, we had to account for spending it. So that's what the purchase order was created for.
Ryan, I think to simplify this so that you understand it, our lease line has $100 in it, and we allocated 75 of that. Justin, through his planning on when vehicles are being delivered and other things are being delivered, $75 has already been allocated and is accounted for those vehicles. That lease line, because of vehicles not being delivered when they were supposed to, had the remainder of the 100 in there. That remainder is what Justin was able to use each year. That's the 91,000 to then cover the gear over the 5-year period, right? So the lease line had the money in it, and we were able to utilize it for this piece, not increasing anything because that money was already there.
So at least for this coming year's budget, it won't change. Then the following year or the year after, it may change, depending upon when we get delivery of the vehicles.
Could we see, could you give us when we meet on Monday, just the difference in the lines for the 26 budget, for the budget that was approved initially, and then just where the changes are so that we can see where the money was moved around?
I guess that's what I'm having a hard time. There's no change to that line.
That's what I'm saying is there's no change.
Is there a potential in future years for the change to catch up and then increase the budget because of this change now?
Yes. Yeah.
So I would say no.
Okay.
But I would say no with a asterisk on it.
Finance guy, so.
And part of the reason for it is the fire truck capital reserve equipment that we've been funding. We're going to be able to utilize that to lower the amount of the fire trucks that were delayed. And I'm hoping that actually this year it will pass again. And therefore that will allow us to, the annual payment on the fire truck that was supposed to come May, June this year, that's now coming August, September next year, we'll now have additional funds in that capital reserve to use to lower the payment on that one, which will cover the payment from this one.
And that's why pay as you go is important.
Lowering the burden on the, not lowering the payment, but lowering the operating expense line.
Right.
Lowering the cost over the time, yes.
Right, and that's why pay as you go and not artificially setting the tax rate by using an assigned fund balance for that purpose, to deal with these, prevent the spikes in the future by using that cash to lower the amount we have to actually lease or borrow. That's why that strategy that was developed long ago here should continue, because I don't want to keep adding to that lease line, quite frankly, because I'm paying interest on that, especially interest rates right now. I'd rather use the cash that we do have and keep funding these capital reserve funds to pay more of that with cash. Ideally, we shouldn't have had to borrow money to buy PPE. That's not a good practice. Fire truck, that's going to last 20 or 30 years. This gear is not going to. This is closer to an operating expense, which is why I want to pay for it cash moving forward. So that's why I want to take the use of that cash is critically important, using it strategically and making data-driven decisions based on those, because you're having a hard time trying to figure this out because you're not seeing what the curves look like. We need to be able to show that to you, because you're like, well, how can this be? How can you spend more money and the budget not go up? Right? And because we're not showing you what that curve looks like. We have to graphically project that for you, and we're not quite there yet.
Right, and it's one, going back to the fire truck. As I said, we were supposed to be receiving it this May or June, which means that we'd be making payments on it this May or June. Now that it's going to be in August, September, you have a new fiscal year, We're also now, we've just seen a Fed rate cut. We're expecting at least one or two more, so the next leasing schedule we have will also be lower. So the down payment on the initial fire truck, as well as the lower interest rate, should cover this, which is why I'm saying with an asterisk on it, because if the feds decide, you know what, rates need to increase, then I'm wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I've always looked at this line, or just, I think I made an assumption that this line is the leases that we know about, and there's no fluctuation there. So I guess there's more fungibility there as things ebb and
So
flow.
my hope is actually that we'll be able to start decreasing this at some point. If you look at the police department's budget, you'll actually see a $50,000 decrease because of the same type of situation here.
Sorry for the runaround.
Nope, you're good.
And also just to piggyback on, so because we're buying 112 sets of gear at once, the financial savings that we've had per set of gear was astronomical. When I first priced this gear out, for us to purchase on a 4 or 5 sets at a time or 10 sets at a time, we were north of $5,000 for a set of gear. And I'm sure you can all do the math. 112 sets for $450,000. We saved almost $1,000 a set of gear times 112 sets. So huge savings. And while I agree, it's not great to purchase your PPE. To the town manager's point, it's not great to purchase your PPE through a lease line. At one way or another, we had to fund this program. We've been funding it out of our capital reserve money, which realistically should be used to buy extrication tools, cardiac monitors and defibrillators for our ambulances, stretchers, stair chairs. We're using that money to buy PPE because we don't have the funds within the operating budget to support the amount of gear that we need, which is, on the other side now, we're not going to have to buy any gear for the next 5 years, right? So that takes some of the burden off of some of the other financial lines within the operating budget itself.
Trust me, tremendous job.
Thank you.
Commend you. Again, I'm trying to understand. I want to make sure we're covered.
Oh, absolutely.
This upcoming year and going forward. So
Maybe it would be helpful for further meetings, Justin, to provide a better graph upon where the money's coming from and the timing and how that actually affects future years for our budget committee's sake, if you're able to somehow present
I can see
that.
what I can pull together. But I mean, the other thing, as I mentioned, is we just approved the ladder truck. I plan on still requesting funds into the fire department capital reserve to, again, assist with lowering that annual cost over that time, which, again, as I said, my hope is we are going to be able to lower this line over the future. I can't guarantee that by any means, but that's kind of my hope, similar to what we did with the police department this year. I understand the confusion on it. I worked this several times to make sure that I wasn't wrong or wasn't misunderstanding something. I had my number 2 look at it. And just the way the lead times have been working, we're able to take advantage of it rather than being hurt by it. Because we've been hurt by it recently a lot, and I got tired of having that happen, where I felt like there was an opportunity to benefit from it rather than struggle from it.
And there are other parts of this that change the number too. Like, for instance, and this just happened in the last 3 weeks, the manufacturer of our fire engines had an engine change. They because they make so many, they get engines allocated from Detroit Diesel and transmissions from Allison and whatever. They get them, and they are projected to get a certain amount, right? But sometimes they get more, sometimes they get less. So the 2 engines that we're looking at receiving next fall were supposed to have a certain type of engine in them. The manufacturer got a different type of engine, which was really what we were looking for when we manufactured it or when we built it. But at the time, they weren't projecting to have those. It was a different engine, and so there was a cost. There was a higher cost. As we've gotten closer, they came to us and said, "We have these engines. Would you like to do a change?" And we said yes. And by doing that change, we saved $115,000. We saved $52,000 credit on each truck. So. And so because of that, when Justin factors that into the lease, that's going to lower that number. So there's some volatility, unfortunately, in the fire. It's not like and this is nothing against the police department. It's not like a Ford Explorer, right? That Ford manufactures police. They make police interceptor vehicles. They manufacture a certain amount of them the same way, right? But with fire trucks, because there's so many and there's so much volatility in Detroit Diesel, Allison Transmission, brake company X, right, that they pull from, there's some volatility in that. So we wouldn't have known about that. That change happened in the last 3 weeks, but that will change that number also.
Thankfully, we're able to change the financial numbers on those, because sometimes when you enter a lease, that's the number. You can't change it after the fact.
Part of the other thing too is we are not, for this fire truck, we've agreed to the master lease for it. However, we have not started payments on it because it's going to be based on the Fed rate, and I forget exactly what it is, but it's in the paperwork of it.
Well, that's good that, if
so
the
we're now
engine or
able-
equipment changes, it brings down the price.
And this is one of Justin's points. The lead time on these vehicles is so great. It'd be foolish to lock in at one point, because you don't know what 3 or 4 years is going to bring. So you have to play that, and it could go both ways, right? It could go poorly in our favor. It could go better in our favor. But
I think it was about 2 years ago that I was asked this question when we were purchasing the 2 fire engines, where it says, because we were offered $60,000 to pay up front as a discount.
Yeah,
And when I did it out, I said, based on how much we'll be paying in interest, the fact that I'm expecting interest, it was a calculated risk that has, knock on wood, continued to pay off, where we are paying less now than we would have 2 years ago for a vehicle that we still haven't received.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where this came from, and that's how I was able to kind of work the PPE into the capital lease line, is all these things have fallen into the right place through the calculated risk back then, through the interest rates dropping, through everything else that we've been doing, the residents supporting the capital reserve for the fire trucks, all that, we've been able to lower it. And this, it's not a want, it's a need to make sure our firefighters are safe and not exposed to this chemical. And the hope, as I mentioned, is in future years, we'll be able to lower this line down because we're funding the capital reserves to help with this cost, where we're no longer paying interest on these needs, because you need a fire truck. It's not a want for a fire truck. So that's kind of where it is, and that's why you're not seeing the increase in the line, because I've been able to work these angles to get things down to where they are, where you're not going to see that increase.
So, Chief, if you continue on with the presentation, sir.
Yeah, let me just add one thing. So just so you're aware
Trying to
that,
get us back on track?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Subtly.
Yeah. So we do have upcoming purchases that will be coming out of this as well. Next year, we'll be looking for a rescue truck, and later this year, we'll be putting in for at least one more ambulance, which is built into our replacement plan as well. And this year as well, we're replacing our command car. So those are still part of that lease line, and that's still part of those costs. So as my boss subtly said, hey, keep moving on. This is a breakdown of what we should be doing. The insurance service organization really is your insurance company goes to them, and they say, hey, Londonderry is this rate. Based on what Londonderry's rate is, this is what you're going to pay for insurance. So they recommend that we have 540 hours of training in different areas. And again, this was a graph that I tried, and I don't think it worked the way I wanted to, but hey. So out of that, you can see that we have almost 200 hours of just company level training. We have another 12 hours for our officers and officer development. 60 hours is light on driver operations. We've spent a lot of time on training our drivers and getting them to be proficient. But this is a yearly thing. 12 hours on maintaining the good drivers that we have. Recruit training, we do far less than 240 hours. We do an initial 80 hours, and then from there we put them on the job, and they start learning from there. Hazmat, we do more than 6 hours, and facility training is facilities that we respond to. So pre-plans, walkthroughs, being out in the public, looking at those buildings that are hazards. This is another reason that we need that training officer, is we're just not hitting all the metrics that we need.
Is this per person?
This is per person. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of training. We do a lot of cool stuff.
When normally, a working hours for a general person is about 2,000 hours a year, you're spending about a quarter of their time in training.
Our guys, if they're not doing a call, they're most likely training.
And that's where the importance of the training officer comes into play, because right now we have a battalion chief who's our training officer, but that's his secondary job to actually running a battalion, running emergency calls, making sure that his men and women are safe and accomplishing the things they need to do throughout their day, and also the other administrative tasks, right? So he loses his ability to truly deep dive into the planning process for training, to lining up the live fire trainings that we need to do, to work with community members who are or people who have purchased old homes to use for training burns, setting up true training plans and then tracking those efficiently and in a manner that is succinct, right? And that's where having that officer, that sole job comes into play, because again, the training piece, like the chief said, is what's going to lower response times. It's what's going to lower times when they get on scene putting a fire out or saving somebody's life. All of those things come from training, right? Our job's very complex because of this community, because of all of the hazards. And we have people who are experts in certain areas, which is what we want. We want subject matter experts in hazmat and rescue, but everybody can't be experts in everything, or they're going to fail, right? You don't have the capacity to do that. But through training, we can bring everybody through those experts to the different areas of understanding so they can work together cohesively, and having that training officer to guide that and build that is huge. It's huge.
Do you all have an idea upon what the training officer will be doing when everyone is out on a call?
So we could actually save that for the 10th, because we're actually going to be talking specifically about these positions.
Thank you.
I mean,
Okay, that's fine.
You can ask whatever you want now, but I would suggest that
that's fine.
That's probably the better time to do that.
All right, I'll answer that question, then we'll move on if you don't mind. So at an incident, they're going to act as our initial safety officer. Because they have the training and experience for all of the incidents that we're working towards, no better person is going to be on scene that will help the incident commander make sure that we're doing things safely.
So they'll be going to scenes as well? Okay.
They're very much an active member of the department.
Okay, thank you.
To speak of that, so I tried graphics this time. Okay. So when we explained why we needed 13 people, and we have 13 people, it's one of the reasons is it's based on a national standard. NFPA 1710 says that we should have 17 firefighters on initial fire. When everyone is in quarters and everybody's responsible, we get close. We're at 13. We bring in 4 more people from a mutual aid department, and then we bring in an additional ambulance in case somebody is hurt or for force protection. So this is what you get today if everybody's in quarters. And you can see that the ambulance crew, while they arrive in the ambulance, they split off and they become part of the fire crew to make the quicker fire attack, and the fire crews also double as extra search teams. The rescue company with the ladder can also do ventilation, but this is what you're currently getting. To talk about what happens when we start getting busy. So if that ambulance crew is on an ambulance, we don't have them. So that 3-person fire attack crew now becomes a 2-person fire attack crew. We still add people to replace them, but there's a delay in their response because they're coming from wherever. They're coming from Wyndham, Hudson, Manchester, Nashua. So there's a delay in those tasks getting done. And then when we end up...
And why that is important is that when you have 3-member crews going into a building on fire, your officer, the red person on there, their job is to make sure that the 2 people in front of them who are doing the work are safe. Thermal imaging cameras, right? Keeping their eyes on what the fire is doing around them so when you remove that person, now that officer becomes part of that team putting the fire out, and we lose the safety aspect of what that officer's job is, right? And so I think it's extremely important to understand that though you're only taking 2 people away, you're taking 2 sets of eyes away from the safety of men and women in environments that I don't need to get into with you guys because you all understand are extremely dangerous, right? That's the importance of that.
So then, once we have another call, we start losing other stuff. So for this example, the next call, that ambulance is going to be cross-staffed with an engine. You lose that fire engine, so you lose our water supply, and you also lose half of the fire attack. And again, we backfill with mutual aid, but that takes longer, and they're not familiar with our training as much as they are. So just to explain why these multiple calls at the same time are so important. And that's truly the end of our, this is if we had full staffing. we would end up having a 4-person RIT team, which is, their part is to rescue firefighters if needed, but they also soften a building, making the building more safe for the firefighters, and they do other stuff on scene to help. This is our goal, not today, but, all right.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Good.
So you mentioned mutual aid from other towns to us a few times. To what level or how many times a year maybe would we aid other towns?
All right, so I should have been.
I did these numbers the other day.
So, like,
do you have them on there?
I do.
Okay. Perfect.
All right, so last year, or so far this year, we received mutual aid 184 times, and we gave it 138.
So we're benefiting. Okay.
Yep. The year before, we received mutual aid 217 times, and we gave it 200 times.
Were there any times during which we were in the process of giving another town mutual aid when we were in one of those short situations as a result of that you just mentioned?
That has happened numerous times.
Okay.
And we've also had times where we provided mutual aid, and then we had to request mutual aid on our own behalf because we were providing mutual aid. So it's sometimes it gets a little dicey with moving pieces and parts.
And on the fire side of it, it is a mutual, right? But I think it's worth understanding the EMS side of it, right? Last year, we received mutual aid for the ambulance 111 times. At $1,200, it's somewhere in the $130,000 that that money from our community went to another community's ambulance, right? So again, this being a budget process, and it's worth noting, when ambulance mutual aid comes in, right, there's money exchanged that we're not receiving. Now, it's also worth noting that we go mutual aid in our ambulance, so some of that is offset, right? But it's just the fire piece of it is there's no dollars and cents exchanged in the fire side of it because we have those mutual aid agreements. But the ambulance side of it, there is revenue that is lost and gained by people coming to us and us going to them.
No, the piece of this is you could do a recall and call members in who are not working, but if we don't have the equipment for them to go on, there's almost no point, right?
And the recall comes, we do that, we do the recall, but the recall is a delay, right? Because whatever that ambulance call or that fire call that's calling mutual aid, the mutual aid's coming for that regardless. Then we call the recall, and if people come in, now they're there and they can start to take up some of those calls again, but there's still that delay.
But I think then there's also a difference between having equipment for them to go on if all the equipment's being spent somewhere else.
Can we just bring it back to the priority? And the priority is, when it comes to a medical call, we're supposed to get there in 4 minutes. When we go to mutual aid, how does that time expand? And then what is the practical impact of that? So if I'm supposed to get an ambulance, ideally within 4 minutes, because I'm having a heart attack, right? And it takes how much longer? 20 minutes, 15 minutes? What is the impact on a person, as a practical matter, with that heart muscle?
It's devastating, and that's one of the reasons we did the fly car or the paramedic intercept, to cut that time down. But truly, I hate to say life or death, but it truly is. Some situations is life or death.
Right. If you're having a heart attack, muscle starts to die very quickly. Right. If you're having a building fire doubles in size very quickly, seconds to minutes, and it's the same on the medical side of it. The heart starts, parts and pieces of it start to die quickly, and so it's imperative. And if they are coming mutually, like the town manager said, you are anywhere from 7 to 10 minutes to 15 to 20 minutes, depending on where they're coming from, right? If they're coming from Bedford or Merrimack, they got to cross the river. And as you all know, there's only 2 ways to get across the river. So, it just depends on where they're coming from and what's going on in their communities also. But it definitely causes a delay, which truly can be, devastating.
I have a question.
Yes, Kate.
Well, it's kind of a two-parter. One, is the ultimate goal to get to the NFPA 1710 standards? And if so, are there any towns in New Hampshire who are meeting that current standard? And what does that look like for staffing?
So the answer is we would love to exceed it.
Okay.
But that's not budgetarily practical. Manchester and Nashua both exceed it. Nashua is the only department that staffs 4 people on each piece of apparatus, as NFPA recommends. So and because it's a city, the stations are closer, so their response times are better as well. But but they're a city. I mean, they have.
Of comparable communities, Kate, Salem and Derry
Okay.
are two comparable communities that are very close or meted. I believe Salem does have 17
Okay.
on duty, and Derry is 16.
Yeah.
I think they're close,
Okay.
right?
But they struggle with response times even more than we
Right.
do.
What about Hudson?
Hud-
Hudson is very comparable in.
Hudson is is almost our twin.
Yeah.
They really are. So they staff at 12, and they have a full-time training officer. So the only difference between them and us is that we have one person on that paramedic car, and they don't.
But if you look at the makeup of the community of Hudson as well, they're not completely comparable to us, because if you look at the hazards and the infrastructure that this community has, Hudson does not have a large manufacturing and industrial base.
An airport.
They don't have an airport. They don't have
Highway.
they don't have an interstate, right? I mean, the amount of stuff that moves up and down Interstate 93 on a daily basis is daunting. I mean, chemicals, hazards. And every time you see a UPS or a FedEx 18-wheeler, there could be any one of a number of different things in there. We have a lot of hazards, and so one of the questions that came up in the Leadership Londonderry is, what does optimal staffing look like for your department for the call volume? And the answer is, you don't base your staffing on your call volume. You base your staffing on what the risk is of the hazard that you're trying to mitigate, right? We have 4-story apartment buildings. We have nursing homes. We have million-square-foot warehouse manufacturing facilities, and each one of those buildings has its own complexity to how we mitigate emergencies.
An immense amount of ammonia.
Yeah, and it's not just fire, right? We're talking about any type of emergency. A lot of the principles that we apply to firefighting, right, we apply to a number of other practical applications, such as like a hazardous materials incident. Well, if I put people in if I put people on SCBA's, I need to have a RIT crew or a standby crew. I need to have an ambulance crew. I need to have an entry team. I need to have a standby and a backup team. So when you look at the complexities of the incidents that we have the potential to go to within this community, and then you look at what our staffing is, no matter what the incident is, we have to draw on our neighboring communities. But by drawing on those neighboring communities, we're also relying on a department that may not have the same level of training or expertise that our crews do. And then to just put it down to something more real, what actually waiting for mutual aid means. Last year when I was working, my crew was dispatched to the north end of town for a reported building fire. At the time, we had all 3 ambulances out, plus a fire truck that was assisting on a very serious medical. And the only vehicle, the only person left in town for response was me. And that's a long time to be standing in front of somebody's yard or in front of somebody's house with smoke billowing from it and waiting for Merrimack, Bedford, Manchester, Nashua, Hudson, because that's what we're talking about. Because if there's no Londonderry company, then you're waiting for one of those fire trucks from one of those communities, and it may not be the closest fire truck to our community because they may have something else going on, which means that you could be waiting for a ladder truck from Nashua at the Massachusetts town line. That's 25, 30 minutes before it gets here, right? So the town manager hit it on the head, right? Time is life and time is muscle. That's what we're talking about.
And then with the hiring, I was looking at how much greater the EMS is, especially with all the senior communities and things like that. Is the focus on when we hire and train people to get more people into these EMS roles, or really focus on that EMS aspect?
Yes, we try to hire advanced EMTs as much as possible. We'd love to hire paramedics. That market is really, really tight, and we've not been able to. In past, the past administration has decided, and that's why, for a number of reasons, to hold positions until that paramedic arrived. And we aren't doing that. That's one of the reasons we created the paramedic intercept. We have a minimum staffing of paramedics. We'll maintain that. But if we can hire an advanced, if we lose a paramedic, we're going to hire that advanced. And we're going to hope that we can train our people to the paramedic level. So we truly have an excellent EMS division. And I think from the basic all the way up to the paramedic, they really are, if not the best in the state, really darn close.
Dan has 2 questions.
Okay.
2, that's it.
That was one.
How many subparts?
So, I would like to have you guys go back and look at your buildings,
Our fire station buildings?
fire
or-
station buildings,
It's not going to be pretty.
to see what maintenance items need to be done on those items. I'd like to know that moving forward.
I can tell you
know
number-
the doors at Central Fire are an issue.
Dan, I don't really want to talk about doors anymore. No, I'm just-
They're bad, okay? But, you know, things like that. And I'd like to know that moving forward. So if this is something we need to look at this year or next year or whatever.
This is something the town manager's already tasked us with.
Yep.
And with the exception of the never-ending door problems at Central, we bought a really nice, pretty door that is custom-made, and when it breaks, it's custom-made.
It's more for like your barn at home that goes up and down a couple of times a week, and that's it. It's not really made to go up and down and up and down. And when it does, parts and pieces fall off and almost land on his car. And that's what we kind of been dealing with, unfortunately. So that's he's laughing, but it's the truth.
I would really like for you guys to go back and look at this and come back to me with a number.
So-
The other thing I'd like to look at also is if we were to add an ambulance.
Yep.
Okay? And we staff that ambulance, where we don't have to worry about taking the individual that's on the ambulance to help at a fire. How would that help this community?
That would be immense. That would be the next step, and that's one of the asks that we submitted to the town manager, was to add 8 more firefighters, ideally through a grant, but that's one of our goals. And let me just go back to the fire station. So the fire station repairs, when the town manager came to town, one of the things we did is we walked through all of our fire stations, and we addressed or identified some of the needs we have. So Station 2 is really in need of a lot of repair. So we have some short-term repairs for them, and we have an overall number of 1.2 million.
So 2.5 years ago, when I was the facilities director, I got a price to redo the whole building, and that's everything. The HVAC system, thanks to our wonderful DPW director, did not need to be looked at, but we needed to go through the plumbing, piping. We needed to go through, flooring. The windows are all metal framed on blocks, so there's zero efficiency. All the lights were not LED, and some of them didn't. So the whole building, and it was a $1.3 million cost. And that's roof, that's siding, that's doors, that's the whole bit, right? To fix everything that's been falling apart, or to fix it so that it's energy efficient. That was the cost. And that's tough on a building that's 20 years old, right? But
And that's my frustrating part, is that we've built buildings in this town, and we've built them to keep the cost down and not look at, is it something that's going to sustain, the daily use, and is it going to build, is it worth paying a little bit more now? I mean, in my business, I pay a little bit more now because I know it's going to cost me more later. All right.
So we have numbers for the town manager for projects that we can do with very little lead time, and then we have projects that are going to take a little more lead time. And next year, you'll see in our CIP request is going to be more towards that fire station, and then working on the other fire stations. Our current fire station, we've found some issues. Our HVA system has been a challenge, but there are parts and pieces that we will be looking for, and we can easily do that for you.
I said that with CIP needs a complete reform on our process. I hear that, there's nothing in the CIP. There is nothing in the CIP, but there are plenty of things that should be in the CIP that are not there. So that will be a total game changer when you look at, you will probably be shocked when you see the CIP next year. of the things that are needed that so far have been flying under the radar that people have not seen. Now you will have the information so you can make the decisions you need to make. You'll have the knowledge of that. And what you talked about is life cycle cost, life cycle analysis. I have not seen that done when, with the information I've been able to look at for these buildings. No one has determined the life cycle cost of making these investments. So by not buying those LEDs, the LED lights, by not buying the appropriate windows, what is the cost that have grown up in terms of operational costs that you would have saved if you had spent the money initially to buy the right windows that actually meet the energy code, and then lights that actually meet the energy code? How much would you have saved over that period of time compared to your initial capital outlay on that, and whatever year you bought those in, right? The cost for the 2025 cost for a window compared to a 2035 cost for a window, I suspect will be significantly different. So that life cycle analysis clearly does not seem to have been done. It should have been done when these decisions were made then. Anyway.
I think it's, it's nice to try to save money and, but you either pay now, pay more later. I'm looking at all this, and that's what I'm looking at to see down the road, what do we have to pay, and is it better to do it now?
To answer your second question, Dan, or to wrap it up quickly, by adding, if we put 15 or 17 people on, 17, let's say, is the optimal number. What it allows us to do is not only have multiple dedicated ambulances, so not cross-staffing, it also allows us to have an engine or a ladder company that's pretty much dedicated to the town of Londonderry. So when everybody else is at a hospital or someplace else, there's a 3-person crew that can respond and provide life-saving EMS. They can start vehicle extrication on the highway. They could start to mitigate a hazmat. They're here for the town of Londonderry, right? Our goal is to have enough people to be able to answer the medical calls and all of the calls that need to, but also have members that are dedicated. So we don't have a Chief Hallowell situation where there's nobody in town but him, right? We'd still have people in town responding for the citizens, even though they're not on an ambulance. They're going to show up and start providing life-saving emergency measures, or they're going to show up and start fighting a fire or mitigating a hazmat because they're here for our community. And that's what 17 people gets you. That's what 15 people starts to get you towards.
So if I understand this correctly, if you're up at North Fire, okay, we have an ambulance up there.
Yep,
All right.
every fire station has an engine and an ambulance.
Okay.
I'm trying.
So I know, people say, well, we have an ambulance there. We have an ambulance there. We have an ambulance. What do we need another ambulance for? So is it my understanding if you're at North Fire, okay, and the ambulance goes out, there's nobody there to staff that fire truck? Or
So the initial call for an ambulance will be handled by the 2 people on the ambulance at headquarters.
No, I'm not talking about headquarters.
I know, I'm just
saying north.
So after that initial call, the fire station that is closest to the emergency stops being a fire station. They get out of their fire truck, they go over to their ambulance, and they are now an ambulance crew. And then that station doesn't have coverage until they come back from that call. Does that answer your question?
So yes, and it grows quickly in complexity, because if there's a medical call in the south end of town, and it requires the South Engine Company to join that first ambulance, and then a second medical call comes in the south end of town, the engine from headquarters, they're going to get off of their engine and get on an ambulance and go. And now there's nobody in the central part of town. And so it's a cascading effect, right? The first call can create a longer response time for the second call, right? Because they might not be in their district where that second call comes in.
And then you tie training and everything else that we do into this.
So I guess I'm correct in saying that if the ambulance goes out at North Fire on an ambulance call, there is nobody there to man those fire trucks.
Correct.
Dan, my house is burning. I might as well drive over there and jump in the truck and bring it over.
Which address?
Dan, if I may, to add on to what you're trying to maybe get at, is this may get some flack on this question of what kind of staffing would we need to be at so that there's people always manning an ambulance and never taking away from the fire trucks?
100.
No, seriously.
No, it's a serious question. How many people do we need so that the ambulances are not taking away from the firefighter crews?
I can't guarantee that. We sometimes have 10 calls going on at the same time.
Well, the number would be this, Ted. You would put 2 people on an ambulance, and we have 4. Let's say we have 5 ambulances, so and they're not cross-staffed anymore. You'd need an additional 10 people.
Right.
And then on top of the three members that are on the engine at the south, the 3 members on the engine at the north, and just from a basis, 3 members that now cross staff an engine, a rescue, or a ladder truck in central, right? So realistically, you need to add 10 more members so that we could say this ambulance is dedicated with 2, this ambulance is dedicated with 2, this one's with 2, and that one's with 2, right? And they ride that ambulance, and that's it.
And with
Which
our
is why mutual
aging
aid is so
community
important.
that we have in town for health problems that are growing, you know, many people may not like this, but that may become a reality at some point that we may need to have, or else we may have situations on our hand that we can't get to.
I think it's important to understand that we're not going to solve every ill that's out there, right? If we
No.
did, our budget would have to go from this to this, and
Of
the
course.
tax rate would go through the roof. What we need to do is reduce risk as best we can reasonably without bankrupting the community. I know you're not suggesting that.
No.
So we just need to be careful about what we do. They've asked for a certain amount. I'm not going to propose that amount. I'll just tell
No.
you right now. You're going to hear a much smaller number on the 10. Not because they don't need that, not because it does make sense and there's real value, and I can actually put dollars to the value of doing that. When a building burns, you get a $60 million building, it burns, you've just lost all that tax value. Not that that's the most important thing, it's the human beings who live in there, right? The quicker we can get there, but we can't solve all the ills of the world. We got to be reasonable about it and making incremental changes as our tax base continues to grow. I'm going to suggest is the process. That's why I talked about a long-term staffing plan, which we don't have, and we should, so we know what that looks like. We know what those costs are, and we can make strategic decisions about what is more important to us and where.
Are there any other questions for fire?
I do.
Good.
Okay. Can you explain why you increased your overtime by 45,000, so now it's at $1,384,000?
So the increase last year,
No, this year.
this year?
It's
The-
commensurate
With the same numbers you guys gave me last year.
Yeah.
So the 600 hours for
We didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
590 something
I think
per.
it goes with the salary increases.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's based on, it's contractual increases. We didn't look to increase the line.
So every person went up a step. As a result, that overtime hours matched that.
Any other questions? Not Dan.
I'm done.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 15-minute break, come back at 1:30.
Okay.
Yeah, Dan, you asked somebody.
announcements and information that we have to put forth today. Also invited today and joining us as a visitor, the back of the room is our Deputy Director incoming on Monday, Mr. James Danis, with us as well. We'll have to talk about this order here a little bit next year, because red and blue is supposed to follow yellow, so we'll get that mantra worked out.
I just said that, actually. I said, we got to give Dave a...
But that's all right. They saved the best for last, so we'll go with that. So today...
finance on here.
What's that?
Let's see finance on tonight.
Well, we all know that everything happens with finance, so...
Just had nothing better to do.
Right. I just got a brief opening statement, and then we'll go through the slide presentation. But there's obviously a lot to cover within public works and engineering, solid waste, sewer. So I want to make sure that I don't miss any of the key points that we are going to discuss over the next today and then in future evenings. So we present to you a portion of the FY27 Department of Public Works budget, and today we'll be covering 4 of the 6 divisions: highway, fleet, buildings and grounds, and engineering. Over the last 4 budget cycles, we have focused heavily on restoring our DPW fleet that had once fallen behind in vehicle replacement program. In that time, we have purchased 6 large 6-wheel plow trucks, 4 one-ton dump utility trucks, and 3 pieces of equipment. These important additions to our fleet have lowered our first responders' frontline plow trucks' average year lifespan from 8.2 years old to 5.3 years old of service, while the entire value of the whole fleet has increased from $3.7 million to $5.4 million in that same time period. These tough decisions and strong commitment have yielded excellent results for the state of our emergency equipment and ability to respond in a timelier fashion during winter storm events and obviously prevent breakdowns. 2 years ago, during the budget process, we focused on right-sizing the specific line items, and you'll hear a common thread through our presentations, as other departments have today talked about as well, that we're often over-expensed and not in step with the department's needs for materials and supplies. Salt, sand, fleet maintenance, and signs are among a few of these that are now reasonably funded in a manner suitable for our department's responsibilities. Last year, our focus turned to the efficiency and safety of how we do our work. We needed equipment that can complete work quicker, like the new boom flail mower I'll be introducing in a little bit, that will also be able to give us the ability to adapt it with other attachments for roadside mowing, detention basin, which is always important. John will be talking about that. And potentially today I'd like to talk about introducing sidewalk winter maintenance as well. As well as we've recently acquired a new hot box that provides us with the ability to make a longer lasting quality repair, thus reducing our man-hours performing pothole maintenance that have been allocated to other important maintenance duties. But the safety component is what we're most grateful for. In addition to utilizing police details, we dramatically improve our work zone safety for our employees, and that allows us to direct staff to be spent doing other tasks rather than daily flagging. This year, we're going to turn our focus and attention on adequate and appropriate staffing measures. Throughout today's presentation, we plan to demonstrate a definitive need in 2 areas: administrative services and, of course, our labor force. Our department oversees and manages over $9.57 million, and additionally another $7.57 million with the sewer fund, for a combined total of over $17 million. Additionally, we also manage and oversee projects that impact several trust funds, such as the Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund, the Roadway Maintenance Trust Fund, and the Pillsbury Cemetery expansion. These groups total $3.78 million for future and current planning with the execution of projects. Of course, we'd like to give a big thanks to the supportive departments which help get us through these responsibilities and staffing, like the finance department. So you jumped your gun there. Thank you, Justin and Sarah. And the human resources department have been very vital to us this year. So thanks goes out to Tara and Cherry. So today's slide presentation will illustrate areas where we seek to add an additional 8 administrative hours of valuable assistance in an area that is desperately needed to cover the vast volumes of work discussed here today, in addition to mounting service calls for the cemeteries, road, trash, and sewer. Another definitive area of additional hours needed is that of the truck driver laborers. The greatest advantage to the staffing request is twofold. The department and division managers can remain focused on the planning and implementation of crucial projects, as the town manager has been illustrating of what we need to work on to be more successful moving forward, as opposed to picking up the slack where we're deficient in available workforces, and most importantly, with winter weather emergency operations. Probably no clearer area today will demonstrate that need, is where we're at when we talk about our winter weather emergency operations. Should the additional staffing request be supported this year, we will have the ability for supervisors to manage these events and respond to critical issues that inevitably pop up during our town-wide snow emergencies, rather than in the large plow trucks themselves. And finally, adding that new awaited sidewalk winter maintenance program almost immediately from coming to Londonderry. I know that's been a hot topic of many years past, and it still continues today. And if you look at what the town manager was illustrating to earlier about the town's future plans, sidewalks is an area that people are calling for more and more frequently, that we're deficient in. We hear that quite frequently in the safety committee as well, about the ability for pedestrians to walk in the neighborhoods and what have you safely. But we've now taken the measures to give us the position with that new equipment apparatus that we bought, that will allow us to provide that should we get the services that we, or staffing levels that we need. So we'll, with that, we'll just get right into our slide presentation. So the Department of Public Works comprises of 6 divisions: the highway, fleet, buildings and grounds, engineering, and those are the 4 that we're going to focus on today. And in a later date, we'll be discussing solid waste and sewer. This is our organizational chart as we are moving forward into the new year. Essentially, there's all the divisions. We have John Trottier overseeing all the engineering measures and working closely with our environmental engineer on solid waste and sewer. In the highway department is probably where we've seen kind of the most realignment of focus, whereas we used to just have one foreman and a bunch of assistants. With a recent retirement, we've kind of streamlined that out into their respective areas that is greatly needed, and so we have a foreman in each area. The highway department still consists of mostly where our workforce is at, with 6 truck drivers, some equipment operators, and then 2 part-time winter plow drivers. And we'll discuss that extensively when we get into the snow removal plan. We have 1 foreman that is working over our buildings and grounds, and we recently restored a mechanic operator to join our chief mechanic in the garage. Obviously, that's has been a concern with just having 1 individual working alone on heavy equipment and the types of materials that he works with to conduct his work. And then what we're glad about, and glad James is here today because he's going to hear about all the work that we have coming his way. To John's credit, he's been working for 3.5 years, virtually 42 months, without an assistant engineer here to help him. And there's obviously in the engineering world, there's a great level of detail and planning and execution that has to take place, all the while meeting the operational needs of the town with all the plan reviews and street opening permits and work that goes on within our community and expansion of the water system itself that we know is vital to the community. So with those challenges, our department assistant is currently a 32-hour part-time employee, and we're seeking to add that at 8 additional hours to deal with all of our mounting tasks and the future planning that we're about to come up with, as well as some concerns within where we're going to go with planning out the water build-out in the town. And then we're seeking to add 2 full-time truck driver laborers to our workforce. Our current work staff does work a 45-hour work week. It's important to point that out, that they work their normal work week plus an additional hour a day because of the type of work that we do and the amount of work that we have, the work volume.
Just go back to that for a second.
Sure.
It's something important to recognize here. Presently, we actually have 2 departments in the same budget. We have the engineering department that John Trottier oversees right now, and then we have the DPW department that Dave sees. That change occurred a number of years ago. You always had one combined department. I think most of you are probably familiar with that. And then there was a decision to break that apart. I review the administrative code, which is, I'll call it ancient. It doesn't actually meet with the way things are now. That's all being rewritten. That'll go before the council in January. So these are actually two different departments right now. They'll be brought back together where they once were, where I think it makes the most amount of efficiency. Dave has already made some changes. I already talked about where he has foremen at the different levels for the different functions, which was badly needed as well. So we're back to streamlining and making sure our department works more closely together. Unfortunately, and I want to highlight this again, John Trotter was asked to do a job that really takes 3 people to do, and that's impossible. It just simply is. And fortunately, now we do have Mr. Danius now is joining us, so we have a second civil engineer on board to be able to deal with that mountain of work. I don't even know how we've gotten past, how we've operated for this period of time without major issues. So he's done a really good job of keeping us afloat, but it's not what it needs to be. Quite frequently, he's in here before I am at 6:30 in the morning, and usually he's still here when I leave. And I don't know how he gets all the work done, and he's usually literally running around. I see the speed at which he walks, going from one problem to the next. That's just, that can't obviously sustain itself, and there are consequences for that for us. We have not been able to have, we don't have projects that are project ready for grants. We need to get there, especially these water projects and our road projects. There's no way he could have possibly done that. So this change was absolutely necessary, but this is the future state that takes effect in January, hopefully if the council approves the organizational change, because I don't have the authority to unilaterally do that. That requires the change to the administrative code. So when we talk about this, we're talking about what we expect it to be as we go into that next year.
Thank you. And I'm glad you brought that all up, because one thing to not get lost in all the shuffle here was the biggest addition to this department, the Buildings and Grounds section, which oversees all of the facilities now and the cemeteries, was once managed in a different area. So that was added into this department. And, upon my arrival, I was doing, obviously a lot of the more labor stuff that's involved in that. So it takes away from your ability to manage the overall department. So that change that did happen, added duties and responsibilities, which is pretty vast to a department without any additional resources. There were other critical needs within the department I saw early on, and I just illustrated, some of that systematically. You just can't go and change everything in one year span. But we're now at a point where I believe we are well served to start really looking at what the needs of the department are.
You got a question already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan has a question already.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're talking about the organizational. So this is not presently in effect, this organization.
No, it's not. We have 2 different departments, and here it's shown as one department.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you can go ahead and read all of the items listed there that we are responsible for, but obviously it is a monumental task for essentially a labor force of 13 people. But what we're really trying to work towards in 27 is in areas that we're really deficient in. Some of the detention basins in town, we haven't been there in so long, or in fact, ever. But we're required to do so through the MS4 permitting, which John will be getting into a little bit later on in the presentation, to the point when we finally do arrive, we're out there and we're cutting down not necessarily brush, but almost saplings or trees that people then don't even understand why we're there, and we're clear cutting this all out. And it creates a little bit of, angst amongst the neighbors that they think we're in there clearing out woods, and we're actually restoring the detention basin that we should have been maintaining all along.
That's why we need a tree warden.
Let's not go there. Right? Baby steps.
Dave's credit, I received numerous calls when you guys did that from residents that said, I've been here 20 years. What are they doing?
Yeah.
So he's not lying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And obviously also another area where we're deficient, and we just don't have the ability to do street sweeping ourselves. I mean, if we're going to look into taking on that task, that is a definitive need for labor, and we also need appropriate facility to store a piece of equipment like that, the costliness of it. So, but we are going to be gearing up to get an RFP out to do a contracted street sweeping program. I've been talking to other communities that are doing it contractually. There's some nuances with that, but we'll work our way through it as we are obligated, mandated to through the MS4 as well. So out with the old and in with the new. So here's our boom flail mower that we had for 2008 And this spent a considerable amount of time down more than up. And what that led to was our staff having to go out and do a lot of line of sight, brush clearing, weed whacking and whatnot in order to let people be able to see coming in and out. Obviously very labor intensive. And then they're also in, poison ivy and things of that nature. So we were grateful when this piece of equipment was approved last year, and we're very happy to have this in our arsenal. It's obviously, you can see it in nature, it's smaller in size, so it's a lot safer for our operators to be out there on the road edge, and people can navigate it around a little bit safer, but I still obviously encourage the public to understand that we're doing an important job and to give them the space and the needs that they need in order to clear the roadside brush. But the beauty of this machine is really that the front end of that is the boom flail, and the back end of it is the machine itself. And so moving forward, this machine has the ability that we can put other items on it, like front flail mowers, finish mowing decks. So when we're out on Pettingill Road and doing mowing out there, we don't have guys, they're in a contained cab, and they're not on a rider mower and shooting grass into the street. They're in a climate-controlled cab and obviously a lot safer, more visible. And this is the machine, too, that, if we have the ability in the future, if we have the staffing that we need, we can attach, a snowblower to it and a V-plow as well and start providing sidewalk winter maintenance. And that's in the proposed budget for equipment. So the Highway Division services and responsibilities, obviously to repair the town's catch basins, associated drainage. Probably the most important, or should be the first bullet, is our effective snow and ice control removal for the town. That's what we're most known for. Performance of maintenance along the roads, such as I was speaking to about, street signage, making sure that there's no low shoulders out there and they're taken care of quickly. Pavement preservation, obviously potholes are something that people, is probably one of the things that impact them the most. You hit it, you can ruin your vehicle or blow a tire. And the new hot box, is really helping us out in that regard. We do our own in-house crack sealing. We're challenged right now with our staffing level. I'll get into that in a little bit. But the addition of having the police officers to provide that, one, it makes our work zone safer. And two, I can tell you, if we did not have that in our budget this year, we would not be out there crack sealing. We just don't have the workforce to have them, running the slow stop paddles as well. Already went over brush removal. The tree warden takes care of the hazardous trees in town. We'll just move along on that, and then catch basin repairs.
Get a badge.
As they come up. It's on order. I'm waiting on it.
It's recycled metal.
Mr. Chair, I got a question real quick for them.
Yeah.
So, for these catch basin repairs and catch basins in general, we're making this requirement on these developers to put them in, but then we don't require them to maintain them?
Not if it's in a public road right away.
Right away, no.
So, for instance, the Cala and Clover up off of Old Dairy Road, those are public roads, so the town takes over
Small
maintenance of
maintenance.
those. However, somebody like the Nevins, those private developments, Cross Farm, those developer that
They do have to
association
maintain
is-
this.
They're
Okay.
required to maintain that.
Yeah.
I think that may become confusing at times for some people upon who actually maintains what.
Yeah, in the previous slides with those numbers, I should clarify, those are only town-owned on town right-of-ways and town streets. Those are our basins and our responsibility. And those are inspected annually when we're doing our catch basin cleaning. We currently use a clam truck, which is kind of an inefficient way of doing things, but it's what we have right now. And that's important when it comes up with implementing a road maintenance improvement plan that we'll be discussing as well.
But you're right, though, Ted. Some people that move into some of these communities, they don't realize that they're responsible now for crack sealing and overlaying, paving, striping, brush removal, or signage.
If it's a private road.
Right.
Correct.
Question
Yep,
before you go
good.
further.
Sure.
Sorry. On the catch basins, how many do we have?
It was in the previous slide.
75.
Yeah.
75?
Yep.
No. Just the basins themselves is.
Yeah, we got over 4,800 drainage structures themselves.
48?
Yeah.
100.
100.
Yeah.
Got it.
Of drainage structures.
Yeah.
But the catch basins, they have 75.
Okay.
No.
Well, those are detention basins?
Yeah,
There's a
so
difference?
when we get further,
There
yeah,
is.
yeah, there is. So your catch basin is basically the square or rectangle frame and grate that's on the, in your curb line or on the edge of the road where the water actually enters into. And there's a sump, which is a concrete structure that the water goes into, and then any solids or organics and whatnot that are in it, sand, rock, or whatever, will settle out in that sump. The water then carries on through a drain line pipe, and perhaps in the future we can probably have a good explanation slides for how that all works. Detention basins is, and later in the slide we do have some illustrations of that. Those are the large kind of ponds, if you will.
I guess that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah,
I had them confused.
yeah.
Thank you.
And later on in the slides, it should clear up some of that confusion as well. But this is the hot box that we are now using. And we're extremely excited to have that in-house now. And the beauty of this one, too, is sometimes we will have what we call skimmers. It's just really a delaminating of the finished pavement. The pothole hasn't gotten into the binder course and gone all the way down into the gravel yet. And those are probably the most important ones that you want to repair, because you don't want to lose your sub-base of the road. You want to get that repaired as quickly as possible. But when it's only an inch or an inch and a half thick and you use cold mix, often perhaps you've had the unfortunate pleasure of driving over one of those potholes, and all of a sudden you hear all kind of like aggregate up in your wheel hub and flying around and kicking off, and that's because it's really just a temporary repair until you can get there with hot mix at some point down the road. We haven't had the ability to do so. So what we can do with this unit is put 2 to 2.5 tons of hot mix in it, keeps the mix hot all day. We're not throwing any product away in that manner, where we would sometimes take out a truck and go get 4 tons, and we only needed 2, but that top 2 tons is sitting there just keeping the other couple of tons underneath it warm, which is a wasteful way of doing it.
Dan has 2 more questions
Sure.
for you before we continue.
So
On this hot box, is that something you have to shovel out from the back, or is this a dumps in the hole?
Yep. So this is not the higher end model. This is not one where you have a power dump. They do make those, and they make them much larger than this as well. But this one here, if you can kind of see at the back, there's a scuttle gate there, and you just lift that up, and then, yes, you shovel the product out of the back. I just want to reiterate, too, that when you see crews out on the road filling potholes, this is probably one of our most dangerous things that we do. There's been, unfortunately, members of our profession that have been killed in this manner. People come around corners, and we're out there filling a pothole, usually trying to do it as quickly as we can and move on, and there's rarely protection for them, and so they end up, getting into the back of the truck and whatnot, because we're working behind our equipment at this point. So just, for everybody's own edification, when you're out there and you see crews doing this, please be respectful in passing them safely.
So when you go to use this, Dave, where do you get the mix?
Right now, our contract is with Continental, so that's where we go to pick it up.
In the wintertime, too?
Well, they'll close down. We finally have this now, so we'll have to discuss that. There are plants that are open. And if we have, as winter wears on, if there are ones that are being very, very stubborn, then yeah, that's a game changer, because we can go down, we can get some mix, we can use the emulsions, and we can get those repaired to get us over to the spring. So
the closest plant during the wintertime being is Brock's and
Drake-it.
And
Drake-it, Mass.
Yeah, they close down around the holidays for a little bit, and they also use that time to do some maintenance on their plant, and then they reopen. So that time of year, you do see a lot of other surrounding communities all coming down there. Nashua, Salem, Hudson, everybody else that has hot boxes is going down there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And it allows us to do some repairs that are important that we otherwise wouldn't even try. This is a good illustration of a roadway where, the road edge was starting to crack and fail a little bit, but it hadn't quite unraveled to a point where, cold patch would actually just sit in there and stay. And the crews have been very excited about getting this piece of equipment, and they're out there kind of buttering up their plow routes and addressing a lot of things, getting the roads to be in as best possible condition as we can going in the winter months so that they don't further deteriorate. So this slide presentation is in honor of a
I guess our advocate, Stop Sign Tony. So here we go for Tony. But I'll give the kudos to Donna. She came up with this illustration, and so I was all over that. This is great. So, but in all seriousness, what this slideshow is illustrating is the roads that we have completed. This is now resurfacing, if you will. This is a shim and overlay that we're doing on these roads in FY25. For the things in 26, the ongoing roads that we're doing in the fall is illustrated there on the right, and then the remainder of that program will be taking place in this upcoming spring. But what it also illustrates is all the other variable things that we do, and some items that we do, we have good numbers on, because when you're line striping, the counter is there as well. We certainly obviously know how many times we're being called in for snow and ice events, and how many miles we're mowing and trimming. But as we get into asset management and really quantifying exactly everything we do, the time that it takes, the materials that it take, the tree warden certainly knows that he removed 85 trees this year. But we really want to start getting a better handle on, how many potholes are we filling. The catch basin repairs needs to be improved on how many we can tackle on those before they get into a worser state. And then signage is still another challenge that we're still really behind the times in, and getting our signs up to the size, the lettering font, and what have you. And the retro reflectivity of them in town is something that remains a challenge in the future. And if we get the additional supported labor, that's one area where we've kind of refurbished an older truck that we have, and it can serve as a sign truck. And I'd like to try to get that to become kind of almost a permanent assignment, if you will, to an individual to really go around route by route or road by road. We can establish a plan and get our signs up to where they should be.
Dan has another question.
2017, right? The MUTCD standing for retro.
Yeah.
So 2017, so we're 8 years behind.
Correct.
Dan has another question for you.
Yes.
Cool. Signs.
Yes.
So, I just need clarification. You get to, let's say, noise and 28.
Mm-hmm.
Who's responsible for that stop sign? Town or state?
So the state handles, even though there are intersecting roads onto the state right-of-way, the state maintains those stop signs. Those are theirs.
So when we see signs that are faded, not working, or whatever, we need to notify you?
To be clear, the stop sign, people do call us about those. We'll report it to the state for them to go out there and repair. But the street name, the street sign, that is ours.
The street sign is yours. The stop signs are theirs.
Correct.
Okay. Mm-hmm. On the construction of the roads, how do you select? I see in spring of 2026, you've got a list of roads here. How are these roads selected for, whether it be shim and overlay or complete reconstruction?
So Paul Schatt, who's retired, myself, Dan, I've been here for 24 years. Paul was here for 30 plus.
41 years, yes. Thank you.
So over time, again, we don't have a roadway management plan, pavement plan, which Sean is intending to present as part of our overall plan for the town. So again, it's just from our experience, Dan. Paul would do the first go at looking at the roads, and again, just like I say, my common knowledge of the roads as well. And then my experience in knowing where development is occurring. They're going to be putting water down Old Nashua Road. Let's not do Old Nashua Road, obviously. We're going to get criticized. We just paved it. Now we're ripping it up. High Range Road. Don't do High Range Roads, certain areas. So that's kind of how we've done it over the years, ever since I've been here.
So we're looking at a road management program.
Yeah, so that's one of the, you can see the goals there is, and this is where, again, I'll go back to the beginning where, John was doing the best he could for 42 months, trying to keep the operational needs of the town on point. But we are going to establish, this is where James Dance is going to come into play quite a bit here in the asset management stuff, and then the CPI. Most towns these days have a CPI, a condition pavement index. And what that does is, what that essentially is tells you what is your state of your roadwork system in town. What's rated at 100%, meaning a road that has been completely reconstructed, it's just been put in service, and there's no cracks, and everything looks great, and it rides smoothly. All the way down to, you know, a road that rates at 50 or under, or wherever that matrix we want to line it up. And we would say, okay, well, this road has fallen into a deterioration state, or doesn't have the adequate drainage or the adequate subgrades, or there's too many trees in the way because the warden's been lacking in that area, and we need to widen the roads out. I'm going to use it, that's my benefit as much as I can. And so we don't want to go out onto those roads and do a shim and overlay. We want to then look at funding mechanisms that gears us up and ready to do a recon on those roads. But the importance of a real PCI, what it's going to do is really give you that baseline to start that road program and start breaking things into areas of roads that are going to require maintenance 5 years out, which is typically a road that's at 100%. 5 years from now, you revisit it. If there's some cracking, you do some crack sealing. You continue with your street sweeping and cleaning your basins, because you do not want your drainage to fail. Roads that are falling into that threshold that are, 80 or lower, those are the real ones that you want to look at, because it's 10 times more costly to completely rebuild a road than it is to maintain your roads that are in great shape. And a lot of times, I'll talk later about the T-squared program, but you really are, if you're doing it correctly, you should focus on your best roads and maintain them the best you can, because the more that fall into disrepair, your costs are going to go up exponentially, because you're going to end up with more roads that you need to reconstruct. And I know that is not the way that we think and the way that people travel, because you want the worst roads taken care of now. We've been hearing about Bancroft Road for I don't know how many years now. But and again, that's
since Ted's been on board.
Yeah. And again, then you find other challenges where you're lining up with where we know that there are projects up and coming with sewer and whatnot. And so if we can get that 5-year formalized program established with that baseline of the PCI, and then talking with engineering and planning and what's forthcoming, then we can really position ourselves to have something better than let's see what winter has done to our roadway network and then respond. That's a reactive. We're trying to get into that proactive model, and that's where I see us going in the future.
Well, the reason, Dave, the reason I brought that up is because Paul's gone, and God forbid, John, something happens to him. We don't have anybody with the experience of, what roads need to be addressed.
Right.
So I'm glad we're looking at a program.
Yeah, and I'm glad you point that out, Dan, is that we have lost a lot of institutional knowledge. And yeah, none of us are going to be here forever. And, so if we get ourselves into a more formalized program, then that data stays and remains with the town. We have it all identified. There's the 3 years out or whatever, or how we set the program up. You redo that. You just come back and say, okay, is the money that we're spending, is our PCI going up and getting better, or is it going down? If it's going down, then we need to look at, allocating more resources, or we're seeing a return on our investment because of the way we're following our own program. So yeah, you're right. We had small staff, limited staffing, limited man hours, and so sometimes you are making experienced judgment decisions about what is best for that roadway network out there, rather than being, proactive in the approach.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Ted?
What do we do for areas of town that are technically private roads, but people may think are actually public roads, and consistently have potholes and keep on getting worse sometimes? Do we call them to you guys and have them nag the property owner, or what do we do?
So if I hear your question correctly, you're talking about a private road that individuals are on, that they're upset about
the connecting road area. Yeah.
So off of 102, you're talking about
like behind La Coretta and those roads connecting from Michael's Way on over to Gilchrist.
Unfortunately, my understanding, Ted, is the owner of that parcel is from China, or so I have reached out to the management company,
right,
and have notified them that we're getting calls about it, and we're just giving that. We'll let the person, whoever's got damaged their vehicle, here's the name and number.
Yeah, okay.
Feel free to call them. It's
Yep.
a private
They just
road.
have consistently potholes year after year after year.
Yeah,
Sometimes the same spot, but sometimes it's a different spot.
I know exactly
And
what
they
you're
just keep
talking
getting
about.
worse, and they just don't sometimes care where they're gonna swallow a car in them.
Yep.
So,
Several years ago, Ted, it was brought forward that the town take over that road. And the
I don't remember
village
that.
said, no.
you would think
Because
that
it
they
was
would want us to.
Because it was private, you know, for all those
Well-
businesses.
Yeah, again, yeah, they're not built to a town standard though,
Right.
too.
Right.
You know, again, we don't have a 50-foot right-of-way.
Yeah.
All those propane tanks that are right on the
Hmm.
right-hand side when you're driving in there. There's no place to store the snow, so there was a plethora of reasons why
Hmm.
we said,
Interesting.
This is a growing problem. Most of our neighborhoods are relatively newer compared to some of our communities in our state that grew up earlier. Londonderry has grown really quickly, so its neighborhoods are relatively new. But this issue, people are coming in and saying, hey, look, can you fix my road? I pay taxes too. Well, that's a private road. And to both of their points on that, you know, a lot of them were not built to our standard. And you have to have a strategy on how you're going to deal with that, because we can't go after them, and we're certainly not going to pay for them, because that's what people, when you bought into that, you knew what you were buying into. And yes, there are risks, there are issues, and maintenance is another problem too. They may not be maintaining that, so we can get our emergency vehicles in there. And the strategy in a lot of communities has been, if you want us to take over the road, you're going to bring it up to our town standard first, and then we'll consider that. But otherwise, we're not going to do that. We're not going to take on a liability because we can't even maintain what we have, never mind adding more to that. But this is an issue that's Londonderry is going to have to face, like other communities in our state have faced that have older private streets on there. And then people turn around and say, well, I want you to pay for mine too.
Right,
So.
of course.
and that's a big part of my job is, again, when I'm reviewing private development site plans and some of the elderly communities, people say, well, why do you really care? Why does the town care? Because the town wants it to be constructed to a standard, not to the developer's pocketbook. So at least they're built to a standard, but again,
Right.
Home Depot's selling lumber, they don't care about the condition of the parking lot. Look at it.
Right, well, until it becomes their issue when someone gets a pothole or their car damaged on their property.
Correct.
But Ted, on Yellowstone, I don't know, that used to be all private. Okay, and they used to have to plow that.
Yellowstone?
Yellowstone area,
Off of Litchfield Road.
off Litchfield Road.
Okay.
Okay, and you drive in there, and then you drive in, it's a dead end. You know, driving another place, it's a dead end. There's no cul-de-sac or anything like that. And they used to have to plow that. They came to the town took it over, and as a result of it, we have just small little trucks that can get in there, and it's very difficult for our DPW to maintain.
Which is why we're pretty critical, and to John's credit too, even when these, because it's a cost savings measure for them to build a far inferior road or smaller or whatever, and, and then the long-term problems that will come about, they may not even be the owner in the future. They could sell that parcel to another business venture or whatnot. But I'm glad we're having this discussion because it also harks back to the discussion of the 8 administrative hours that we're looking for. A lot of times people will say, well, Londonderry's growing, and they'll say, well, yeah, but a lot of it's private development or private roads, and we're not going to have to maintain that. Yeah, but the concerns remain the same. And those calls come into our office, and Donna has to deal with that, and Denise has to deal with that, and sometimes it's multiple phone calls that we either have to call the state and say, hey, we got another complaint about that faded stop sign. We need you to go out there and deal with that, or we need to chase down that developer that might be in China or wherever they may be. And so the residents, and understandably, they want that addressed. And they don't think it's for them to do. They don't think they need to call the developer in China to take care of it. They want the town to take care of that. And that starts in our office. And so that's where that administrative surface, while the town is growing, we're getting more calls on that main line about other issues that may not be for us to resolve, but we still have to deal with. So, yes.
Are you keeping a good log of that? Because I really would like to see that, and I think that's important for a future conversation on the council.
Yes.
Just to have that, to say, how many calls are you getting? I mean, really?
Yeah, we track every call.
Well, that's good. And so if you don't mind, I just think that that's something that a council, I'm going to bring it up at a later date, that needs to look at something that we need to fix to be able
That's what we're going to talk about.
to address that, because that really, takes time away from what you need to do and what you need to do on a daily basis, and the person who is responsible is
Yep.
kind of getting away with it.
That's a great question, Deb, and I think the most appropriate response to that is, one, I'll give Donna and Denise kudos. They do an excellent job at maintaining our call lag. They kind of use Excel for the most part right now, but where we're moving towards with OpenGov is it's going to give us that ability to track all these calls. No, almost we don't have a dispatch center like you saw in the two previous presentations, right? They get the calls, it's logged in immediately, it goes into those silos, and then they can come in, they can put up their slides and whatnot. We're not set up for that. We're working towards that. And what OpenGov will give us that ability to do is then we have that total count. We'll know how many of those were potholes, how many of those were basin repairs, how many of those were, private, issues that we had to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
More importantly, how much time did we spend on that?
Right.
And we'll be able to make all those quantitative measures so that you'll be able to understand that, so that when we're sitting there saying, look, we're really busy in our office, but we don't have the ability to really quite clearly illustrate that to you. And that's what this is going to give us the ability to do.
But it also helps form and shape more policies on other
Correct.
departments and rules to streamline it, to make it more effective and efficient, to be proactive.
Yeah.
And that's what needs to be done. And so that's why that data is so important for people on the council to see, because we have no idea.
Well, yeah.
Right? We're not sitting there with you.
No,
So thank you for bringing, I had no idea that you were getting
yeah,
those calls,
yeah.
so I appreciate it.
You're welcome, and also I would add too that getting away from the paper, or what if Dawn is out? John and I usually panic when Dawn is out, and Denise is out as well. But as we're getting more tech savvy and we're moving towards it, this will give us the ability for that. If they are out, everybody has access to it. So if we have something that flares up and it's a real issue, and somebody said, I've called 100 times, we'll have the ability to log in and go, actually, you called last Thursday, and that's all we got logged. I don't know where you were calling the other 99 times, but you called last Thursday. Here's where we're at with it.
Like that.
So,
but-
yeah. So, but at any rate, but thank you for the question. Anything more on this slide before I move forward?
Can we get back to the presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. See, Dan?
All right, so winter maintenance. Here we go. Red and blue follow yellow. That's our mantra, right?
our mantra.
It is. Are they still in the room, or are they taking a nap back there? Hey, let it be noted, the red team remained. Kudos to them. The red
Blue's
team.
out ticketing your car right now.
But I won't belabor the point on this, but really the meaning behind that message is that this is a stark reminder to our staff for them to understand the importance of the work that they do. There's a few slide illustrations there on the importance of making sure that our roads are clear. As we were talking about response times that the fire department has challenges on and the police department has challenges on, what can impact that? You already heard their other constraints.
Mm-hmm.
Those issues right there are things that can impact that response as well. And these are probably the moments when it matters the most. If somebody's without power and their defibrillator's not working, or their or what have you, medical equipment at home isn't working, fire department, paramedics, and whatnot are going to have to get there in a timely fashion, and that's our job to make sure that they can do that. Mm-hmm. So that's a pretty tall order for a very small department. We have 13 routes that plow all 373.16 lane miles in town. A vast amount of 187 cul-de-sacs, which are very time-consuming, the dead ends that Dan was talking about earlier. Perhaps next year I'll even put in, we have 20 snow and ice storms, and that sounds like a small number, but we actually track, in one event, in one of those 20 events, we may have had to plow for, 24, 36 hours. We may have had to do a couple of rounds of salt applications, a couple of rounds of sanding operations, and those numbers, we have those numbers, and I'll perhaps bring those forward in future presentations as well, so that you understand just how much is involved with one operation. Mm-hmm. All right.
Are you using brine at all?
So we do use the state's brine. We go over and buy it. We use it typically with brine, and I won't go too far off topic because brine is a large conversation in and of itself, but it's limited in its usage. You can use it in the early parts of the season, in the early spring when temperatures are correct. If you wanted to get into just calcium chloride, liquid calcium that I used in my previous employment, that stuff is, superior to the performance, but it's also detrimental to your equipment, and we have other challenges there that would really cause some problems, and it's also harmful to the environment as well. So but that's an entirely different discussion. But we do use brine when it's appropriate to do so, and we get it from the state.
And we're pre-wetting the material itself.
Right.
We're not
Yeah.
we're not pre-wetting the road. So when you're going down 93 and you see the tiger stripes, that's not what we're doing.
No. Yeah, that's going out and spraying. We don't have a tanker. We don't go out and spray it. So as our material, our solid is coming off the truck, that's where the brine is being applied to it.
Gotcha.
Okay. So I'm going to get into plowing, because as I sit here right now, what I want to inform you of is that if we had to plow tomorrow, and as we talked about earlier today, I was having flashbacks to 2011 when we did have a significant snowstorm and Halloween was either canceled or postponed. If we had to go plow tomorrow, I right now have 5 of our 13 routes not covered. We have 3 vacancies that we're working to fill right now. We have an employee that is off on military deployment, and I was just informed from one of our seasonal drivers that drives one of those main 13 priority routes that he's not going to return this season. His employment is just too busy right now, and he can't make that commitment. That's probably one of the most critical ones to try to fill. Because we don't want to just hire anybody off the street that only comes in during snow events and isn't very versed in our operations and say, hey, here's the keys to a $225,000 truck, good luck. This particular employee was a retired firefighter from our town. He had a CDL, knew the town very, very well, and this was a means of a supplemental income to him as well in his retirement, and he thought it was great, and he's done a great job over the years. But it was an area that I identified quickly that, wait a minute, we have temporary employees. In fact, we have 2 temporary employees that are actually they're considered our frontline staff. That's a problem. In an operation like this, in a community of this size, that's a vulnerability that makes me very uncomfortable, knowing that we can just have employees that just either quit. And I'm not, saying that either of these would do this. This gentleman and I had a conversation back when it was much warmer out. And he thought he could make the commitment, but he at least gave me the courtesy of saying before snow flies that he can't make that commitment. Now the good news is we've been interviewing people for these openings that we have. Almost as soon as we made one conditional offer to one gentleman, I had a gentleman the following week give his notice. And he was moving on to a different, back to the industry he came from, where he can make more money and whatnot. But I will tell you that this round of candidates, this pool of candidates we received, I believe we're up to now 10 applications, has yielded the greatest results. And that is due to some of the other cost items you were talking about the collective bargaining agreements that the voters approved. And that raised our starting rate from $22.34 last year to $26.23 per hour. So thank you for the taxpayers and the boards that made that happen, because when we were advertising for an opening we had back in May, when the rate was at $22.34, we had 2 applicants. One of them took a job already by the time we called him, and the other one was a previous employee that had worked here a few years ago, wanted to return back because he heard how wonderful the place is running these days. So he wanted to return to the tree warden. And the tree warden, work for a tree warden. Oh, boy. I hope my wife's not watching this.
So, Dave, have you reached out to, like, Continental to see if they lay off a whole bunch of people in the wintertime, to see if any of those guys would be interested in, coming on for the winter to help you with plowing?
Not specifically to Continental. I'm a firm believer in networking. I keep my ears and to the wind and really do a lot to speak to that. Some guys do, and some guys actually just like being, taking, the layoff and enjoying the winter months. Nobody's really excited about going out and plowing snow. We understand the importance of it, but rarely are my guys coming in saying, we can't wait for winter to get here.
It's been my experience also speaking with some of those gentlemen. They work 60, 70 hours a week.
Yeah.
Come wintertime, they just want to snowmobile and sleep in and take it easy.
It's just the opposite of what our profession does. So their busy time of the year is the paving season, obviously. So they're working overnights, they're working out on highways, they're working 60, 70, 80 hours. The last thing they want to do is then do that in the winter. And our guys do that in the winter, and in the summertime, yes, we're into construction and everything else, but that we also realize that's time to catch up on the family and have some time off and take some vacations. It's rare that our employees are taking any kind of vacation time in the winter months.
Maybe if Dan doesn't make the PD or the fire.
There you go. We've got openings.
There's another factor too. Those people are collecting unemployment during the winter.
Yeah.
They can go and plow snow for somebody else, and maybe that doesn't get notified. They can't do that with us because we have to follow the law.
Correct.
I've been doing it since I was 16. I love it every year. I love plowing.
There you go.
Come on down, Dan.
There you go, Dan.
I'm busy over my own
You're going to be a busy guy. But at any rate, the biggest area of concern I see with our winter maintenance plan is, earlier in the slide presentation, we showed where we have the 3 foremen. So in our current setup, 2 of those 3 are in the large 6-wheelers plowing. One of those is our chief mechanic. So that's a problem. So when we have a breakdown, that means the chief mechanic's coming off his route. The other employee is off his route, and now we've got 2 routes that are uncovered. We really need to get ourselves into a position where our chief mechanic is in our yard, he's loading the trucks. That's keeping individuals in their trucks, by the way, because that's usually one of the areas where we can have slips, trips, falls. Someone, they're tired. It's very easy for ice and everything to be built up on that step. And we want to keep the employee in the cab where it's safe. So when they're coming back, this will eliminate our employees climbing down out of the cab, walking across the yard, getting the load or loading himself, and back out. We have a dedicated yard man that's plowing the yard, by the way, keeping our own parking lot. Our parking lot is usually the worst in the whole town. We don't touch it till it's over. So it's an area of vulnerableness where we can have employees slip and fall. We've had employees come in and fall in the parking lot, and get all soaked and everything else on the way in before they've even clocked in. It's not a good way to start your day or night or weekend or even on a holiday. So what we're really trying to do here is give ourselves the supervision needs that we need in order to adequately, take care of the routes with the actual truck drivers and laborers that we should be doing, and not utilizing other employees in areas that they would well serve our mission. And to that point, if we can get there, again, I'd like to see us providing sidewalk winter maintenance. That is a definitive responsibility of our department. Municipalities all across the state do it. I'm surprised and shocked that we're not. I'm thankful that the school district does the portion in front of their properties, but we're often criticized that it's not done around the corner or down to Moose Hill and other areas of town. We do only have 1.7 miles of sidewalk in town, a variety, but obviously right here in kind of the centralized part of town is where it's most noticeable. And this is something that I see that could be very easily done if we have these additional drivers. When the storm's over, we're winding down, we're not having to load the trucks as much anymore. Thankfully, there's not as many breakdowns anymore because of our younger fleet. One of those supervisors can then take that machine and go clear those walks, and they're ready to go for school to be open the next day. Sometimes the school has to prioritize what they need to get done in order to get school open. And sometimes it's a day or 2 even after before they even do those sidewalks. Our goal is to get those done so that when school opens, those sidewalks are done. And I think that's going to be an even more important challenge in the future, as we know that this is what the community is demanding right now. So, any questions on winter maintenance before we move on?
Do we have the right vehicle to do those sidewalks? You had
We do.
mentioned one vehicle before, but would that one fit on a sidewalk?
So that's the importance of the trackless machine in the previous slides. The Challenger, obviously, it had one function, boom flail, that's it. This one
looks a little wide. That's all.
It is because for the boom flail, it has dual tires on each axle. In the wintertime, those come off and a singular tire goes on it, so it does meet the width for your standard sidewalk.
Okay,
Yep.
just checking.
Yep. So these are some of the statistics that go with it. We do have some contracted equipment as well that helps us out. But it's never really a guarantee. And the challenge with contracted equipment is sometimes, when you get a contractor, the one we have right now is very good, and we're grateful that he brings back the same staff year after year, so they remember their roots. But if you really start expanding out on contracted equipment, believe me, I understand what it's like to have literally a new employee show up almost every storm with that company's truck saying, "What's my plow? Where am I? I don't even know my way in Salem." And what does that lead to? It leads to more mailboxes down, more grass torn up, a lower level of service that ultimately we get calls and complaints on. They view it as the DPW did that. They don't care to know that, what specific truck did it. And then it leads to us having to revisit the route and touch it up and go back and readdress a route that we've already paid for to be done. So we really kind of use the contracted equipment on those routes that have a greater variety of lane miles, where it's 4 to 5 miles. Some of these routes are really pushing that. They're on the 5 to 6 hours around the beat. So we'll try to take a smaller truck, pair it up with one of ours, let him focus on the 19 or 20 cul-de-sacs they have, so that the larger truck continues to go and the smaller truck can stay behind and do some of the cleanup.
I think, David, the other issue with contracted equipment at times, though, is some of those contractors don't maintain their equipment.
It's inferior, yeah.
It's pathetic.
Yeah.
They show up or they finish the storm and.
No sooner do we get started, they're broken down.
Yeah.
So
it's useless.
Yeah. In fact, one of our routes is solely contracted equipment. We could cover it, but again, that requires us, in the future years, what I'm planning towards is if we can get the bodies, we might need one additional truck. I do have the fleet now if we had these additional bodies, but I'd like to see all routes covered by at least one town truck, and then supplement that with when things go wrong, the supervisor could stay on the beat until we get the truck back up, or there's a tug out or something to that effect. We have the supervisors going to do that rather than, shutting down additional routes impacted until we get things covered. And that's just to assume that we're fully staffed. In my 4 years here, we've been fully staffed for 1 week. That was last winter. And no sooner did the new person start, the next week I had somebody give me a notice. So it was short-lived, and this year we're looking at, from the beginning of the year through to where we currently sit, if everything falls into place. And that's why I really want to give kudos to the finance department and the HR department. I kind of joke about hopefully a future DPW facility. We might want to consider an office over there for them, because I've spent a lot of time with HR and finance about filling these positions, and if we get through this, we'll have filled 8 positions at the end of this year. Because of people coming, retiring, leaving, and what have you. So again, those things, do pop up in the middle of the winter months. People get really sick. I mean, we're wearing ourselves into the ground with the hours that we put in. Somebody gets a really bad flu. Sometimes we really like either stay in your truck or go home, because we don't want you, mixing in with the rest of the staff, and then now we're all going down. And we're people too. We have loved ones that die. You may have to be out for bereavement and whatnot. I already touched base on some of these issues earlier. This year we're looking at the potential for 4 rookies, so that's a learning curve. So when I say these routes take 4 to 5 hours, these rookies ain't going to be hitting that mark. They're going to be going obviously a lot slower. Most all of these people that we do hire in don't even have any experience plowing with a wing. And it's the most terrifying thing you do first. And then the first time that you do tear your wing off a truck, or you want it back, or your truck goes down, so you have to plow with a smaller truck, you can't wait to get that wing back, because it's so much easier to plow with a wing, or at least make your route look better. But the good news is 2 of the 4 that we're looking at are coming in from other DPWs that we're looking at right now too. And that's where we're at right now. A lot of DPWs, we're in the same ballpark as other police departments and fire departments. We're all starting to poach off of each other based upon what our rates are. And because ours now stepped above everybody else, we're seeing that. But some of these towns that they're coming from, they're also in negotiations. So my fear is that they may end up poaching back. We've had that happen in previous years, where an employee came to us from another department and then returned back. And then, of course, there's all the unknowns. A tree comes down, wires down and whatnot that slow us down, blown tires, breakdowns, and what have you. And then, obviously, the types of accumulation, the duration. But we ask the public, too, I'll use this moment just to ask the public to make sure that all their personal effects that are out in the street, and sometimes their kids leave laying around that they're unaware of, just go get them out of the right of way, because we'll be out there trying to locate snow on the shoulders soon enough. So, and it's costly. We've invested, like I said earlier, over $5.52 million now. Is what that number is illustrating is the value of all of our equipment. So if everything went tomorrow, if we had to go out and buy it, so that's why you see that number growing. In 4 years' time, you've seen that go from 4 million up to 5 million now on replacement costs.
Deb has a question.
I just have a question. On your equipment, is all of it owned by us, or we lease it, or?
Yeah. So great question.
Is it a mix? I have no idea.
It's a great question. It goes back to similar to what the comments that Justin was making earlier. We do say lease, but it's lease to own. So at the end of the financing portion of that vehicle, which is typically 10 years, we own it. It's not like it's not like you would think you lease a vehicle for yourself.
Don't trade it in for a newer one.
For an individual, a more appropriate term would be financing than lease. But because of we're a municipality, the term through the governmental accounting and the state is lease, but it is a financing agreement mostly.
So we technically own all
Yes.
of these vehicles, correct?
Yes.
All right, that's what I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's
Go ahead.
fine. Yeah, good question.
Dave,
Yes.
on the lease, does that cover repairs?
So
Again, it's financing, so it's ours.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there are warranties that are built into it, usually 1 or 2 years, and sometimes we can do extended warranties. So sometimes we will, on the larger equipment, we'll buy onto that longer lease term. And sometimes it's a smaller number, another $8,000. But if that buys us more longevity into a potential problem that could happen with that truck, like a blown engine or something like that, if we have that as extended warranty coverage, that helps lessen it. So, and we have taken advantage of those warranties as well. You're fine. You're fine. But salt has gone up this year by $3.79, I believe. So that's a factor. We have to be responsible in that. The amount of sand that we use as well, and much larger discussion is just the way that we don't have the ability to store on hand the right amount of salt sand mix. We do that during the event. That's we have a very small, the original lean structure that was built back predates the 70s, and it's very inadequate. It essentially holds 1 to maybe 1.5 rounds of salt sand mix. So often in winter emergency operations, we're actually mixing this stuff on the fly, on the ground, in the snow, making a terrible product because it's soaked or it's frozen. It's much harder on the equipment. It's for a discussion for another time, but it's the nature of what we're doing right now. And then, the cost of fuel and cutting edges and things like that are all obviously costly. But I always want to drive home the point that when we're in a winter emergency operation, we're not, we crashed. We're not basing decisions on how we're going to run our plow operation on, boy, we're getting tight on money on our salt, so why don't we not send out the salters on this round and let's see if we can skip this one. At no time do we ever conduct ourselves in that matter. We'll deal with the financial challenges after the fact, after we've returned the town to what's expected for safe travel in the town of Londonderry. We'll make sure that we face those budgetary, and that's why it was very important over the last several years to get those line items more adequate to what our needs are for especially salt and sand and whatnot.
On the salt and sand, Dave, do we do any bulk buys with with the school or with other towns or whatever, just to that would benefit us and them?
Yep. So with the salt, we are teamed up with the state on the state bid for the salt. So and they base that upon we'll report to them approximately how many tons of salt are we going to use within the year. So as they're I'm not sure how they structure it, but as they're looking at it, they're probably figuring, well, this community uses more, so they'll pay a little bit less, but it is all factored into that state bid.
Okay.
Yep.
And there's also two sources, Deb, of.
Correct.
Where we purchase the salt from, just as a backup, in case one of them runs out of salt, we can have the backup to go to them.
And so does that also apply to sand?
For sand, we get, it's a weird one because that's kind of a construction material too. So,
So we bid that out.
Right.
We bid that out, sand, gravels, pavement, that's all part of our materials that we bid out.
Right.
So we.
Because I was just wondering, I mean, I don't know if anybody does it or I'm just crazy, but like if you went to someone like Derry or Hudson and said, hey, we need to buy it, if we both put it together and buy it, would we get a better deal on it?
So we
I don't know. I mean,
put
you
it
can
out
only
the bid.
store so much, you know.
Yeah, so we put it out the competitive bid. So
Right.
again, in obviously Continental being in our background, in our backyard, they've been the low bid ever since I've been here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
You're
So,
welcome.
Dave, do we supply the salt for the school as well? with
Yes,
this?
we do. Yes.
All right. So that's part of this.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely, yep. And that was a little different for me here, where we do supply that to school. We do track it, so we know how much they take. They don't use clearly as much as we do. They're essentially doing their parking lots and what have you. And there's some reciprocal efforts that we get back from them. There's often times where they actually have, electricians on their staff. So before we'll commit to calling in maybe an electrician, we'll ask them, hey, can you come over and take a look at this for us and see if this is something you can deal with? And they've been excellent in that regard. So there's a lot of that partnership back and forth of helping the taxpayer. They're getting the benefits of a state bid for the salt and us loading it for them. And then other services come back to us in that regard too.
Nice
So,
to see the collaborative, yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
that's a very, very unique to where I had come from that I think is very nice and beneficial to taxpayers of Londonderry. All right, so obviously I'll breeze through these, but there's some obvious advantages. School doesn't get called, although Katie Sullivan gets very excited when she gets a snow day. I'll throw a little plug in there for her. Traffic isn't slowed. Obviously, we like to think we reduce the amount of accidents that the boys in red and blue and girls got to respond to as well. So that helps them on their end. Deliveries, very important deliveries. A lot of people have mail, prescriptions coming to them in the mail, and other various notifications and whatnot. And of course, bills. Perhaps we don't care if those come, but so we'll get into fleet. And we've talked a lot about fleet, somewhat in regards to the importance of it and how it supports our ability to respond during the winter. But we maintain and repair all of the department's vehicles and heavy equipment, and we prepare them all for the state inspections. We don't do the state inspections ourselves, but we know what needs to be looked at. Our chief mechanic, prior to working here, actually had his state inspection license, so he knows what needs to be looked at before we send it off and then pay an outsourced vendor in order to do that. We do a lot of welding and fabricating as things do get bent in the middle of snowstorms, and take care of that. Try to keep the rust down and repaint the vehicle to prevent further decay. Here's the amount of vehicles that we have in our fleet, as well as tow behind things like chippers and air compressors, and now that hot box and crack sealer. Several hand tools, chainsaws, leaf blowers, and whatnot that also need to be tended to. And our goals for this area is really, again, with OpenGov coming in, there's a fleet module. This is going to be probably the easiest one for us to plug everything in because we have everything on a list. It's a fixed asset. Plug it in there. We can start our preventative maintenance program. We obviously kind of do have one now, but we're going to take advantage of that and then use that to better forecast how much longer we can get out of our equipment. I think it's important for us to start doing that. We're currently on track for replacing all of our vehicles 10 years at a time. And that's what we've been focused on the last 4 years. This year, I am not bringing forward a truck. I do have one by virtue of its age. But because we're always missing the mark on being fully staffed, that truck really hasn't seen, because it was the oldest in our fleet, we didn't utilize it. So it was often kind of parked and just used as a spare while we were covering that route with other means. And so the wear and tear on it hasn't really been to the extent of what a typical truck with 10 years usage has been. But as we go forward, we can make these trucks last longer by stainless steel bodies, other components and things that are gonna be more costly. We talked about it earlier today about, you build a building, you keep it on the cheap, but it's pay me now or pay me later. This building's a good example. They put black iron pipe in the building for the fire suppression system and a dry system. I understand it. It's much cheaper. But here we are, the building's 20 years old, and all of that pipe started failing about 10 years ago. And we're replacing it piece by piece by piece, and that's very costly. I'm sure that if we could dig back far enough, find out what that part of that job was on this building, we far exceeded the cost if they had just done it with the galvanized, the first time around. So we can look at that, but the challenge is why would I want to spec a truck that's more costly, that could last longer, if I can't wash it appropriately, and I don't have a building to put it in so that it's not sitting out in the elements all year round. So that's a whole nother discussion. I know you're all well aware of what we've been talking about for the better part of a little over a year with a new DPW facility, and the working group is on that right now and really exploring that with due diligence. And what we'd also like to do is, if again those two additional positions, what it does is it provides us the ability to keep those mechanics and the one that I've restored in the garage and working on the equipment. And I'd like to, if we can meet that goal with the additional positions, we can then start assuming maintaining all the town hall vehicles as well. So there's three inspector vehicles, or code enforcement, if you will, and a couple in assessing. We'd like to be able to take that on as well. In our current garage, that's fine, but it certainly would be beneficial to the town to not, while Londonderry Ford is great, and they do a good job for us, but the employees in town that utilize those vehicles, they got to call, they got to make an appointment. Then they got to transport the car over there and then sometimes wait or go back to work and then the next day, cycle out a car or whatnot. So it's time consuming for them. With us, it'd be very simple. Hey, come on down, drop your car off. We're gonna take care of it, or perhaps even in the moment, and off you go. We've been doing that a little bit since I've been here. We've had some of these vehicles get flat tires out on the road. That is something that typically in years past, they would have called the road service to go deal with it. Since I was here, we're doing things a little bit differently now. We're putting more pressure on our department to get things done. I would go into the garage and ask them to stop working on our stuff and do we really want to call a tow or a roadside service to go take care of a flat? Let's go assist them and let's take care of that. And I'd like to see us continue on with that as well. So buildings and grounds, this is an area where, again, this is the first newer role of a position that I created when I got here, just so that we could have an individual that could really tend to the things that go wrong, as they inevitably do, as a busy building like this, and all our buildings in town, things break, things need tending to. And this is an area where a lot of the money that's in general government is spent on taking care of the upkeep. So this person and myself, this is where we'll use money, whereas once before they may have contracted out just calling an electrician or just calling a plumber. You get a plugged toilet at town hall. Who's going to unplug it? If there's the one person back then, if he was on vacation, they call a plumber. It's great that we have this going now, but it is an additional responsibility for our department. These are all the buildings that we do take care of. The Lions Hall is on there, as you know. That is one that we have to keep an eye on as we progress forward and what that future needs are for that facility. And then we also provide that assistance to the firehouses, PD on occasion, and obviously the Leach Library. They used to years ago have their own in-house maintenance person. They no longer do. So that's an area where we'll go over there quite frequently and help them out. We oversee the town common, all the grass mowing, the fertilizing, the aeration of it, things that get broken over there, the picnic tables and whatnot. There's things down there that break inevitably. And then all of the cemeteries falls in this area. In fact, today, our employee was attending to one of those interments as well. That's something that we do on the weekend. Sometimes most of them are all during the week. One of the things that the the trustees have now changed is that if our staff does work on weekends, the overtime is then billed to that family. So it's not the taxpayers bearing the cost of that internment service anymore. All right, so that's important to make sure that you understand that the trustees put that in place. And I already alluded to the town hall sprinkler lines. We're working on that and a few more fogged windows in the building, and then anything else that pops up along the way or breaks or things go wrong with. This is a big discussion, so I'll just kind of brief over it, but again, I've been talking about it somewhat throughout our presentation here. The working group is diving into this. Next Thursday, we're going to be doing a tour of the Rochester DPW so that they can kind of see, it's a comparable facility that was built in 2022, and they can kind of see and understand what type of facility we're talking about. That's important. When you get a document that's 1.5 inches thick, or you're going through slides on your computer, sometimes you just don't quite grasp the type of project that we're looking at. We're grateful we already went to Windham DPW and did a tour so that they understand some of the problems that they did, and if you cut corners and things that we've been talking about here with the way other facilities were set up previously, we want to make sure that we don't follow in that same suit of then having future challenges or future expenses if we can do it in a reasonable manner out the gate. And this will be a phased project. Again, I don't want to get too deep into this project because it's relevant to this to the operating budget, but that it takes time for us to plan and work on these things. And here are the cemeteries. Most of them are in fact retired, if you will. They're not active, and our only one that we are currently in expansion of or have plots available at is the Pillsbury Cemetery. The goals there are, we are getting close to a threshold of where we're going to have less than 100 lots left at the cemetery. The trustees did another good thing, and it hasn't been controversial. I thought it was going to be, but they ended pre-sales of plots, and they only sell them at the time of interment, and that's when a family can determine their needs. And what that's really doing, it's already shown. We don't have a lot of data, but we've been doing it for the past 18 months, almost 2 years now. And what it's showing is that people then have a tendency to buy kind of where they're at in their lot in life at that point in time. You buy them when you're a very young family. You're thinking, oh, I got 3 kids. I'm going to need 5 plots. But your kids grow up, they move away, they move to another side of the country, they start their own lives, and then we end up with a lot of land that's just sitting there, and you can't resale them. And sometimes you even just lose contact with even who people are or where they went.
Even if they're buried somewhere else?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes in a lot of the older graves, like Glenwood down by the Common, the plots were laid out in a way that, it's an 8-grave lot, the monument's in the center of that, and they may have only used 3, so you can't put another family in on their square. It just doesn't make sense to do so. But that's something that, our department, again, Denise, who helps us quite a bit with setting up those services and keeping everybody in line on when things are going to take place. We brought all this information to them for them to make a good decision on how to control the expansion of that cemetery. They're researching on columbariums. Monument restoration will occur when we see something that is predominantly in the older cemeteries that there's just no family members around. If something is broken or whatnot, we'll have them tended to. And we, again, plan to utilize that 8 hours, additional hours that we're looking for our department assistant. This is an area where she really excels in. And I want to talk about it a little bit here. I know we're getting late in the day. But when you're dealing with families in these moments, this isn't like, hey, I got a pothole, I want it fixed. Can you take care of that? Thank you. Yep, we'll put it on the list. Goodbye. And that's the end of it. You're dealing with families when they're obviously grieving, and everybody grieves in a different way. And a lot of times, getting that information or working through that or setting up the arrangements between, sometimes you're dealing with just the family and they're not hiring a funeral director or a funeral home. Sometimes they're changing the dates around because they're waiting for other family members to fly in. So to really try and capture the amount of time, I can probably tell you how long it takes to fill a pothole, but every family grieves differently. So sometimes these interment services take up many hours or days or additional phone calls or emails or research of plots, and you end up sometimes even getting into family disputes where they want to be buried there, but the other half of the family says they don't have the right to that, so we have to get into deed research. It gets complicated. And, you know, our staff, and Denise in particular, because she's kind of the front person on this, does a phenomenal job at remaining calm and navigating those complex and sometimes tumultuous waters with families and us to do a really good job. So I just wanted to give a good shout out to her on that.
So Dave, what you're saying is sometimes people are dying to get in there?
Waka waka.
All right. You can tell he's a dad. Dad joke.
Dad jokes. Here we go.
Oh, boy.
Here they come. Thank God we're getting off the tree warden jokes.
Yeah, right.
All right.
We're beyond that. Keep moving. Keep moving.
All right. So, what are some of the other areas that the DPW contributes to that isn't necessarily known or really all that well explained? There's always inevitably things that are going on within the community that is always going to end up like, hey, who do we ask to help us out? And I don't have it in this slide, in this here, but I'll just list some of them. Obviously, the Constance on the Common and a lot of the popular things that we're all, understand about. When voting comes up, we're the ones that are doing a heavy lift, getting everything from here over to the high school for them to set up, getting it all back. The drop-off center, our guys supplement that workforce down there as well on overtime and weekends. We've had a position open down there, a third position we've been trying to fill for quite some time, so that would at least just drop us down to just an equipment operator down there, and we'll keep working on that as best we can. We're looking at a new pay structure for that too, I believe, so that hopefully we won't have that challenge come spring. Senior banners is one we partner up with the high school as well, and make sure those all go up. That's another big noticeable thing in town that we do. Memorial Day flags, and the flags that you see on the poles out there has been a discussion. Myself and the town manager have been looking at, crafting perhaps a more formal policy on that, when they go up, when they come down, how long do we want to leave them up. Obviously, there's a cost mechanism to that, and more importantly, putting them up in a safe manner. A lot of times, this is just to the DPW profession, the guys and girls are out there and they want to just hurry up and get something done. And so sometimes if we don't have a bucket truck to do that in a safe manner, we're standing on on the side of a truck, or we're using a ladder or whatever, and we're doing things as quickly as we can. Sometimes we're guilty of that. We need to slow down and take a look at that, and perhaps think about, let's do things safe. Let's make sure that no one gets hurt putting up a flag. Minor facility renovations, painting and whatnot around the buildings. And then we always assist trailways. If trees come down that they're not capable of handling, we'll go out there and cut them up and clear them. We'll usually annually we'll mow the shoulders of the railways as well, the rail trails, if you will. And more recently, the conservation, they had a boat launch put in on Scobie Pond, and they, it was, it's maintenance free and we'll never have to worry about it, put it in, we're all set. But, as I hear these things, I always know that we're going to be, inevitably at some point, there's going to be some assistance call from the DPW, and we'll go and deal with it as best we can. And right now, as I understand it, the water's pretty low out there, so it's complicating what they have to do to get that out and get it safe for the winter. So, who else are you going to call? DPW. So we're going to work through what we can. So go ahead, Dan.
Dave, what are your plans for the Christmas lights this year?
Excellent question. I have spoken to, when it was much warmer, so that we didn't have the crisis like we did last year, but I've spoken to Eric Turcott. I don't mind giving his name out. He was great last year. He came to the town's assistance. He's going to be doing that this year. The one thing that Eric was just a little bit, because this was such a rush thing last year and the whole community really came out, you really saw the spirit of Londonderry come forward and said, hey, we want in, we want to help. How can we help out? How can we, sometimes it is money, like we'll pay to buy the lights and whatever, and Eric will do the work. It was a little bit of a frenzy, and what Eric wanted to make sure this year is that we had some kind of a financial mechanism, and working with Justin in the finance department. So good time to announce, as we are approaching the holiday season, that if people do want to contribute to that, Justin has an account set up where people can make a donation to that effort so that when Eric's out there putting them up, we have the right lights, or if things break, we can go and get other sets of lights. So that's our current plan moving forward, is to remain with the volunteers and not cost, as we saw last year when I was soliciting pricing from. It's an expensive venture when you're going to hire out for private service to do that.
I think that's something we should publicize more, or maybe put it on the town page as it's coming up, because we're getting close to that.
Yeah. Yep, we can certainly do that.
Don't just send me money.
Yeah.
Sorry, just want to put that in there.
Wait. Yeah, no, we want people to send it. What are you talking about?
If those watching at home want to know, put a note or something in there saying that this is for, the common lights, and what will end up happening is we'll put it as deferred revenue, and it can only be utilized for that purpose. So if you were to go and say this is for lights on Laffa, I can't use it for the common lights because you said Laffa. It's got to be the common lights.
Yeah, then make sure there's a clear distinction on what
We'll still take donations for anything. Don't send a wrong message here.
All right. So at this point, I would like to turn this over to our subject matter expert in engineer, all things engineering, Mr. John Trotter. Like I said, I'd like to, just really drive home the point that he's really been carrying quite the workload here over the last 3.5 years. And so John's going to touch on some of the things that he's been taking care of in his office.
Yeah, thank you, David.
You're
Again, my name is John Trotter. I've been employed with the town of Londonderry since August of 2001. So I've been here for 22 years. Seen a lot of change, been part of a lot of change, a lot of development, and I love what I do. I'm either a hero or I'm a zero, in my mind, depending on who I talk to and whether I make them happy or not. Just doing my job. That's how I look at it. So these 7 bullets here are items that the Department of the Engineering Division within the Department of Public Works performs. The first bullet, the review of site and subdivision plans in association with Kelly Karen's planning department. We perform and oversee the engineering components of all proposed subdivisions and site plans submitted to the town of Londonderry through the planning department. We review components including stormwater, traffic, geometric design, off-site improvements, sanitary sewer. The design components are reviewed to ensure compliance with state, town, and federal regulations. We also look at them as they compare to best management practices and proper engineering design. Just to go through the typical development process here in town, again, in association with the planning department, the building department, and fire department, and others, we will have an initial sit-down with an applicant, a proponent, to provide feedback and guidance through the town of Londonderry process, the development process. We'll discuss permitted uses, impacts to the surrounding parcels, drainage, and traffic. We'll recommend at times to the proponent to present informally to the planning board to get their feedback and get, again, the 7 members of the planning board, their feedback to the whatever's being proposed, whether it's a 1 million square foot FW Webb building or you name it. I've seen it through town. We'll review the initial development plans and provide comments to the design and the initial studies. We'll sit down with the proponent's engineer, the town's third-party engineer, and other town staff to review the comments and provide feedback and direction. We encourage them to go through a second submittal for review and eventual advance to be presented to the planning board for approval. I must say that a lot of these projects that come through the town are very dependent upon the proponent's engineer's diligence in addressing the comments. Staff makes recommendation to present as formal to the planning board. We have a cookbook, in my opinion. We have I think it's a 16-page checklist. And if you just follow the checklist, and I always tell people, like I say, I'm either a hero or a zero. And when the engineer is sitting there and he says, well, why didn't you do that? It was right there in the recipe,
I really want
Deb
to
has
say
a question,
something.
yeah.
I really have to say
All right.
something. I want to applaud you because I watch those planning board meetings, and like, hate, or whatever you, the fact is, you very calmly and systematically follow the rules. And I applaud you for that, because that's not easy and it's not comfortable, but those rules are in place to protect our citizens, and you do a phenomenal job of standing your ground, and it's sometimes hard, and I watch you take it, and I just want to take a moment to just say thank you for that, because it's people like you who stick to those rules that help protect the citizens of this town from misuse of whatever.
Thank you.
No, I meant that from my bottom of my heart.
Yep. So again, the goal is the eventual approval and signature of the plan, so again, the development can occur throughout in the town, as help with the tax base and whatnot. The other item that within the engineering department, we house the public works plans, records, including roadway plans, trench permits, roadway deeds, and et cetera. We also review the third bullet, reviewing of trench permits. We oversee and issue trench permits to utilities, contractors, and others looking to perform work within the town's right-of-way or easements. As Dave says, when people are going to do work within the town's right-of-way, which is the town's property, need to oversee what they're doing, make sure that they're licensed to do it. We have financial guarantee. We oversee what they're proposing to do, look at their work plan, look at their traffic control plan, making sure that, that they follow those regulations. Like I say, typically these are issued to either contractors or utilities, utility companies looking to perform the work. The fourth bullet, perform construction oversight. So following the review process and the eventual approval by the planning board and plan signature, as previously noted, the development can proceed with construction. Financial guarantees are posted in accordance with the town's regulations, particularly if they're doing work doing off-site improvements, signalized intersection, or widening a road or reconstructing a road. We hold a pre-construction meeting. Construction is monitored through the construction process, and then the monitoring is performed on the approved plan, is performed to make sure that the approved plan is followed. Back to the point of the materials that they use, making sure that they meet the specification and the ultimate product meets town of Londonderry's regulations and expectations. The oversight also entails pre-construction meetings, daily or weekly contact with a third-party consultant, attending meetings during the construction process, and oversight of the budget process, third-party invoices, and then eventually I am a signatory to certificates of occupancy. As stated, this oversight is to ensure the approved plans are followed, materials meet the specifications, and the ultimate product meets the town of Londonderry's regulations and expectations for development here in town. The fifth bullet, assist and oversee. The engineering department, we contribute to roadway construction and rehabilitation of the roadways as previously identified, and we discussed as far as what roads come first. We oversee and direct roadway pavement management and reconstruction activities with the highway foreman, issues associated with the town of Londonderry owned and operated traffic signals, townwide guardrail installation and repair. We also participate in the oversight and direction right now for the Phase 6 of the rail trail, working with the town's consultant, New Hampshire Department of Transportation, because we have we're getting monies from them, the Rail Trail Committee, and others. Work through the engineering design, property acquisition, and process consultant invoicing. Ultimately, construction of Phase 6 is, we're hoping to get it under construction in construction season of 2026. We oversee and review the design and construction of drinking water projects. Some of those recent and current that are ongoing projects include Mid-Ridge condos just south of here on Mammoth Road. That project has been completed. South Road and an extension of a water main down South Road to service Old Country Village. That's under design.
Century Village, Winding Pond, and Winterwood, that's nearing completion. That's servicing Century Village. Old Nashua Road, water extension, that's servicing the Rolling Meadows area. That's currently under construction. The High Range Road, Parmenter Road, High Range Road, that's nearing completion for this construction season. Wagon Wheels, the community up by Stonehenge and Mammoth Road, that's under construction. And lastly, the one that just started this past week is Old Dairy Road. It's being performed by the town of Derry, that's under construction. So again, while some of these are on private properties such as Wagon Wheels, again, it goes back to them getting into the right-of-way of Stonehenge Road. That one wasn't too difficult because again, it was one connection that was made. Mid-Ridge, again, there was the extension coming up or coming north on 128. Again, that one was just the location of the hydrants and working with Fred and his group. That's kind of some of the things that I'll participate in. I don't do the design of it. I'll review the design, making sure that it meets our specifications, making sure that the water line goes beneath the culverts, our infrastructure. They're not damaging our infrastructure, and what do they do for restoration of our roadways. So of those projects, there's probably about 7 miles of new water line sizing from between 2 and 16 inches of water main. The old Dairy Road is a pretty significant water main that's being installed up there right now. We oversee and direct the activities related to the Auburn Road landfill Superfund site, including coordination with federal, state regulators, and other potentially responsible parties, consultants, vendors, including invoicing. And as Dave indicated, again, at the Highway Division, they do perform maintenance activities, including swale clearing, brush clearing, fence repair, and basically whatever needs to be done. We have a third-party vendor that does mowing of the cells. And again, with the new flail mower, maybe we can get back into doing that ourselves. Those cells are 5 acres in size, so they're out of sight, out of mind, but they're up there, and it's the town's responsibility to maintain them. Another task that the engineering department does, we perform permitting for the town of Londonderry roads through the New Hampshire Department of Transportation roadway network. That, again, as Dan had alluded to, asking the question about Noyes Road onto 28. That is the town's driveway onto the state road. So if we go a little further to the east, where Vista Ridge comes on to 28, with all the development that happened up there, Noria on the northwest corner. So again, it was a new development. That development was impacting our Sims Drive intersection. So again, we end up submitting the application to do the improvements to that intersection. And on the south side, where Vista Ridge comes into it, we just recently had the Vista Ridge Medical Office building. Then there's another development that's coming in that I can tell you that we'll need to do some improvements out there as well. Those improvements, though, are done by the developer. But again, ultimately we will own those improvements, so that's why the DOT wants to know who the owner is and who will be responsible for it. The engineering division also acts as a liaison between the DOT, Eversource, and Liberty Utilities. Those are a couple of the utilities that I can tell you, and others regarding new or ongoing projects within the town that can impact town of Londonderry properties or roadways. So for instance, working with Eversource, any of their upgrades of their electrical lines or replacement of poles within the town's right-of-way. They've got a project they've been talking for a number of years, going up High Range Road from Pillsbury, heading north, Pillsbury up to Chestnut Hill, I believe it was. And again, it's been a project they've had on the books, and again, but it's a number of poles. It's a half mile of improvements. Any of their larger transmission mains that cross the town's right-of-ways, I deal with that. Engineering division deals with it. The Liberty Utilities, any of the gas improvements that they're doing here in town, extension of gas throughout the town, again, typically is put in the right-of-way. I'll meet with them, tell them where they can do it, what the requirements will be, and what they're on the hook for, basically. I also, again, dealing with New Hampshire DOT with the improvements that are coming for the intersection of Stonehenge and 28. Again, typically I'm the engineer that will coordinate that work, or they'll reach out to me. As far as response to residential walk-ins and calls, Deb, it's real. Again, typically, we're, our department, we're the first line of communication with residents concerning, who have concerns regarding roadways, safety, drainage, general issues. So we do oversee and monitor the day-to-day highway, sewer, and solid waste issues, residents' complaints, their delays, incidents, and again, I assist the department staff by physically being present and having an open door policy. At times, again, and I think Donna can attest to it, they want to talk to a guy for whatever reason. Who's the boss? Whether I'm the boss or not.
Well, Donna does a great job.
She does. They both do.
She's a very good first line of defense for you.
Absolutely.
That's because Donna's the boss.
Donna decides. There's some lean training stuff. We'll bring you up to speed on that. Donna decides.
The last bullet was the implementation of the stormwater, Town of Londonderry MS4 stormwater permit. So MS4 is an acronym for Municipal Separate Sewer System, is what that acronym is for. So what you see, again, these are the six criteria that we're required to implement the stormwater program. That includes public education, the public education, public involvement, illicit discharge, detection and elimination, the IDDE, construction site runoff control, post-construction requirements, and then having a pollution prevention, good housekeeping for the municipal operations. So, the Town of Londonderry Department of Public Works has been working on our MS4 permitting since 2003. The new permit that was issued in 2017 looks more closely at water quality, characteristics that would indicate the presence of items such as sanitary wastewater, fertilizers, or detergents. The town is approximately 300 outfalls that needed to be located, documented, and sampled if flowing during dry weather. So we found all those, did our first round of dry weather sampling, and now we got to get into our wet weather sampling. Our problem this year was, again, we had a dry summer. So in order to get all the sampling containers, being able to be prepared to do that when it's raining, that was a challenge this year. We do use a third-party consultant that assists with us, that performs that work for us, but again, it's just one of our tasks. So our new permit also includes updates to the current site plan and subdivision regulations. This includes erosion and sediment control regulations and ordinances, salt storage and snow storage area requirements, expansion of construction monitoring procedures related to erosion and sediment control measures, as-built requirements, and control of waste during construction. The new permit requires the town to review and develop reports relative to the low-impact development, assessing roadway and parking lot design guidelines, green infrastructure, and retrofitting some of the town's stormwater facilities. As Dave also indicated, again, some of the important things are, we're going to get into street sweeping. That is something that we've been lacking. We're behind. We're also required to maintain our detention ponds, clear them so we can visually inspect them. And I'm a firm believer in having an open pond, not putting your stormwater under a pavement, because again, if they're selling lumber, they don't care about where that water's going. Not only the water quality, but the quantity. So this is just a picture of, this is a plan from the Hannaford site here in town. And what you're basically seeing off to the right-hand side is, this is the grading plan, and off to the right-hand side, that's that detention pond that we were referring to.
We're going to kind of go through these next slides pretty quickly, just to give you an idea what these structures are, so you know when we talk about them.
Yeah. The next plan, David, again, this was part of the restoration plan for the wetlands. This area is located to the south of that large parking lot, if you ever go down there, and you want to snoop around and go down the slope. So there was some wetlands associated with it. There had been a cul-de-sac that extended down there, and this is what they're doing in this particular plan. They're restoring those wetlands, and that's what these plans indicate. And that last plan is as you're going down to the end of Hampton Drive. Dave, you can advance. Yeah. So this is one of the this is the detention pond at Hannaford. This is a fairly old picture. So nowadays, when you go out there, again, my recollection, you see a bunch of cattails, and again, it's all there to treat the water. This is one of the restoration areas, again, down below the large parking lot. Like I say, if you go down there, you can snoop around, and that's what you're basically seeing in this picture here. Yeah, again, just part of that wetlands restoration, and then the last one is, again, so this is all part of the MS4 and monitoring that, and they're required also to maintain their stormwater facilities out there. So our goal, the engineering department's goal is to continue assisting the town with the town-wide public water expansion to address PFAS contamination within the private drinking water wells within the town. Want to continue the long-term operation and maintenance of the town's Auburn Road Superfund site. Currently, the EPA is requesting additional investigations at the site. The town, I've been working with the town's consultant, currently evaluating the request and discussing a work plan to address their concerns. I want to continue working with and coordinating with the EPA regarding the Tinkham Road Superfund site. If you don't know, that the interim notice of record of decision was recently released, which calls for the impacted residents to be provided with municipal water, and the time frame for that is about 3 years by the time they get through all the back and forth. So I do feel that these goals can be achieved, and as David had indicated, utilizing a full-time department assistant would be advantageous to the engineering division. That's all I have.
I think just to wrap up John's area, which he covered a vast amount of information in a very short period of time. The work that John is talking about spans sometimes weeks, months, years, even decades. These plans come in, they get reviewed. I think we talked about one earlier. 14 years later, it still hasn't been implemented yet. If we could only do billable hours like a law firm could do, John, we probably have some budgetary things figured out. But all seriousness, it's a tremendous amount of time that it takes to work through a lot of the intricacies of these plans and different developers and personalities that come our way at times that is difficult in nature to tend to and communicate through and work through. And John's done a great job at that. And that's the importance of also having that, that additional 8 hours there where we have more presence at that front door, if you will, to assist him as well. And I think what it also does, hearing the work volume that he's undertaken over the last 3.5 years, you wonder why, excuse me, sometimes things come up in the roadway safety committee and we're talking about, this intersection's a problem and we have traffic over here where this is being impacted and whatnot. We need to look at these things. We should be on top of these things. I think John just did a good job at illustrating why it's kind of a touch and go. And then the shorter answer ends up becoming sometimes not necessarily the right answer, but it's a quick, decision to say, well, let's put up a stop sign. And that may fix the problem in the moment, but that is not going to be a long-term cure to what we're talking about. We have traffic volume measures that are going up. We have, industry and commerce coming in this town that's growing. We see what the fire department's talking about their response and what have you. And if we've got choked out road work, that also impacts the ability for police, fire, and public works to get through. And so, again, you know, we're ready to put James to work back there on a lot of these issues and start really drilling down into them and being able to bring back to the boards, you know, things that we need to be looking at and really identify them in a way that we can start to do a strategic plan to the town manager's position on getting these things and start solving some of these issues we've been talking about for quite some time. I have a pretty long list that I've been listening to for the last 4 years I've been here it's on the list, but we're really going to start working towards that, and we're going to need some of that administrative assistance. There's no doubt about it. There's things that, you know, that I do, that John does, that we really need that supportive network. And like I said, thankfully we've got Donna, and Denise isn't here today, but she's just as equally great to us in need, and we're really looking to try to get that position to a full-time position as well. I don't like to look at the challenge of part-time versus full-time, but it is 8 hours that we're looking for. We could probably talk about another whole full-time position, but it is only 8 hours that we're requesting. And I'll add to that a good portion of that position, maybe Justin can give me the exact numbers, but her position is currently half funded through the sewer as well. So it's the 8 hours that we're looking for is really 4 hours borne on the taxpayer side versus 4 hours on the sewer side, because we're utilizing that on some of those issues that we have as the sewer system is also building out too. So,
questions?
Dan has some.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You just said you did.
I know, I was just kidding you.
No.
Mr. Chair, I got one.
Yes, sir.
First of all, great presentation. Thank you very much. Very informative. I want to go back to near the start. Just one quick point. You were talking about using contractors during the winter for extra plowing. I assume you have, but can you sort of comment on if you were to bring that in-house for the same level of service, not to dollars and cents, but would we pay more? Would we pay less? Like, how would the costs compare?
Well, that's a great question. It's always tough to kind of weigh that out because they're only used in the moment whereas our employees used year round.
Yeah.
So I can talk to the level of service that we provide is far more superior than what we'll get out of our contracted equipment. A lot of times, again, they may have different employees that don't know the routes as well as they do. They don't get familiarized with the people that live on those routes. There are people that our plow drivers get to know, and they know, well, can you just tuck it down there a little bit because that's going to help me a little bit better. And but more importantly is I'm not against contracted equipment. It's definitely a necessity, but it really should be a supplemental workforce to our effort. It shouldn't be the primary piece of equipment on a route. It's okay to have them so that if our truck breaks down or vice versa, at least someone's on the route and we're not pulling from another route, or we'll get there when we get there. That's just not managing. That's not planning out effectively. That hopefully that we don't have a medical call on that route because we'll get there when we get there. And that's just not it's a tough question to answer quite on an apples to apples comparison. And we don't, and I come from a community where I watched that over 26 years go back and forth with in-house operations going to contracted and what it meant. The level of service definitively dropped, and then our own in-house personnel that are already, maxed out are then having to go back to those routes and redo them for service you already paid for. I know you want a dollar amount that you're looking for.
No, actually, I didn't want a dollar amount. I was curious in your comparison overall.
I'd like to just see them be more utilized as a supplemental safety net to our in-house workforces, if that answers your question.
And in order to get to the point where you would like to have it, what would be required to get from where we are today to that point where they really are just that safety net?
So the two additional positions that I'm requesting for right now gets us there. What it does is it has our equipment covering every route, and more importantly, it has our two supervisors acting as supervisors, going out, assisting routes, being what I term a route chaser. So if somebody gets stuck or whatever they need to tug out, they address that. They help out in other areas where, I'll use, for example, the hill on Gilchrist Road. Mm-hmm. We have one truck in that area, and depending on the time of day when the snow is happening, traffic, as you can imagine, snares things out pretty quickly, and it's difficult. So sometimes I myself will go over there and help out that person, but I'm only one person, and I was the only route chaser in the whole town, and I'm the director. So I don't even really like to think of myself as involved in the operation, but I truly have been entrenched in it since I've gotten here, because that's just what the duty calls for. And if we have these supervisors that are available for that, then we'll have that ability to make a better level of service, or at least provide me a little bit of comfort that we're not running so thin that as soon as one thing goes wrong, and I've been doing this 30 years, there's always going to be something that goes wrong. Every single storm, there's going to be somebody gets injured, quits, is sick, trucks break down. I've already illustrated all the challenges that we have during a storm. But we shouldn't just have, when one thing goes wrong, we're immediately in default of a level of service.
Thank you.
Well,
Patrick, in my mind, though, too, is the consistency of that employee, or the familiarity with that route, and then also having our own equipment.
Right.
Because it's pretty important to have equipment that's reliable, not a piece of junk that you have to worry about, is he gonna make it this round or not? Or, again, is he gonna show up?
Right, that's geared for actual winter emergency work.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Dave, now you have a question again?
So, Dave, just on following up on Patrick's thing. So, one of your vehicles breaks down, town-owned vehicle.
Yeah.
Your mechanic fix it.
Correct.
Right? Private contractor breaks down. What happens to that vehicle?
They have to deal with it. We'll provide them, if they can get it back, we'll let them pull into the shop, but often they have things on board that, if it's something simple enough, if there's one of us around, we may assist them, like, hey, here's a rent, your light bulb broke or whatever, you need a headlamp. But they have a little small, amount of things in their truck, a belt. They come with a belt and other things in case if those things go wrong.
I guess what I'm getting at, Dave, is
we do not work on their equipment.
they don't have the ability to, or the equipment,
No.
staff to fix their vehicle and get it back out there as quickly as if it was a town-owned vehicle, and we're working on it.
Yeah, no, many a times that is just the case. Their vehicles break down, they don't have an on-call mechanic,
Yep.
and they'll have it towed back to their shop, and maybe we'll see them the next storm. So we have to, make up that loss.
Or they'll show up the day before the storm to fix their vehicle.
Right, that too. Preparedness, we're constantly, like the other first responder units in town, we're constantly getting prepared and geared up for the next event. And, while our current contractor is good in that regard, that has not always been historically the case in my experiences.
Any other questions for Dave? Thank you, Dave. Thank you, John. Appreciate you both.
Great job.
Thank you.
We think we wrap it up.
I just got about another hour or so. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm just going to obviously take a few minutes because we have 4 minutes before we close, and I'm going to use just the 4 minutes and no more, unless there's questions. So,
No questions.
which I encourage you to ask at the next session.
Yes.
And so just a few things on this. Needless to say, we've made some changes in the budget process this year. We're going to make significant changes in how we present the budget in the future, and really focusing on strategic objectives and talking specifically to those things. So there's a direct relationship with the budget items that are in there. These next sessions, if you have questions between now and the next sessions, please email them to us, and we will push them back out. In fact, we'll push them back out to everybody. So if one person asks a question, we'll send it out to everybody if I get it by email. If there's a question you don't want to ask by email, that's a different story. But if you email me a question, the response will go back out to everybody, so you know what the answer to that is. So I encourage you to do that in between. You'll be getting the next packet of information on Monday for the meeting on the 10th. And other than that, unless there's any questions of me, I will see you Monday evening at the council meeting. Are there any questions of me?
Any questions? I would like to thank everyone that presented. Oh, Justin.
Just as is always the case, citizens petitions are due by the second Tuesday in January, which is January 13th.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone that presented today, and thank the budget committee for joining us. And
the budget meeting, the budget committee is.
Budget committee
There we
meeting.
go, yeah, right after this. Shouldn't
Okay.
be too long.
so budget committee stay here. Everybody else, thank you.
You want to stay here, or you want to go in Sunnycrest? I'm studying on Sunnycrest.
Yeah, we should, just because it's posted, we'll just run it over to Sunnycrest. Shouldn't be more than 10 minutes.
We don't have to.